Chapter 499. The assistant said, "Sister Sue, why don't you turn off the comments section on Weibo?" The manager agreed. "Ignore the trolls online, there's no need for that. Just turn it off and practice your songs for the next few days. I don't believe that Qin Baobao can continue to be the king." Su Jiao looked hesitant. "Will it work?" The manager encouraged her. "Why not? Where's your usual confidence? You're very talented in music, and you've won a championship before. After singing for so many years, don't tell me you don't even have this bit of confidence?" Yes, Qin Zhe is good at writing songs and Qin Baobao has a good voice, but in terms of singing you don't lose to her. Oh, only Qin Zhe can write songs in this world. No matter how good he is, he's still human. It's impossible for him to write all the best songs in the capital. 2 of the songs you've prepared are very good, so it won't be a problem for you to compete with Qin Baobao. The assistant said. But Qin Zhe's songs are indeed all the best in the capital. The manager said angrily. "Are you called asterisk 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 asterisk?" The assistant said weakly. "I'm not." The manager said. "If you're not talking nonsense, change your name and come again." The assistant had the lowest status, so she didn't say anything. Su Jiao had the pride of being a popular singer. Although Qin Zhe's legend was widely spread, the more it was like this, the more she wanted to experience it. These few days she was infuriated by their fans. Although she was a little worried, she wanted to compete with Qin Baobao even more. What if Qin Zhe ran out of inspiration? What if her 2 excellent songs became popular? What if I accidentally killed a god to prove my Tao? Su Jiao said. "All right, we'll compete with Qin Baobao. Let's see who's afraid of who." Every year, there was a major event in the entertainment industry, and it always revolved around the word cheating. A celebrity's cheating was probably the biggest entertainment event, and it was also the topic that the public loved to talk about the most. Thinking about it carefully, every major event that shocked the entertainment industry was basically cheating. Every celebrity who cheated would fall from heaven to hell, and it would be difficult for them to make a comeback. July was the same as the previous 6 months. There was no such major event. The hottest topic in July was not the rumored girlfriend of some heavenly king or the release of some movie, but Qin Baobao's new album. Related topics: Journey to the West's box office discredited, Qin Baobao and Su Jiao's album competition. Not long after, the 2 of them released their respective MVs for the title songs. After discussing with his sister, Qin Zhe chose Love of a Lifetime as the title song. This song is very popular and has an excellent reputation, but the songs on the online charts are all cut from the movie. That is to say, the version circulating on the internet is not the complete version. Regarding this, the fans were full of complaints. Originally, they wanted to sell the online copyright of this song after the movie ended, but after encountering Su Jiao's matter, the siblings discussed it and put Love of a Lifetime on their single album. Another point was to save trouble. The MV for Love of a Lifetime was too easy to make. After editing the touching scene of Journey to the West, it was definitely one of the best MVs of the year. This was not bragging. Once the MV for the title song was released, it received great praise and reached more than 30 million views on the same day. The complete version is finally out. This song must be paired with the MV. I feel sad every time I listen to it. This song is poisonous. After watching the MV, I want to watch the movie again. I love this song so much. Just for this song, I want to buy Qin Baobao's single album. After Qin Baobao watched the MV again, her eyes were red and she looked like she was about to cry again. Qin Zhe knew from a young age that the women around him all had different personalities. Sister Ziwei was more rational and would definitely not cry because of a movie or a novel. Teddy Sue was more stubborn. Other than a few times when she couldn't hold back her tears because of their parents' matter, Qin Zhe had never seen her cry. Journey to the West was actually not too bad as she wasn't too immersed in the movie. The one that was truly immersed in the movie was If I Become Memories. His sister cried every time she watched that movie. It was normal for Love of a Lifetime to receive great praise. What was surprising was that Su Jiao's MV for the title song also received a good response. Its popularity was only slightly inferior to Love of a Lifetime. This shocked Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. Qin Zhe immediately felt relieved. He wasn't the only one who could write songs in this world. There were still many amazing people, but good songs required time. It was impossible to write songs as frequently as he did, and every song was of the highest quality or above. In that case, it was normal to come across a few good quality songs. It was all the system's fault for being so low. It didn't know the system's compulsory monkey's wisdom subtraction method, nor did it know how to reduce dimensions. If he could reduce this world's entertainment industry to the level of 10 or 20 years ago, then he, Qinzhe, wouldn't have the humiliating title of fast shooter. He would at least be the fast shooter god. Wouldn't it be easy to become a big shot in the entertainment industry? Ha ha. The system's disdainful laughter seemed to echo in his mind, but it quickly disappeared. System? System, is that you? Qinzhe asked. The system doesn't want to talk to you and threw a Qin bao bao at you, the system said. The office door was pushed open. His sister, who usually practiced dance and fitness, had just come back. She had just finished showering, so her hair was damp and her face was flushed. So fast, Qinzhe said. His sister had only practiced for half an hour. Normally, she would exercise for 1.5 hours a day. The newcomer needs training, so I gave up the dance studio, Qin Bao Bao said. Tianfang only had one dance studio. It was originally an office area. Since Nan Manpei's era, Tianfang had transformed it into a dance studio. Now Tianfang had bought the entire floor of offices. But compared to the old seniors in the Xingyi dynasty who had their own office buildings, it was still lacking. Qinzhe had thought of buying an office building. Based on the location here, a 50-story office building would cost less than 10 billion. Tianfang definitely had the funds. A few years ago, Big Boss Li of Hong Kong withdrew his investment and sold the 2 office buildings in Lijiazui to the China Bank for about 20 billion. The problem was that Tianfang didn't have many employees. 2 floors were enough. It wasn't worth it to spend a huge sum of money on an office building. Go to the recording studio? Qinzhe asked. His sister nodded. The recording studio. Can't help but become a stubborn fish, swimming against the current alone to the end. The vow I made when I was young. The silence of the deep sea. How do you feel? Qinzhe tossed a cigarette to the sound recordist. Because it was still in the practice stage, he treated it more casually. The sound recordist was flattered and caught the cigarette. He couldn't bear to smoke it. Qinzhe tossed a very ordinary cigarette to him. It wasn't enough. 20 yuan for a pack. Qinzhe's lifestyle was more simple. He didn't chase after luxury goods. After he became rich, he only wore more exquisite clothes. He didn't play with cars, antiques, yachts, or cigars. He didn't play golf or climb mountains like those rich people who flaunted their wealth. He didn't touch alcohol. When he smoked in university, he felt that smoking would make a man feel older. He really got addicted to smoking when he was in the stock market. That was definitely the time in his life when he posted pictures of feces on the wall. He couldn't wait to post pictures of feces on the wall and then shout, "I quit, I want to be a salted fish." He slept for 4 hours every night. Other than that, he did mathematical modeling, studied stocks, and crammed his knowledge. Only cigarettes were his companions during the long nights. Now, under his sister's restraint, he gradually quit smoking. He kept a pack of cheap cigarettes in his pocket. When the addiction kicked in, he would smoke one. The more you listen to it, the better it sounds, the sound engineer said. It's really good. It's like tea. If you can slowly taste it, then it's good tea. Some songs that are amazing at first listen are actually mostly songs that people drool over. After a long time, it's easy to forget, Qinzhe said. The sound engineer didn't understand, but it was awesome. Boss Qin, I'm just a sound engineer with a salary of a few 100,000 yuan. You don't have to tell me this. The singing in the studio stopped. After a few minutes of rest, they entered the next song. I once loved such a man. He said I was the most beautiful woman in the world. I kept my innocence for him. I closed the door to love others. Even though it wasn't the first time he heard this song, he was still stunned by the ethereal and gentle voice at the beginning. The sound engineer couldn't help but sit up straight. Qin Baobao's voice was really F***ing good. It could stir people's hearts. Qinzhe was slightly dazed. This song was actually quite good. It brought a little imagination into the song. Coupled with the gentle and slightly sad voice, it was very chewy. But this wasn't the reason why he chose this song. It was purely because he heard the first few lyrics that touched him a lot. I kept my innocence for him. I closed the door to love others. Chinze prepared a total of 4 songs for his sister this time. Silence. Perfume is poisonous. In my voice. When you're old. Plus love of a lifetime. There were 5 songs. Qin Baobao's musical talent was good. She learned songs relatively quickly. When she saw the song list, she was relieved. She was afraid that her brother would give her a few Cantonese songs. These songs weren't particularly amazing, but they were all long-lasting and wouldn't be easily eliminated by the market. Plus, Love of a Lifetime was the finale. There was absolutely no problem with the quality. After the 4 songs, Qin Baobao came out of the recording studio. Do you want to try? His sister suddenly asked. Try what? Chinze sat and looked up at her. I just suddenly thought of it. Do you want to add a song for me to sing? His sister asked with a smile. It's your album. Is it appropriate for me to sneak in? Chinze hesitated. Anyway, we have a chorus and we're one, so it's not a problem. It's more appropriate to change one to On the Same Boat, Chinze said. He pondered for a moment and was itching to try. He nodded. Okay, then I'll sing one. Chinze opened the point store and searched for a song he liked. Dusk. At this time, Su Jiao was also working hard in the recording studio at Royal Entertainment. Unlike her previous worries, she was now full of fighting spirit. The response of the title song was very good online. In fact, she had some confidence in her heart because there was a high-quality song in this single album. The other songs were also of good quality. They were definitely not popular songs. The songs for her were written by 2 well-known songwriters. She started preparing for this album in the second half of last year. It had been almost a year. See, the popularity of your title song doesn't lose to Love of a Lifetime at all. This is your strength. Qin Baobao and the others don't have a new title song, which means that they don't have a better song than Love of a Lifetime. In other words, the quality of this album isn't as good as we thought. Maybe we can win. That was what her manager and assistant said. Su Jiao was also smug. Maybe I can kill a god and prove my Dao. Even if I can't beat Qin Baobao, the difference won't be too big. That's still a gain. The industry had exaggerated Qin Baobao and his brother, but it wasn't difficult to contend with them. Su Jiao couldn't help but look forward to the album's release. In the recording studio, her singing inexplicably became lighter. Chapter 500. Near the end of work, Wang Zijin raised her head from a pile of documents and rubbed her swollen temples. Her eyes were tired. Managing a company was not easy. Although Wang Zijin boasted that she was smarter than Qin Baobao and Su Yu, there was no business option in her life plan. She chose the Chinese department of Peking University. Her grandfather trained her as a writer since she was a child. She couldn't be like Chinze. She didn't even have the opportunity to learn step by step. Purple crystal fell from the sky, directly became the CEO, married a little red guy. This was not there for the time being. Cross it out. But tired Wang Zijin enjoyed it. She regarded Purple Crystal as her and Chinze's future, and worked hard to manage it. The greater the influence of Amethyst, the higher her status would be. Ying Gui's entertainment company was just like that. She was taking the internet technology route. This road was definitely a brilliant road. Wang Zijin's strategic vision was better than Su Yu's. Su Yu's vision was limited to the business world, while her vision was focused on the direction of policy. One day she could punch Ying Gui and step on Su Teddy. If Nan Manpei's big-breasted wife also wanted to interfere, Wang Liangchen Zijin didn't mind accompanying her to the end. Wang Zijin's secretary walked into the office with a package in her arms. President Wang, your express delivery. Express delivery? Wang Zijin didn't remember when she had bought things online. She took the express delivery blankly. She looked at the address and the recipient. Yes, it was indeed sent to her. Wang Zijin took out a pen from the pen holder, poked a hole in the tape, and then cut it open. She opened it and looked at it. She quickly closed it and said lightly, "You go out first." The secretary nodded and turned away. After the secretary left, Wang Zijin got up and closed the office door. She returned to the table and looked at the express delivery package with a strange expression. She took a deep breath and opened it again. Wang Zijin looked at the things in the package, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. On the surface was a pair of handcuffs. They were made of aluminum and not steel. At first glance they looked exactly the same as real handcuffs. Wang Zijin was speechless. Utensil? Don't think I don't know what this is. If he said it out loud it would scare him to death. Wang Zijin sat at the table, resting her chin on one hand and tapping the table with the other. Who sent these things? An acquaintance? Strangers? If it was an acquaintance, the first person who would do this was Su Teddy. Wang Zijin had always judged Su Yu with the worst malice because they were competitors. The other competitor, Maggot Bao Bao, was eliminated. It wasn't that Wang Zijin looked down on her. That's right, she looked down on her. Maggot Bao Bao probably didn't even know the names of these things. If it was a stranger, what was his intention? Harass me? The appearance of all the employees in the company flashed through Wang Zijin's mind. She heard that the programming ape was the same kind of animal as the greasy otaku. Could it be their prank? Or even more sinister, using this kind of thing to molest me in disguise? As a clean and honest virgin, the daughter of a rich family, even if the little pervert tried his best, he still couldn't open the door for a long time. She was naturally furious to be sent such a disgusting thing out of the blue. She couldn't figure it out. Wang Zijin grabbed the landline on the table and called the property management. Express delivery was handled by the property management of the office building. If you contacted the express delivery yourself, the courier couldn't come in. After Wang Zijin asked and waited for a few minutes, the other side quickly replied that the express was sent from Beijing. This result made her stunned. If it was from Beijing, the number one suspect. There were a lot of unruly young masters in her circle of friends, but no one dared to send her this kind of thing. Zhao Taizhu. Wang Zijin dialed the phone. Sister Ziwei, it's rare to call your little henchman. I miss you so much. Zhao Taizhu said with a cheeky voice. Hee hee. Wang Zijin said gloomily. Damn Zhao Taizhu, how do you want to die? Huh. I don't want to die. Zhao Taizhu was at a loss. Wang Zijin went straight to the point. Did you send me an express delivery? Zhao Taizhu's voice suddenly became obscene. You received it? Are you satisfied? Wang Zijin gritted her teeth. Yes, very satisfied. Don't worry. When I get the 40-meter broadsword back to Beijing, I promise to let you run 39 meters first. Zhao Taizhu, this son of a bitch, the older he got, the more flirtatious he became. He even dared to flirt with his sister. No, Sister Ziwei, what do you mean? Zhao Taizhu said in an aggrieved and confused tone. Those things are all good and of good quality. I'll spit a mouthful of menstrual juice at you. Who gave you the courage to send me such things? Is it because I didn't kill you last time and you're itching for a beating? Do you want to taste the taste of despair? Qinzhe gave me the courage. Ah. Wang Zijin's anger was instantly extinguished. She frowned and said, Tell me clearly. It's a long story. Sister Ziwei, don't panic. Listen to me. Zhao Taizhu said, Last time, I was discussing the academic aspects of men with him. After we reached a happy consensus in the field of uniforms, we talked about the field of happiness buffs. Qinzhe doesn't know anything about this field. After listening to my teachings, he yearned for it and said that he wanted to see a wider sky. So I sent it to him. Wang Zijin looked at the happiness buff and gritted her teeth. Then why did you send it to me? Zhao Taizhu laughed and said, This thing, trust me, is a magical tool to strengthen your relationship. Qinzhe is now a big shot. There are many women who want to throw themselves at him. Don't you feel any pressure at all from those flirtatious sluts outside? Run, Zijin, take the happiness buff with you. Wang Zijin scolded, Get lost. Qinzhe and I haven't done that yet. What? Zhao Taizhu said in an incredulous tone. You two have met each other's parents and you haven't done that yet? Are you kidding me? Is it strange? Zhao Taizhu didn't say anything. Of course it's strange. We live in the same era, not in the Republic of China, right? Moreover, Zhao Taizhu felt that with his intuition as a man, Qinzhe didn't seem like an inexperienced virgin. Either Wang Zijin was shy and lying, or Zhao Taizhu said carefully, Sister Ziwei, why don't you look in the mirror? Wang Zijin. What do you mean? Zhao Tai. Look at the color of your hair? Wang Zijin. Get lost. Zhao Taizhu said. I'm not trying to drive a wedge between you two. But Qinze really doesn't seem like a virgin who hasn't slept with a woman. You should be more careful. At this time there was a knock on the door. Wang Zijin tilted her head, clamped the phone between her neck and freed her hands to hurriedly tidy up the happiness buff on the table. She threw it on the ground and kicked it under the table. I have something to do here. I'm hanging up. She hung up the phone and said without changing her expression, "Come in." The secretary opened the door and came in. "President Wang, it's time to get off work. Are you working overtime today? What's wrong?" Wang Zijin looked at the secretary. Wasn't it normal to work overtime in the IT industry? If you didn't want to work overtime, why would you be a programmer? The difference between a programmer and a greasy otaku was that one was in the company and the other was at home. However, a programmer's salary was very high, while a greasy otaku was living off his parents. Wang Zijin thought that if she had a son in the future and he became a programmer in the future, she would definitely beat him to death. The secretary said with a wry expression, "Just now several team leaders contacted me and asked if they could not work overtime today. They wanted to go home and wait for Qin Baobao's album to be released." Wang Zijin said angrily, "Can't it be the same in the company?" The secretary felt a chill in her heart for the programmers. Listening to President Wang's words, she wanted the programmers to work overtime until 12 o'clock? Maybe they feel too tired to work overtime and are not in the mood to stay up late to watch the album. The secretary argued. Wang Zijin's heart moved. "Okay, then we won't work overtime. Let's go when it's time." The secretary got the approval and went out to inform her. Wang Zijin looked down at the box of express delivery. It was not good to carry it out. Although others could not see it, she always felt strange. After work, she stayed in the office for half an hour to make sure that all the employees had left. Then she packed up and got off work. She put the box of happiness buffs in her travel bag and carried it out. After leaving the company, she went to the underground parking lot to pick up the car, Qin Baobao's little red pony. Qin Baobao rarely drove this little red pony. She threw the car key to Wang Zijin. It was now Wang Zijin's car. Chapter 501. The little red horse moved slowly with the traffic flow, driving and stopping, and finally got on the overpass. Even on the overpass the speed was not fast, and it kept between 30 and 40 yards. The car drove into the yin, an overpass, and stopped completely. Wang Zijin opened the navigation and looked at it. There was a traffic jam ahead about 3 or 4 miles away, and the route on the navigation was bright red. She was not in a hurry, there was a daily traffic jam. Anyway, she was used to it. In places like Shanghai and Beijing, it would be strange if there was no traffic jam in the evening rush hour. Wang Zijin held the steering wheel, her fingers tapped gently, and Zhao Tieju's words appeared in her mind. Qinze is not like a virgin who has never slept with a woman. It's terrible to think about it. Wang Zijin has always been a smart woman. She can see through the abnormal feelings of Ying monster and the little red guy, which is enough to explain it. Roll in the sheets? With whom? Ying Guai had said that Qinze had never had a serious girlfriend since he was a child. The only time was when he was in his second year of university. He had hooked up with a little cabbage, but she had ruined it. That day the sun was shining, and the white clouds were leisurely. Ying monster dressed up carefully. She rarely put on makeup. Her eyebrows were light, and her lips were red. When the pretty little girl appeared, she hugged Qinze's arm and said sweetly, "Husband, this is the coquettish bitch you hooked up with outside. She is not so good." At that time Wang Zijin had just come to Shanghai, and they slept on the same bed. Ying monster did not notice it. When she said this, her face was full of pride, the pride of the wife who defeated the mistress. At that time Wang Zijin's heart was a little strange. This should not be the expression that everyone should have. Moreover, thinking about it, this matter was actually very outrageous. As long as Qinze caught up with her to explain a few words, he could say that the pretty girl covered her ears and said that she did not want to listen to the tortoises chanting. If he explained strongly, it could still be explained. But the little red guy did not explain. It was terrible, right? It was terrible to think about it. The little cabbage that he just hooked up with, pass. Wang Zijin's mind inexplicably flashed Suyu's beautiful and refined face. Could it be her? She didn't suspect Nan Man Pei. Although Nan Man Pei's temperament and appearance were impeccable, Qinzhe and Nanman Pei hadn't spent much time together. Suyu was different. Suyu shamelessly came to the Qin family for dinner. He even wanted to freeload on the New Year's Eve dinner. Everyone knew Sima Zhao's intention. Suyu herself did not hide her covetousness for Qinzhe. She was Wang Zijin's most annoying competitor at present. It used to be a crying monster, but between the crying monster and the little red guy, it belonged to the sibling mutual control, and it was destined to have no result. Suyu is different. Maybe if she doesn't pay attention, the little red guy will be robbed by her. The little red guy's attitude towards Teddy Sue was also very strange. If he didn't like her, why did he let her pester him? It was worth pondering whether the little pervert was a man who liked to flirt with women. Could it be that they had already done it long ago? It didn't feel right. With Suyu's character, if this was the case, she would have run in front of her to show off. Qinzhe is my man, get out of here. Suyu would definitely do it. Wang Zijin actually didn't know that Suyu's appearance was a goddess. But in this love, she loved very humbly and carefully. It's not that she didn't want to, but she was afraid to force Qinzhe to make a choice. The person who was abandoned was her. She had always been the one who was abandoned, whether it was her father or her mother. Could also be a big treasure. Wang Zijin thought. The little red guy was 24 years old. It was the age when men's needs were the strongest. In the words of the internet, the cock was hard. In the absence of a girlfriend, it seemed reasonable to go to a big treasure once. The crying monster vowed that A's would not go to such a place. However, Wang Zijin felt that Ying was a stupid woman. She had never seen a woman who was so easy to coax. She was all smiles with just a few words. Even if the little red guy sent a big treasure once a week, the crying monster probably didn't know. But would the little red guy really go to such a place? Wang Zijin didn't quite believe it. But in fact, going to that kind of place was the best situation. If her boyfriend went to a big treasure, she would definitely be annoyed. Compared with him cheating with other women, the big treasure was simply negligible. With a woman's sixth sense, she felt that it might be Suyu, but it didn't make sense. The big treasure, with her understanding of Qinzhe, she couldn't be sure. There was another possibility that Zhao Taizhu thought too much. She definitely wouldn't sow discord. She trusted the man she trained herself. What was Zhao Taizhu's judgment standard? Was it flowery? If that was the case, the little red guy was innocent. He had always been the king of all mouths. Not only did he flowery to her, but he also often flowery to his sister. According to this logic, he couldn't have sex with the crying monster. What a joke. Wang Zijin couldn't figure it out no matter how much she thought about it. DDD. The harsh sound of the flute interrupted Wang Zijin's scattered thoughts and startled her. The road was clear, and the car in front had gone a long way. Damn your noise, no honking is allowed in the city. Wang Zijin lowered the window and scolded. She stepped on the accelerator and the car started. It was already 7:40 when they got home. They left the company at 6:30. The road was more than 10 kilometers and they drove for more than an hour. Wang Zijin grew up in the capital. She couldn't get used to the fast pace of life, and the big city life where traffic jams made her upset. Her biggest dream was to wander around the world with her beloved one day. The four seas were her home, and she could step on the great rivers and mountains of the motherland with her legs. Or find a quiet place to live, facing the sea and the spring flowers. Well, she knew that she was a hipster. Wang Zijin returned home. In the magnificent living room, the crystal chandelier was on, but there was no one in the living room. There was a strong fragrance in the air. She changed into slippers and entered the house. She looked around and saw Qinzhe standing outside the balcony, holding a blue bra in his hand and staring at it. Qinzhe looked upset and depressed. He was holding half a cigarette between his fingers. When he was collecting the clothes, he was holding the cigarette in his mouth and accidentally burned a hole in his sister's bra. He remembered that he bought this bra with his sister. It seemed to cost a few thousand yuan, but he couldn't remember the brand. He burned it, and a few thousand yuan went down the drain. He didn't know if his sister would scold him. What are you doing? Wang Zijin walked to the balcony expressionless. Ah. What are you holding in your hand? This is a big bra. Wang Zijin threw her bag at him. Qinzhe dodged and looked at her face for a moment. He said in annoyance. I was careless and burned a hole. Anyway, it's inside. It's not a problem. But I don't know if sister is still willing to wear it. Wang Zijin snatched the bra and said in annoyance, "Go away. We will collect the clothes ourselves." Qinzhe. Sister, when did you collect the clothes? When Qinzhe came out of the kitchen with dinner, Wang Zijin was holding 2 piles of folded clothes and walking to the room. The tight dress wrapped around her not so plump butt. It was very charming. Where's your sister? Wang Zijin stood at the table. There were 2 dishes and a soup. There was no chicken stewed with mushrooms. She went to shoot a commercial. She won't be back for dinner tonight. Qinzhe held 2 bowls of rice and pushed 1 bowl to Wang Zijin. After dinner they sat on the sofa and watched TV. Qinzhe reached out and put his arm around Wang Zijin's waist. Wang Zijin looked at him and let him hug her. The TV was showing the anti-Japanese war film. It told the story of the Japanese's tragic escape. Yin Huang and Huaxia were all heroes. Every one of them was a hero who tore the Japanese apart with their bare hands. They blocked bullets with darts, blew up planes with grenades and bombed bunkers with mortars. The Japanese finally escaped from Huaxia and returned to their homeland after 14 years with their tenacious spirit and unyielding will. Qinzhe was touched by the spirit of the Japanese. Sister Ziwei, didn't your grandfather fight in the anti-Japanese war? Is your grandpa really that awesome? Qinzhe laughed. The one who fought in the anti-Japanese war was my great-grandfather, not my grandfather. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. Your great-grandfather must be a martial arts master. Qinzhe gave her a thumbs up. No, I often heard my grandfather talk about the past when I was young. The Japanese army was very powerful. Whether it was strategy, military training, or combat ability, they were not something the national army could compare with. They were not something our party could compete with. Victory was won by piling up human lives. Later on, Old Eagle's bombing was the only thing that made Japan surrender. I see. In fact, Qinzhe knew all about it. He just wanted to use this as an excuse to start a conversation. Sister Ziwei, do you have something on your mind? After laying the groundwork, Qinzhe went straight to the point. Wang Zijin's bright eyes gazed at him for a long time. Nothing. She did not want to ask him directly. Are you still a virgin? Have you slept with a woman? Really? Yes. Please go ahead. Ace, do you have a problem with your sister? Sister Ziwei, why do you say that? Do you think I'm pretentious? No. Oh. Wang Zijin replied. Then I think I have no problem. Now let me ask you. Have you done anything wrong to me? It depends on what aspect. Qinzhe said calmly. In all aspects. No. Wang Zijin stared at him for a long time and nodded again. Oh. She tried to see guilt and panic in Qinzhe's eyes, but there was none. His eyes were too open. Wang Zijin dispelled her doubts for the time being. The silent confrontation between the couple ended with Qinzhe, who was proficient in acting, winning. Qinzhe hugged her and continued to watch TV. Just now, did I just walk through the gates of hell? He was lost in thought. Chapter 502. Did he do anything wrong to her? In all aspects. What other aspects could there be between couples? There must be. His and Suyu's matter was that he did something wrong to Sister Ziwei. Even though the first time was a mistake caused by alcohol, it seemed like all the messy plots started from alcohol, but this wasn't an excuse. Alcohol could make people excited, but if the man and woman really didn't like each other, they could choose not to make a mistake. Qinzhe did do something wrong to Wang Zijin because he had feelings for Suyu. Did the witty Sister Ziwei finally realize something? This matter sooner or later he would have a showdown. After that, Qinzhe was not sure what the situation would be, but it would definitely not be peaceful. Then his sister would definitely know. So it was like a domino effect. How would his sister react after knowing this? It could be expected that he would have to show another bigger card. He had not thought of how to show it yet. Long Outyin could easily solve it, but for Salted Fish Say, it might be a disaster. The most unforgivable thing in the world. Lubu. My penis, where is it? Diaochan, Brother Zilong. I feel sad just thinking about it. Sister Ziwei, what about you? Qinzhe asked. Wang Zijin was stunned and looked at him. Did you do anything wrong to me? Wang Zijin, who was supposed to have a clear conscience, suddenly panicked, which made Qinzhe's heart cold. No. Wang Zijin said. What do you mean? Don't you believe me? Qin Zhe smiled and shook his head. I believe you. Wang Zijin did not pursue the matter. She looked at the TV. Wang Zijin did have a guilty conscience about her relationship with Qin Zhe. Can you believe it? The main reason I agreed to be Qin Zhe's girlfriend was for Qin Bao. A long time ago, Wang Zijin noticed that her best friend's dependence and love for her brother seemed to have exceeded the category of an elder sister. It was not a big deal to have a brother complex. It would be fine as long as it was reversed. How to break it? A heart-to-heart talk was definitely out of the question. It would be very awkward to talk about this matter. It was not suitable to talk about it directly. If Qin Zhe had a girlfriend, that would probably solve the problem. Wang Zijin really thought so at that time. Of course she liked Qin Zhe. That was for sure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to be Qin Zhe's girlfriend. To what extent did he like her? She liked him so much that if Qin Zhe didn't like her, she would be very sad. But no matter what, Wang Zijin felt that this love was mixed with something else and was not pure enough. That was why she felt guilty. Slowly, her feelings were fermenting and heating up. She liked him more and more and couldn't bear to leave him. It was 9:30. Wang Zijin got up and rubbed her sore buttocks. I'm going to sleep. What about you? I'll help my sister browse the album tonight and then watch the results, Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin was slightly disappointed. Qin Baobao hadn't come back yet. He called home and said that the shooting of the advertisement didn't go well. It might be late. It was a heaven-sent opportunity. They could be intimate with each other and there was no third wheel in the way. But the little red guy's selective idiocy was really annoying. At 10 o'clock after washing up, Wang Zijin sat cross-legged on the bed. In front of her was the happiness buff sent by Zhao Taizhu. Was it really okay to use this banana? Wouldn't the pimple hurt? Wang Zijin picked it up and pressed the switch. The head of the banana turned into an eel, twisting and turning. She picked up the egg and pressed the switch. It buzzed. It looked so powerful. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Wang Zijin had seen the things in the box on the internet, but she had never had the chance to see the real thing. Now that she saw it, she felt it was quite interesting. She didn't feel shy. It was not the era before the reform and opening up. It was too fake to blush so easily. She was seriously thinking about the possibility that she would use these things. According to Taizhu, A seemed to like these things very much. Then in the future he would definitely use them, right? After fantasizing for a while, Wang Zijin's white face finally blushed. Sure enough, she still couldn't accept these things. She felt that they would be broken. It was too shameful. The most normal thing in the box should be the simulated handcuffs. If it was this, Wang Zijin could sacrifice it for love. She picked up the handcuffs, put the box back and played with the simulated handcuffs curiously. Although she was born in an official family, it was the first time she saw handcuffs. With a click on the TV, the criminal could be locked. She twisted her hands behind her back, then the handcuffs hit her wrists, and it would be automatically cuffed. Wang Zijin tried it once and handcuffed herself easily. She got out of bed barefoot and ran to the wardrobe to look in the mirror. In the mirror, she put her hands behind her back and wore a loose pajama. If she pulled down the pajama to show her shoulders and messed up her hair, it would be more tempting. The little red guy would definitely not be able to resist his sister's charm. Ha ha ha. Wang Zijin's footsteps were light and cheerful. She returned to the bed, turned around, and opened the lid with difficulty. Then she turned around to see where the key was. This kind of restraint was very inconvenient, but it was not a problem at all to find the key. Wang Zijin searched and searched, more serious than a little tadpole looking for its mother, but she couldn't find the key even though she was sweating. Where's the key? Where's the key? The lightness and joy just now disappeared in an instant. Wang Zijin was so anxious that she was sweating. There's really no key. Did the seller forget to put it in? Where did Zhao Taizhu buy it? I must give him a bad review. Wang Zijin was anxious. She threw herself on the bed and used her chin to light up the phone. Took her a few times to succeed. She hated that she didn't have Qin Baobao's chin that could poke people to death. Then she used the tip of her nose to enter the password. The whole process took her nearly 10 minutes. Ouch, my waist is about to break. She dialed Zhao Taizhu's number. When he picked up, Wang Zijin growled. Zhao Taif *CKU. Sister Ziwei, are you really cuckolded? Zhao Taizhu said in a low voice. Wang Zijin rarely cursed like this. She must have suffered a blow. Key. Wang Zijin asked repeatedly. Where's the key? What key? The key to the handcuffs. Isn't it in the box? Damn it, there's nothing in the box, okay? Zhao Taizhu was silent for a few seconds. Wait a minute, I'll look for it. About 5 minutes later, Zhao Taizhu said awkwardly. That. I left the key at home. It's just a small thing, I didn't pay attention. Wang Zijin. The key was really with Zhao Taizhu. Wang Zijin's last hope was completely destroyed. It was a very desperate thing. It was like not bringing the key when you went out. Moreover, you lived alone. Zhao Taizhu said guiltily. Why don't I mail it to you? Wang Zijin said angrily. How? It'll take 2 or 3 days to go from Beijing to Shanghai. Why don't you fold a paper airplane and put the key inside and let it fly? Zhao Taizhu UF** king tricked me again. Revenge is a dish best served cold. This is 20 years of hatred. Good taste. Wang Zijin was smart all her life, but she was stupid this time. She actually fell for Zhao Taizhu's trick. If she hadn't been distracted by these evil things, she would have searched for the key first with her astuteness. Zhao Taizhu said, Don't worry. Why don't you ask the property manager to break it for you? Wang Zijin. I can't afford to lose face like that. Zhao Taizhu. Then you can ask Qinzai to break it for you. Wang Zijin. You've watched too many movies. Zhao Taizhu. No, he can even break a porcelain cup. Try it. Wang Zijin. How should I explain these things? Zhao Taizhu. This question is the same as when my teacher asked me what kind of thoughts and feelings a poet had. Just answer it. Wang Zijin. Make it clear. Zhao Taizhu. Just make it up. Wang Zijin ended the call. Considering her dignified and elegant image, she couldn't make up her mind to look for Qinzai. If Qinzai asked her what these things were, how would the dignified and elegant Sister Ziwei answer? Qinzai. Sister Ziwei, what is this? Sister Ziwei. Rolling pin. Qinzai. Then why is there a small bump? Oh, it can move. Sister Ziwei. Electric rolling pin. Wang Zijin imagined the scene and shuddered. She wanted to pee. Chapter 503. Qinzai wasn't too nervous when his sister's album hit the shelves tonight. Ever since Qin Baobao appeared on the stage of Singer, she had experienced a lot of ups and downs in just 1 year. When had she ever been defeated? In the field of pop music, he wasn't Salted Fish Zai. He was Hei's king. He didn't care about a mere Su Jiao. Although the Water Army was crazily flattering Su Jiao, and the fans were encouraging her, creating the illusion that the two sides were equally matched. Everyone began to look forward to Su Jiao's and Qin Baobao's albums. Qin lonely seeking defeat Zai. A real man was confident. The reason why he was waiting for the album to hit the shelves and see the results was mainly because he also participated in this album. He didn't participate as a composer, but he sang a song in it. There was no such thing as showing one's divinity in front of people. Although the system said that he was a salted fish and didn't have the desire to show off, Qinzai actually had it. It was just that it wasn't obvious. He wanted to see the fans' evaluation of this album. He liked to see a group of salted fish shouting 666. As a salted fish, he would feel very happy and feel that he was the saltiest among the salted fish, the king of salted fish. Wait. Qinzai remembered Wang Zijin's tone and expression just now. He seemed to have missed something? Forget it, the album is important. Sister should be back by now. It's almost 10:30. On the other side, Wang Zijin sat in front of the toilet. She wrung her hands behind her back and struggled to take off her pants, but her hands were restrained by the handcuffs. She could only pull her pants down halfway and couldn't go any further. She couldn't pee either. Even going to the toilet had become an extravagant hope. Wang Zijin was like a fish thrown ashore, struggling in vain. Even if she succeeded in taking off her pants, it would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. She had to unlock the handcuffs. She gritted her teeth and left the toilet as fast as she could. She returned to the room and put away the box of happiness buffs, and hid it well. Poor Sister Ziwei's legs trembled slightly. She walked out of the room and walked to the living room with her back against the wall. She stuck her head out and shouted at Qinzai, who was playing with his phone. Ace? Ah, Sister Ziwei. Your face is so pale. What's wrong? Qinzhe walked over with concern, holding his bladder. Wang Zijin thought to herself. I might have run into some trouble, Wang Zijin stammered. With me around, no trouble will be a problem, Qinzhe said. Wang Zijin bit her lip. With a hesitant and awkward expression, she silently turned around. Qinzhe was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, "What's going on? Where did you get the handcuffs?" If he was not mistaken, the thing on Wang Zijin's hands were handcuffs, right? It was shiny and looked like the real thing, but when Qinzhe took a closer look, it turned out to be a simulation. Its surface was painted bright, making it look like a bit of steel, but when he looked closer, he could see that it was fuel. Wang Zijin's face reddened to the roots of her neck. She said in a flustered tone, "This was given to me when I was shopping at the mall last time. Which store would be so smart as to give such things?" Qinzhe was puzzled. So your ass. Hurry up and find a way to undo it." Wang Zijin's body trembled uncontrollably as she spoke. To use a common saying in the national football team, Wang Zijin did not have much time left. "Oh, give me the key." "No key." "Huh. No key." Wang Zijin's voice trembled. To Qinzhe's ears, her voice was trembling shyly. At this moment, thinking that he had missed Wang Zijin's hint, Qinzhe was enlightened. Playing with this. Was Sister Ziwei so open-minded? Naughty, really naughty. Qinzhe chuckled. I know. You don't have the key, right? Come to the room. Big brother will teach you how to unlock it. Wang Zijin felt that his tone was a little off. She did not think much about it and allowed him to pull her into the room. After entering the room, Qinzhe suddenly picked her up and threw her onto the bed without any pity. Wang Zijin almost cried. This was definitely an internal injury. She could not hold it in any longer. What was worse was that Qinzhe pounced on her like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. "Ew, do you want to die?" Wang Zijin sobbed. "Where does it hurt? Let me rub it for you." Qinzhe smirked. "I asked you to come here because I can't find the key." Wang Zijin panted. I know. What do you know? I need to go to the toilet. Do you understand?" Wang Zijin said angrily. Qinzhe's hand paused and looked at her blankly. "I asked for your help because I need to go to the toilet." Wang Zijin buried her face in the blanket. Qinzhe. So that was it. How awkward. Hurry, I can't hold it in any longer. Qinzhe carried Wang Zijin out of the room and rushed to the toilet. Hold it in. 5 seconds to the battlefield. Before entering the toilet, Qinzhe suddenly paused. There was a question in his mind. Was it really not on purpose? How could she lose the key and not be able to find it? Didn't she look at it before putting on the handcuffs? Did not make sense. Hurry up. Wang Zijin urged him in a low voice. Her face was like a red apple. Her round oval face was very cute. His hand, which was supposed to be an experienced driver, rested on the waist of her pants and trembled slightly. This felt like his first love. The first time he held a girl's hand, the first time he kissed a girl's lips, the first time. Only Wang Zijin could give him this feeling. Only she. Wang Zijin probably sensed his nervousness and saw his trembling hands. She felt that it was funny, and the corners of her lips curled up. Hurry up. Her tone was a little playful. Oh. Qinzhe closed his eyes the whole time. Listening to the sound of water, many famous poems floated through his mind. Done, Wang Zijin said. Qinzhe replied with an "oh" and helped her put on her pants. However, Wang Zijin did not get up. She said, "There's one more step." Qinzhe. Where did the step come from? Wasn't the next step to put on pants? I graduated with a bachelor's degree. Don't lie to me. Wang Zijin's gaze on the tissue gave Qinzhe the answer. So that's it. Qinzhe immediately understood. No wonder his sister Suyu and sister Ziwei all had a pack of tissue in their bags. They had a long posture again. He took a few tissues. Suddenly, he heard his sister's voice from the living room. Little red guy? Zijin? Are you asleep? The TV in the living room is still on. Qinzhe's scalp went numb. Wang Zijin's expression changed. Hurry up. Chapter 504. The timing of his sister's return was too coincidental. Did she install surveillance cameras in the house? Before he could savor the erotic moment, Qinze hurriedly wiped himself and said, "I'll go out first." Wang Zijin grabbed his hand and said anxiously, "Don't let your sister know." Qinze was at a loss. Wang Zijin said in a low voice, "It'll be hard to explain if she sees me like this. I don't care if she laughs at me, but don't treat her like a fool. It's best not to tell anyone about this." She was not talking about Qinze helping her to the toilet, but the handcuffs which should not be exposed to the public. It was inevitable that Qin Baobao would think of something. Anyone who knew the use of the imitation handcuffs would be able to guess it in a minute. However, she still did not want to be seen like this. Not only was it embarrassing, but she could not let her competitors see her like this. Otherwise, she would feel guilty in the future. The toilet door was not closed. Fortunately, it was not closed. Otherwise, with good soundproofing, they would not be able to hear the movement in the living room. Qinze dashed out in a flash. After he left, Wang Zijin suddenly realized something. She had not put on her pants. Wang Zijin. What the F***ck? Wang Zijin had cursed more tonight than in the past 10 years. She ran to the door and stuck her head out to look. There was no one in the corridor. She immediately rushed out and ran back to her room. She bumped her butt against the door. Her butt was cold. Then she curled up on the bed. She twisted and turned under the blanket and barely managed to put her pants back on halfway. She could not go any further. Wang Zijin curled up in the quilt and gasped for breath. She had 1,000 curses in her heart. This would definitely be the most devastating night of her life. And the long night had just begun. In the living room, Qinze greeted his sister who had returned home. "So late?" He hung his sister's bag on the clothes rack. "It's all that director's fault." Qin Baobao sat cross-legged on the sofa and complained. "He said that my dance was too perfunctory and not bold enough. He even asked me to wear shorts and a belly-button outfit." "That's too much," Qinze said. "Which company are they from? Let's see if I don't short their shares." After that, we negotiated. "Anyway, I don't wear that kind of revealing clothes." Qin Baobao snorted. In fact, when it came to shorts, his sister often wore pleated short skirts and denim shorts in the summer. She didn't seem embarrassed when she went out. Perhaps it was because she wore this in front of the camera and had to do some shameful dance poses, which made her feel disgusted. After some discussion, we'll forget about the shorts and belly-button outfit. As compensation, I'll perform some hot dances. Qin Baobao said. In the future, we won't accept any advertisements from them. We'll just blacklist them. Do you think I'm the same as those celebrities who don't have the right to speak? Yes. You have such a bad conscience. Qinze said. He felt that maybe the other party's request was just a little high, but it wasn't too much. If the request was too much, with his sister's personality, she would just walk away. It was just compensation. Tianfeng didn't lack money. Since they could talk for so long, it meant that the request was still within her tolerance range. Maybe the other party was still complaining in his heart. Blacklist Qin Baobao. I've never seen such a big-name celebrity. Many female celebrities, especially those who were beautiful and had good figures, more or less had to make some sacrifices on the screen. This was why Qinze, who had always been lazy, was willing to work hard to protect his sister one day. If they were still in star art, his sister would probably have to compromise. The old driver, President Huang, could protect her from the unspoken rules, but he definitely wouldn't care about such a small matter. If she didn't cooperate, then negative news about Qin Baobao acting like a big shot would probably spread everywhere. This kind of acting like a big shot with a bottom line was actually a good thing. What a hot dance. How do you do it? Qinze chuckled. Just like that. Qin Baobao shook her butt and chuckled. Since his sister was so playful, Qinze followed suit. He used his fingers like a sword and poked her waist. Qin Baobao hid on the small sofa and screamed. She begged for mercy for a long time before Qinze finally let her go. Where's Wang Zijin? His sister tidied her messy hair. Sleeping, Qinze said. At this time, Sister Ziwei should have returned to her room. He felt like he had forgotten something. Qin Baobao was relieved. She wrapped her legs around his waist and looked at him silently. You want to learn kissing skills? She nodded. No. Qinze smiled wickedly. Then get lost. Qin Baobao pushed his chest angrily. Qin Zhe obediently rolled to the other side of the sofa. His sister said angrily, get lost, get lost, get lost further away. Qin Zhe discovered another terrible thing. Or perhaps it wasn't that terrible. After that night, his relationship with his sister had changed a lot. His sister wasn't like his sister anymore. Fine, she had never acted like a sister before. However, the whining monster, who was usually satisfied with just ordinary intimacy, now had a bigger appetite. She didn't care about hugging and hugging anymore. Woman, your name is greed. Why did he say another bad thing? It was because there was another bad thing. Sister Ziwei seemed to have noticed something. Come here, I have something to tell you. Qin Baobao couldn't really get angry with her brother, because she cared too much about him. She would miss him if she didn't talk for a while. Say it. Bai Jie contacted us again. Qin Baobao had a expression on her face. Did Abin contact us? Qin Zhe asked. Qin Baobao was confused. What does it have to do with Abin? Besides, who is Abin? Huang Yuting's agent. Bai Jie is Su Yunhan's agent, right? Why did she call? Do she want to ask for a song again? Yes. Tell them I'm not free. You write songs fast. It's okay to sell her a song. Qin Baobao said. No. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks and was a little angry. She and Su Yunhan were good friends, the kind that was better than ordinary friends. Even if they didn't work in the same company now, they often contacted each other in private. Su Yunhan was also very good at dealing with people. When she went on business trips in China, she would send some local products to Qin Baobao. When she went on business trips abroad, she would bring back some high-end cosmetics, perfume, facial masks, and so on. These were all things that couldn't be bought in China. Qin Baobao thought that it would be easy for her to get a song for Bai Jie with some pillow talk. But she didn't expect that pillow talk couldn't reach her brother's ears at all. She also didn't think that as an elder sister, how could she have pillow talk? Writing songs is actually very brain-intensive. Qin Zhe tried to explain to his sister. Don't think that I'm fast, but my output is not less than others. Think about it. What others take a long time to compose, I can compose it in a few minutes or even shorter. In a fixed time, others only have one output, but I have 2 or 3 outputs. This means that I consume more energy than others. Men can't do whatever they want just because they're young. They have to know how to take care of themselves. Otherwise, I might go bald early or something. Is that so? Yes, you don't want me to go bald, right? Then I'll help you reject her. Qin Baobao felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell. Amidst the commotion, the digital album was finally released. Chapter 505. It was the second album in her life, so the anticipation was stronger than the tension of the arena battle that everyone was talking about. But unlike Qin Zhe's confidence stemmed from the transcendence of hacks. Qin Baobao wasn't a hacks, and she didn't know that her younger brother was a hacks, so she was a little nervous. Guarding the album and waiting for the results, she was a little nervous. After all, Su Jiao's momentum wasn't small. But more than that, she was looking forward to whether she could break the record. For this reason, she opened her sister's big red laptop. After they had money, they changed everything at home. Qin Zhe and her 2 cell phones were given to Su Yu and her brother, and the laptop was also given to them. The cousins were very happy. Qin Baobao originally gave Su Yu clothes that weren't cheap and were 80% new, but she was an 18-year-old girl whose body hadn't fully developed yet, so she didn't want them. In fact, Qin Zhe felt that she probably wouldn't wear them in the future. With Su Yu's body, she was already 18 years old, but it seemed that she was still hovering between A and B. If she could have a C in the future, uncle and aunt would burn incense and pray to Buddha for blessing. How could she wear the clothes of a D-level big shot? Speaking of which, his uncle couldn't hold back his restless heart and wanted to go out and play. He was busy before, plus his uncle, who wasn't good at literature or martial arts, so his previous experience in the business world was probably already outdated. What could he do? Qin Zhe remembered that he wanted to buy an electronic product processing factory, and handed it over to Su Yu. But Su Yu didn't know anything about the industry and had no connections, so this matter had been delayed. Why don't you let uncle try it? Regardless of whether he can find it or not, just treat it as drawing a big pie and letting him wander around aimlessly. In short, don't be idle. I'll still give him the money, And I can also give him an empty position with no real power. Qin Zhe thought evilly. As soon as the album hit the shelves, Qin Baobao began to compare her and Su Jiao's sales. Qin Baobao's single album, a total of 6 songs, was priced at 25 yuan, with an average of 4 yuan per song. Su Jiao's single album had a total of 5 songs and was priced at 15 yuan, with an average of 3 yuan per song. This was the gap between them. Su Jiao was naturally very famous in the music industry, but compared to Qin Baobao, she was still lacking by quite a bit. There was nothing wrong with saying that Qin Baobao was the most popular singer in the entertainment industry recently. Compared to those heavenly queens who had been famous for a long time, the only thing she lacked was her accumulated reputation. In layman's terms, she lacked experience. Moreover, this qualification was not the qualification of works, but the qualification of age. In terms of works, there weren't many heavenly queens who could compete with her. Qin Baobao debuted a year ago and sang more than 20 songs, each of which was a hit all over the country. None of them were not popular. Which heavenly queen would have a dozen or 20 songs that were sung from north to south of the river? In the entertainment industry, she could be said to be a miracle created by Qin Zhe. Such a legendary experience was widely spread in the entertainment industry and among fans. Qin Baobao refreshed the page every 10 minutes, and every time her album was refreshed, the sales volume would increase by tens to tens. According to this speed, about 1,000 copies would be sold in an hour, and 100 to 200,000 copies would be sold in a day. However, the actual sales volume definitely couldn't be calculated like this, so it was hard to say whether she could break the record of her first album. Unexpectedly, Su Jiao's album's growth in a short period of time was not the slightest bit worse than hers. Both were in the hundreds and there was only a difference of tens of album sales. This meant that as long as there were fans who refreshed it a few times, they could immediately catch up to Qin Baobao. Come on everyone, do your best. Catching up to Qin Baobao will be a matter of minutes. The quality of Jiao Jiao's album is surprisingly good. Maybe she can really beat Qin Baobao. I went over to take a look and there's only a difference of less than 100 copies. In the comments section below the album, the number of fan comments kept increasing. Some praised it for its beauty, and some encouraged fans to refresh the album to beat Qin Baobao. Haha, we really surpassed her. Now we're in the lead. Amazing, Su Jiao has proven herself. This is just the beginning. Don't worry everyone, keep calm. Half an hour later, to most people's surprise, Su Jiao's album sales actually exploded. Not only did she not pull away from Qin Baobao, but she also overtook her. Although the margin was not large, the fans were deeply encouraged, and the onlookers who were waiting for the album late at night were shocked. Ah, the enemy is coming aggressively, the situation is not good, my king. Qin Baobao held a plate of grapes, frowning and spitting out the seeds. Guess how many of her album sales are refreshed? Qin Zhe picked a grape and threw it into his mouth. Anyway, it won't be less. But it'll be tonight at most. If they continue to refresh, it will be a lot of blood. I actually hope they will continue to refresh. With Qin Zhe's and Qin Baobao's popularity, their sales actually couldn't beat Su Jiao's. It was too fake. Royal Entertainment must be refreshing the album. Under normal circumstances, the entertainment company would help those little fresh meat who just debuted and had potential to promote their album. But Su Jiao had been famous for a long time, so her potential to rise was not big. Unless she had the support of a royal composer like Qin Zhe. If Royal Entertainment forcefully blew up Su Jiao's album for the sake of personal feelings, how much money would they have to spend if they knew that her opponent was baby Qin? It was not worth it at all. So Qin Zhe speculated that they would only refresh the album tonight, and it was impossible to continue. If they really did continue, he would be happy to treat it as cheating Royal Entertainment of a large sum of money. However, his sister's legend of invincibility in the music industry would be shattered. At a high-end apartment, Su Jiao rarely stayed up late today. She curled up on the soft sofa, the air conditioner blowing cold air, a cup of coffee on the glass coffee table in front of her, and a notebook on her lap. She was very happy in her heart. The company revealed that they would help her, and the effect was very obvious. Now Weibo and album reviews were very popular, and the fans were very enthusiastic. Even the onlookers felt that Su Jiao's album was very awesome and super awesome. Even better than Qin Bao Bao. What she wanted was this momentum. One person spread to 10, 10 to 100, and more people would come and buy her album. It was fine that the quality was not as good as Qin Bao Bao's. As long as her popularity increased, more people would buy her album, and the sales would naturally rise, possibly reaching a peak in her life. This was the result of Royal Entertainment's discussion. They were secretly adding fuel to the fire and taking advantage of this opportunity to hype up public opinion against Qin Bao Bao. If the hype this time was successful, her fame would rise to another level. Su Jiao debuted after winning the championship of a singing talent show and signed a contract with Royal Entertainment. It had been almost 10 years. After her fame reached its peak, she started to decline like most of the senior singers. It was a fate that every celebrity could not escape. Among the current singers, the most popular one should be Qin Bao Bao, followed by some of the little fresh meats who had risen in recent years. As the saying goes, each new generation excels the previous one. No one could remain popular forever. To Su Jiao, there was still a certain amount of room for improvement in her career, and the opportunity in front of her was right in front of her. Not long ago, Tianfeng had contacted her and wanted to poach her over. Wasn't this a joke? Why would I go over for no reason? Wasn't it quite comfortable here? She was glad that she made the choice, or else she would have missed this opportunity. It was 2 in the morning, and her album sales had already reached 30,000, while Qin Bao Bao's was 28,000. She had been suppressed all this time. Su Jiao yawned, closed her notebook and prepared to sleep. She was looking forward to the surprise tomorrow when her album sales far surpassed Qin Bao Bao's. At home, Qin Zhe watched the data on the computer alone. His sister was sleeping on the sofa with her head resting on his lap. She slept peacefully, and her delicate facial features were like a still painting. Seeing this scene, Qin Zhe suddenly thought of a sentence. She's just lying quietly like this with a serene expression, as if she's just sleeping. Isn't there something wrong with this sentence? His sister's album was selling well, but the premise was that Su Jiao, that brush, was excluded. Qin Zhe saw the fans' praises as he wished. The comments were all saying that his dusk was really good, and the single was looped, which was a pleasant surprise. At the same time, they also expressed concern about the album's lagging behind sales, saying that the album's quality was obviously not as good as Qin Bao Bao's, so why were the sales so high? Qin Zhe estimated that the album's sales wouldn't be recovered tonight. Not every fan liked to stay up late, but it didn't matter. He wasn't in a hurry at all. He explained with a proper idiom. There's still plenty of time in the future. He carried his sister back to the room to sleep and patted her face. Wake up. You don't seem to have brushed your teeth and washed your face. Qin Bao Bao opened her eyes and closed them again. She muttered in a coquettish tone. It's the same if I brush my teeth tomorrow morning. I didn't eat anything at night. Whatever. Qin Zhe said. I'll help you put your pajamas on the bedside. You can change by yourself. His sister curled up in the quilt. And Qin Zhe, who was going back to the room to sleep, suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten his sister Ziwei. He had to hurry over and take a look. Hopefully she didn't wet the bed. Chapter 506. At 2:30 in the morning it started to drizzle. Cool wind blew in from the window and the curtains fluttered. Qin Zhe closed the window and left the room quietly. He opened the door to Wang Zijin's room quietly. Wang Zijin was curled up with her back facing the door. She seemed to be asleep. Qin Zhe closed the door and turned up the temperature of the air conditioner. He lifted the quilt and got in. He hugged her and whispered, Sister Ziwei, are you asleep? He touched Wang Zijin's butt. It was smooth and bouncy. It felt good to the touch. What happened? Did she not put on her pants properly? Wang Zijin was in a daze. She woke up when Qin Zhe got into bed. Wang Zijin felt bitter. She held back her pee and forced herself to sleep. She did not sleep well. She almost burst into tears when she smelled his familiar scent and a faint smell of tobacco. Why did you come so late? Don't come. We're done. She turned over and hit Qin Zhe's chest with her head. Qin Zhe was caught off guard. They had not seen each other for a few hours, but she acted as if she had been wronged. I sent you so many messages and called you so many times. Didn't you see it? I typed those words word by word with my chin, you bastard. Wang Zijin's face was covered in tears. My phone. I left it in the room. She was speechless. If she was not afraid of being seen by Qin Bao, she would have rushed out and beat Qin Zhe up. She would hit him with her feet and make him lick her feet. She was so angry. What's the use of having you, you fake boyfriend? Don't you know that I'm handcuffed? I have to pee at night. Don't you know that? You only know how to flirt with your sister. I'm not flirting. Qin Zhe explained weakly. Don't talk nonsense. Help me pull up my pants and take me to the bathroom. Wang Zijin knocked her head hard against Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe immediately carried her out of the room. The first time it was unfamiliar, the second time it was familiar. This saying was not wrong at all. When he helped Sister Xian take off her pants again, Qin Zhe was already very familiar with it and was very straightforward. Wang Zijin didn't close her eyes shyly, but her face was still a little red. In fact, couples of their age had already bid farewell to their youthful love in school. They had already done what they needed to do. They should talk about houses, cars, weddings, and supporting the elderly. If they felt that they could live on, they should get married. If they were not satisfied with the future, they should break up. The difference between a couple and a husband and wife was actually a certificate. Otherwise, why would people say that this was an era of gunfire? Back in the room, Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time in her life, she felt so relieved to go to the bathroom. He could finally have a good night's sleep. I won't run tomorrow. She wrapped herself in the quilt and showed her head. Oh, it's okay. Qin Zhe nodded. The point of running was to keep fit. It was too pretentious to pursue persistence. Do you want to drink water? Qin Zhe saw her lips were dry and asked. Wang Zijin was a little hesitant. She didn't drink a drop of water last night, so going to the bathroom was an extravagant hope. Then, what if I want to go to the bathroom again? She felt wronged. I'll accompany you tonight. Okay, fill it up for me. Wang Zijin gulped down the whole glass of water and burped comfortably. The two lay on the bed. Wang Zijin turned her back to Qin Zhe. After a while she didn't feel sleepy. Qin Zhe didn't feel sleepy either. He held her waist with one hand and lingered on her lower abdomen with the other hand. Move back a little. Wang Zijin suddenly said softly. You're pushing against me. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Do you feel my stalwart body? After all, we're from 100 Herb Garden to Sanwei Study. No, we're 20,000 miles under the sea. Qin Zhe chuckled. It was normal to have a reaction. After all, he was a salted fish transformed from an eel. If he didn't have a reaction, his sister would panic. Wang Zijin's shyness instantly disappeared. She thought to herself, is he crazy? What kind of description is that? What about my handcuffs? Wang Zijin was worried. Ask the property management for help tomorrow. Qin Zhe said. He didn't know what the handcuffs chains were made of. It seemed to be an alloy that was harder than aluminum but not as hard as steel. No, how embarrassing would that be? Wang Zijin shook her head violently. Her hair slapped Qin Zhe's face. Qin Zhe tilted his head back. That's true. He pondered and nodded. Imitation handcuffs, everyone knew what it was for. Moreover, it was a beauty like Wang Zijin. Maybe in the future, the property management circle of Royal View Mansion would have another topic to talk about. The resident who lived in room 1802 of Building 9 lost his handcuff key while having a shameful party. Ha ha ha. He really couldn't afford to lose that person. Moreover, his face was known by all the people in the country. Wouldn't that be a scandal? Can you break it? Wang Zijin asked expectantly. I certainly can't break it. Qin Zhe said righteously. As he spoke, he did his best to bully Sister Zijin, making her arrogant little ball change into all sorts of different shapes in his palm. Mitsui really had a great awareness. Playing ball was every man's dream. Then what should we do? Wang Zijin said with a crying tone. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll go to the property management to borrow pliers. Qin Zhe said. You can't bring anyone up. Wang Zijin said worriedly. Then tell me first, where did the handcuffs come from? You're so annoying. Go to sleep. Wang Zijin felt guilty, so she simply pretended to be unruly. Anyway, being unruly and willful was the patent of girlfriends. It was also great to learn to be a whiny monster occasionally. He knew that this little red guy was not easy to fool. In addition, the box in the cabinet, He would throw it away tomorrow morning. Wang Zijin already had a psychological shadow of this thing. The shadow was as large as the basketball court. She would never accept these things in the future. As a compromise of unruly and willful, she did not oppose Qinzai's naughty actions. She just twisted a few times when Qinzai's hand slipped into her pajama pants to protest. Or she twisted a few times to protest when he teased her until her whole body became soft. But the protest effect was minimal. She was bound and could not resist at all. She was like a virgin girl who was taken home by a bully and could only be molested by him. Different from a good girl, Wang Zijin felt quite comfortable. She didn't know how long she was tortured. When Wang Zijin woke up, the sky outside the window was dark. The bedside lamp emitted a dim light. There was still some time before dawn. She woke up because she was tired. Can you imagine sleeping with her hands twisted behind her back? She slept on her side. After a while, her arms were sore and painful from the pressure. She slept while lying down. She couldn't sleep at all. Not only did her hands hurt, but her back was also very uncomfortable. She slept while lying down. Ouch, her neck was broken. Wang Zijin slept for 2 hours in the constantly changing sleeping positions. It was now 4:30 in the morning. She wanted to wake Qinzai up, but she thought that it was useless for him to wake up. And the two of them would suffer together. It was better to let him rest more. Under the dim light of the bedside lamp, Wang Zijin listened to his breathing and stared at Qinzai's face in a daze. This face was actually not handsome enough to attract people. When she first saw Qinzai, she didn't think that Qinzai was handsome, but he was very pleasing to the eye. Later she found that this guy had become more handsome. But Wang Zijin had still seen many men more handsome than Qinzai. Fortunately, she was not a person who cared about appearances. Otherwise she would not have met him. Even if she met him, he might not be a virgin. Wang Zijin picked men based on her feelings. Whoever she liked and had a compatible personality would slowly ferment and ferment. Just like a jar of old wine, the longer it was, the more fragrant it would be. She was indeed like this for Qinzai. The longer she spent time with him, the more she loved him. Sometimes she felt that the strange brother complex of the Ying monster should have originated from this. Because the Ying monster was also a person who was deeply in love over time. Wang Zijin was such a proud person. And Qin Baobao was such a heartless person. The two of them could become best friends not just because they were desk mates. It must be because their personalities and ideals were compatible. However, even if they were deeply in love over time, the person they slept with should not be the younger brother. Wang Zijin also had cousins. Wang Zijin felt that it might be because the Ying monster was too dependent on the younger brother. But she also felt that something was wrong. She had read a book before. The book said that the happiest thing in the world was to be able to see the face of the person you loved before you went to bed and after you woke up. Wang Zijin leaned against Qinzai's face, resisting the increasingly sore arm. At 5:30, her cell phone alarm rang. According to the normal biological clock, she should have woken up at this time, accompanied Qinzai out for a run, and watched the sun rise. For Wang Zijin at this time, the sound of the alarm was like a savior. She could not help but shed tears of gratitude. Qinzai frowned. The alarm woke him up. The moment he opened his eyes, he found that Sister Ziwei, who was sharing the bed with him, was staring at him with dim eyes. He was startled. "You woke up so early? What do you mean early? I've never slept with you." Wang Zijin sniffled sadly. "How can I sleep? I'm in so much pain. I want to die." The number of times Wang Zijin acted coquettishly today was comparable to the total number of times she acted in a week. Qinzai was very pleased. So he asked with concern, "What's wrong? It hurts so much." "Let me see." Qinzai helped her sit up. He scratched his head and touched her arm bone. Last night he slept around 2:30. Now it was 5:30. He was also very sleepy and in a daze. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Wang Zijin gasped. Not only was it painful, but it was also numb. It was like squatting in the toilet for too long, and the blood flow in the legs was not smooth. It was a very sour feeling. With the light of the bedside lamp, Qinzai saw that Wang Zijin's left arm was red and swollen. Then he looked at her frowning with tears in her eyes. His heart ached. He yawned and complained, Let's see if you will play with this kind of broken thing in the future. She even lied to him that it was a gift from the mall. Who would believe her? Didn't she know that men were very sensitive to this kind of thing? Chinze held the chain with both hands. His finger bones exerted force, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. His face also looked ferocious. Crack! With a crisp sound, the chain made of an unknown alloy broke under his monstrous strength. After doing all this, he grabbed Wang Zijin's hand and clamped the handcuffs with both hands. Once again, he gritted his teeth and exerted force silently. The aluminum handcuffs were broken by him with brute force. It was much easier than the chain. After breaking the other handcuffs, Chinze let out a long sigh of relief. It's okay. I'll help you massage your arm. After the blood circulation it will be fine. Chinze had just finished speaking when, in his mind, the system suddenly gave him a notification. Ding! From Wang Zijin's distress plus 99,999. Chinze. F***ck it's over. His mind instantly cleared up. Chapter 507. It's not good. Chinze shivered. Sleepiness made his brain numb, and now he was fully awake. In fact, the handcuffs could be broken. When he saw that it was made of aluminum, he knew it in his heart. Why did he lie to Sister Ziwei that he couldn't break it? Of course it was to take advantage of her. Last night he had a great time. Sister Ziwei was held in his arms like a doll, and he could do whatever he wanted. Now it's all exposed. Sister Zian had suffered a lot last night, and she had nowhere to vent her anger and resentment. Now she had suddenly bumped into the muzzle of the gun. Chinze panicked in his heart. Host, you are naughty. The system's voice gloated. No matter what, we have common interests. Can't you give me a hint? Chinze said. Besides, what is negative emotion? Oh, it's the signature feature of a cheating system. What system? I don't want to talk about it. It reminds me of the unbearable past. I'm too lazy to ask. Anyway, it's not strange that this low-level guy was scolded by the system every day. Wang Zijin sat on the bed, looked down at the handcuffs that were regarded as scrap, and then looked at Chinze. Her eyes were full of gloominess. I definitely can't break it. I can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about it. If I remember correctly, that's what the little bumpkin replied to me last night. If I'm not mistaken, it was the little bumpkin who broke the chain and the handcuffs with his bare hands just now. Wang Zijin's smile gradually disappeared. Jif recalling the torture last night and the burning pain at the moment, she felt that there was a primitive power boiling in her dantian. I treated you as my boyfriend, but you tricked me? Wang Zijin's current state of mind could be described with the lyrics. Don't ask the person who loves me the most how deeply he hurt me. The reality is always too cruel. Chinze sensed the surging power in Wang Zijin's eyes. He paraphrased a line that was very popular on the internet recently. At that time the sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from my throat, but in the next second the sword's mistress would chop me into salted fish and minced meat. Ayaya, I didn't know I had such great strength. I can actually break steel with my bare hands. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Sister Ziwei, are you shocked? Chinze displayed his perfect acting skills. But now, even his godly acting skills couldn't save him. Wang Zijin. I feel like my intelligence has been severely insulted. Chinze was speechless. What do I do? I'm done for. Chinze said. This is really a misunderstanding. I didn't expect it to be like this. If I had known that I could crush this thing, I wouldn't have let Sister Ziwei suffer so much. Wang Zijin. Honest people don't pretend to be bad asterisks. Chinze sighed and lowered his head. Sorry, I was wrong. Wang Zijin took a deep breath. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Chinze nodded. In front of Sister Ziwei, it was better not to be mischievous and admitted obediently. It would look better if he died. So, you still have a lot of opinions about me. No. If you don't have any opinions about me, is that how you set me up? Wang Zijin said faintly, you will lose me like this. Chinze was speechless. Fine, a real man should be brave enough to admit what he did. Sister Ziwei, I was wrong. Even if you ask me to kneel on the keyboard, I won't refuse. Chinze took a step back in order to advance. Wang Zijin touched her chin and nodded slightly. That's a good idea. Qin Zhe. Wait for me. Wang Zijin lifted the quilt, got out of bed and went out. A moment later, she returned to the room with the keyboard. Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. You really want me to kneel on the keyboard? I was just casually saying it. Wang Zijin threw the keyboard beside the bed and said lightly, You can kneel. My hands were so sore last night. You should have a taste. After you kneel, we'll move on. I'm very generous and won't fuss over such a small matter. Qin Zhe said seriously, I won't kneel. When he didn't have a girlfriend, he often saw a group of men who were more obedient than huskies after being scolded by their girlfriends and wives on the internet. They complained that their wives made them kneel on the keyboard and deducted their pocket money. Qin Zhe laughed. How could such a spineless person be a man? He was a disgrace to all the men in the world. How could a man be the head of a family if he didn't follow the rules? A man like Haizhe Wang was a man who wouldn't kneel if he said he wouldn't kneel. A man should have gold under his knees. Besides, he couldn't even be tough in front of Sister Ziwei. How could he control the 72 concubines of the imperial harem? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. You won't kneel? Qin Zhe said loudly. No, Sister Ziwei, I'm a man. A man's dignity is inviolable. Don't look at me like a salted fish. I'm actually Haizhe Wang. I'm not salty at all. After a silent confrontation, Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe, I'm not being a coward. On the contrary, it's a man's responsibility and manhood. I have to admit my mistakes and stand at attention when I'm beaten. A man should have gold under his knees. Gold isn't worth much. I can buy more than 12 tons, okay? Wang Zijin said with satisfaction. Good boy, I'll go to sleep first. We'll finish when you wake up. He could hear the resentment in Sister Ziwei's tone. Thinking about it carefully, Sister Ziwei's temper was already very good. After getting along with her for so long, he seemed to have never seen her get angry or throw a tantrum. Last night must have been tough, and she was even tricked by her boyfriend. Another line of lyrics could be used to describe it. You're in the bright sun of the south and it's like spring all year round. I'm in the cold night of the north. Modified version. Qin Baobao woke up at 9 o'clock and stretched lazily in bed, babbling. She only covered her stomach with a thin blanket, leaving her delicate, white feet and slender calves exposed. She picked up her phone to check the time. It was 9 o'clock. Normally, she should be on her way to the company. However, she slept late last night and didn't sleep until around 1 o'clock. The little pervert actually didn't wake her up. Qin Baobao logged into the app on her phone to check her and Su Jiao's album sales. From last night until now, Su Jiao had sold nearly 130,000 copies. She also had 120,000 copies. She was a bit disappointed. Qin Zhe's words were reasonable. There was still plenty of time in the future. But she, who had always been far ahead in the music industry, felt uncomfortable. Fortunately, Qin Baobao had a big heart and had always been carefree. So she threw this matter aside in the blink of an eye. She took a deep breath on the bed and yawned. She crossed her 2 long legs and exerted force from her flexible waist, planning to do a beautiful carp flip to get up. But she didn't succeed. After yawing a few times, she realized that it was too difficult for her to do what the little pervert could easily do. It doesn't make sense. Why can't I get up? Is my posture wrong? Qin Baobao scratched her head and stomped out of the room in her small sandals. She opened the door to Qin Zhe's room and didn't see the little pervert. The bed was neatly made. The sound of running water came from the toilet. Qin Baobao closed the door and entered the large bathroom to take a look. Wang Zijin was brushing her teeth. Did you just get up? She glanced at Wang Zijin. She was wearing pajamas and her hair was messy, looking like she had just woken up. You didn't go jogging. Look at your dark circles. I couldn't sleep last night, Wang Zijin said calmly. Where's Ace? He went out to buy breakfast. Just as they were talking, Qin Zhe came back with breakfast for 3 people in his hands, looking like he was limping. At the dining table, Qin Baobao was chewing on a soup dumpling. Seeing her brother rubbing his knee from time to time, she wondered, What's wrong with you? Qin Zhe laughed dryly. Cramp. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe knelt on the keyboard for the first time in his life. It wasn't long, but he knelt for 3 F** king hours. After resting for half an hour on the way, Wang Zijin woke up at 8:30. Qin Baobao freed a hand and rubbed his knee. Does it hurt? Qin Zhe sucked in a breath of cold air. It hurts, his sister asked curiously. Why did you have a cramp out of nowhere? Qin Zhe. Maybe it's a calcium deficiency. Wang Zijin calmly ate breakfast, feeling a little heartache. She regretted it when she saw him limping out to buy breakfast. When did this little bum become so straightforward? Didn't he know how to cut corners? He really knelt down and woke her up. Su Jiao's sales are better than mine. Qin Baobao said. I wonder if she can break the daily sales record. Qin Baobao's last album sold 110,000 copies from midnight to 9 o'clock the next day. This time it was 120,000 copies, but Su Jiao's 130,000 copies set a new half-day sales record. However, half-day sales weren't counted in the record unless the daily sales record could be broken. Qin Baobao's daily sales record was 230,000 copies. Both of you can break the record. It's just a daily sales record. You can break it by spending 1 million or so. Qin Zhe analyzed. Since Dynasty wants to promote Su Jiao, they will still fork out this bit of money. However, if they want to continue, it will cost a few million. That's not very likely. After all, whether they can make money is another matter. They might even lose money. Then should we sell news to expose them? Of course, but the time isn't right yet. Maybe in a few days. Then you can go to Tianfang with me today. I have to go to Baozi today. I don't care. Okay. Wang Zijin said faintly. You haven't come to Purple Crystal for a few days, right? Qin Zhe's scalp went numb. Chapter 508. Save it. Look at your dark circles. Don't go to work. Stay at home and sleep for a while. Qin Bao frowned. Although her tone was not good, she was actually concerned about her best friend. Wang Zijin's complexion was very bad. Not only was she sleep-deprived, but she also looked a little dispirited because of what she had suffered last night. At this moment when she pressed her arm, it was still aching. Wang Zijin thought it made sense. Qin Bao asked curiously. I stayed up late last night to see album sales, but I didn't look as haggard as you. What did you do? Didn't you go to bed early? Wang Zijin said angrily. One false step brings everlasting sorrow. Qin Bao. Wasn't it because of your brother? In order to take advantage of me, he tormented me all night. Qin Zhe coughed. Sister Ziwei, you can sleep for a while. You have nothing to do at the company at noon. Sister and I will go to work first. Wang Zijin snorted. The siblings left together. They took the elevator to the underground parking lot. There were only the two of them in the car. Sister asked suspiciously. What's wrong with Zijin? Are you not feeling well? Qin Zhe said calmly. Probably insomnia or Aunt Flo. Sister shook her head. Zijin's Aunt Flo is not today. Jejia, you really remember it well. You and Sister Zian really love each other. Ordinary friends won't remember your Aunt Flo for you at all. Even your parents might not remember it for you. If someone remembers your birthday or Aunt Flo, it is definitely true love. If the other party is of the opposite sex, marry her. If the other party is of the same sex, give them your chrysanthemum. You can't go wrong if you listen to me. Qin Zhe said perfunctorily. He promised Sister Ziwei that he would not tell anyone. After all, Sister Ziwei also wanted to save face. Qin Bao frowned slightly and found that things were not simple. I feel that you are hiding something from me. Absolutely not. Definitely. I saw through you when you sucked on your pacifier. *CK, what did you see through me? She sucked so hard. Qin Zhe was speechless. After saying that, the elder sister held her waist and laughed out loud. You flatter me. I have a glib tongue. Lotus blossoming tongue was an innate talent. Elder sister's focus was really weird. Speaking of which, she used to play with my little earthworm when she was young. Every time she pinched it, my mother would slap it away because Qin Zhe would always cry. However, Qin Baobao never got tired of it. He would always pinch and flick all kinds of things when his mother was not paying attention. In the photos of the two of them when they were young, there were records of Qin Bao's evil deeds. Leaving the neighborhood at 9:30 in the morning, the road was still very congested. The morning rush hour usually lasted until 10 o'clock. Walking and stopping, it was already 10 o'clock when he arrived at the company. As usual, his sister went into the dance studio to practice. Qinze accompanied her for half an hour before she couldn't take it anymore. She was out of breath. After staying up all night, her stamina had decreased a lot. His sister took a change of clothes to take a shower, and Qinze returned to the office alone. When he passed by a certain office area, he heard a few employees chatting together. Chairman Qin's album is being suppressed by Su Jiao, and he hasn't made a comeback yet. How is Su Jiao so amazing? I bought her album, but the quality is not as good as our Chairman Qin's. It's probably just hype. Think about it, someone who has surpassed Qin Baobao's existence. How big of a gimmick is that? If I heard it, I would also buy it. But Chairman Qin vowed to compete with her before. Now that he has been beaten, it's so embarrassing. Yes, it's quite embarrassing. The internet is saying cough cough. They coughed fiercely to warn others. While gossiping, they didn't forget to keep their eyes and ears open, and they saw Qinze coming over. Qinze's hearing was outstanding, so he had already heard it. He pretended not to hear anything and calmly walked over. He wasn't anxious or impatient. This was Qinze's attitude towards this matter. If his sister's first album was not under Star Arts but under his Tianfang, Qinze would do everything in his power to boost her sales. Now there was no need for that, because as of now, Qin Baobao had already reached the peak of her entertainment industry. If she went any higher, she would be hitting Hollywood. Was it easy to make a living in Hollywood? Of course it wasn't easy. After so many years, how many celebrities from China had made a name for themselves in Hollywood? One could count them with one hand. Not to mention China, just in Asia, there weren't many celebrities who could make a name for themselves in Hollywood. Did Asian celebrities not have acting skills? Did they not know English? Did they not have money? Hollywood was more like a self-entertainment venue for Westerners. When they needed to open up the China market, they would invite some big names in the country to play supporting roles. It was a very realistic matter. Qinze really didn't care about Hollywood. Facts had proven that if one could make a fortune in the domestic market without acting skills but with good looks, why bother going to Hollywood? It was so comfortable to make money in China. The pay of the little fresh meats was much higher than that of the Hollywood stars. Back in the office, he smoked a cigarette. Smoking didn't make him feel refreshed and sleepy gradually came over. Qinze went to bed at 2:30 in the morning and woke up at 5:30 in the morning. Then he knelt on the keyboard for 3 hours. His body couldn't take it anymore. "You're smoking again." A voice of complaint sounded, and a cold little hand knocked on his head. Qinze opened his eyes and stared at his sister unhappily. "Are you very sleepy?" His sister looked at him. "No, I'm not tired at all." Qinze was surprised. Sister Ziwei was tired like a dead dog, but he couldn't be tired like a dead dog. Otherwise, with his sister's smart brain, she would easily think of something. "Nonsense, you're so tired that you're dozing off. Didn't I help you look at the album yesterday? After you fell asleep, I continued for a long time." There was a knock on the door, interrupting the conversation between the siblings. "Come in." Qin Baobao turned her head and yelled. Li Yanhong pushed the door open and came in with a notebook in her arms. As soon as she saw them, she was burning with impatience. "Baobao, your album still hasn't surpassed Su Jiao's. This is making me worried to death." Qin Baobao. "Oh, got it." Qinze didn't pay attention to her at all. Li Yanhong complained. "Why aren't you guys worried at all?" "Only I, the emperor, am not worried." Qin Baobao wittily said. "It's Mama." Li Yanhong. She placed the notebook in front of Qin Baobao and said with a burning expression, "Look at the comments online. They're all talking about this matter. Su Jiao is going to rise. Su Jiao is really awesome. Qin Baobao's legend has been shattered. Are you angry? Tell me, are you angry?" Qin Baobao. "I'm not angry. It's not like we've made any less money." Li Yanhong. "Little ancestor, you're not angry, but I'm angry. This is a blow to your reputation. You're an invincible legend in the music industry. Now that you've been shattered, your image will be greatly affected." Qin Baobao ignored her and leaned over to look at the comments. Li Yanhong showed her the album comments. Su Jiao's fans were extremely arrogant, bragging all the way to Qin Baobao's album. The most common sentence was, "The legend has been shattered. I'm here to leave a message." There were a series of dozens and hundreds of such comments. This was still considered good. Those who stirred up trouble directly mocked and ridiculed in the comments. I got a shock when I saw the sales volume this morning. Turns out that Qin Bao Bao is only like this. My Su Jiao is still the best. 666. This is the rhythm of AF * King Rise. I was blown over by the news online. You were so arrogant a while ago. Now you have nothing to say, right? There were many comments like this, and they were all fancy taunts. Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe's fans were not to be outdone. They also ran to the comments section of Su Jiao's album to flame people and engage in a war of words. It was very lively. There's also Weibo. Take a look. Li Yanhong switched to the Weibo page. She clicked on Qin Bao Bao's Weibo. The comments were more or less the same. There were Su Jiao's fans and onlookers. They were probably happy to see Qin Bao Bao get KO'd. Because this matter had blown up, Qin Bao Bao took the initiative to challenge herself. For this reason, she specially changed the album's release date. And Qin Bao Bao was very famous in the music industry. Her album was suppressed by someone else, so the gimmick was very big. Today's trending topic was Qin Bao Bao and Su Jiao's albums. Those who followed the entertainment news and downloaded many information and video apps on their phones received many articles at the same time this morning. There were all kinds of articles. Qin Bao Bao's album fails. Su Jiao's sudden rise. The myth of the album shatters. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo post that she wants to delete the most. Onlookers didn't mind the matter blowing up. For the sake of traffic, there were all kinds of exaggerated titles. But the topic was indeed very popular. There were many netizens' comments below these articles. Some were happy to see it, some were angry, some were just here to watch the show, and some questioned Su Jiao's album. Look at this. Li Yanhong clicked on Su Jiao's Weibo again and showed her the netizens' comments. The internet says that Su Jiao is boosting sales, right? The netizens' comments were like this. I'm a Qin Bao fan. I came here today purely because I can't stand some people's disgusting behavior of boosting sales. I bought both albums, so it's very easy to compare the quality. Other things aside, Qin Zhe's Dusk has already completely crushed Su Jiao. You dare say that you didn't boost sales? Anyone with a discerning eye knows that you did boost sales, hehe. I don't believe that you can keep boosting sales. Doesn't everyone know your level? This was an approving reply. A disapproving reply. Scram smear. Where did these trolls come from? They were hired by Qin Bao, right? Can't afford to lose? Do you have the final say on whether an album is good or bad? The market will decide, time will prove everything. Qin Bao smiled and said, there are many discerning eyes. Li Yanhong clapped her hands. I told you, why don't we boost sales too and suppress her? Qin Bao rolled her eyes and said, you can ask my grandpa about this, I'll listen to him. Li Yanhong immediately looked at Qin Zhe. As long as Qin Bao didn't say, you can ask my husband about this, Li Yanhong could adapt to all forms of address. There was no other reason other than the familiarity. Do you think boosting sales is worth it? Qin Zhe glanced at her. My sister just debuted. Does she need to rely on boosting sales to increase her popularity? Legends in the music industry are all empty. The more you care about these things, the easier it is to have a mental breakdown. Have you ever seen a legend in the entertainment industry? Then what do you get in exchange for spending millions on boosting sales? Is it equivalent to benefits? I don't like royal entertainment. If they're willing to continue burning money, I can't ask for anything more. It's worth it to sacrifice a bit of reputation and swindle them. In the end, we've earned quite a bit of money. Li Yanhong was unconvinced and argued. But this is a blow to Bao Bao's reputation. Celebrities rely on their reputation. Chapter 509. Qin Zhe put a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Li Yanhong disdainfully, creating the aura of a big boss looking down on a little newbie. Stop smoking. His sister took the cigarette and flicked his head. Qin Zhe coughed and sat up straight to restore the damaged aura. He said lightly, do you think that Qin Bao's reputation will plummet because of this incident? Or face the danger of never recovering? Li Yanhong was about to speak when she met Qin Zhe's burning gaze. She said embarrassedly, the impact is still very big, but it won't be a total loss. The impact is only temporary. It's not worth spending money to buy sales. Qin Zhe said. Li Yanhong wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Zhe waved his hand. Okay, go and call the manager of the PR department. Li Yanhong left obediently. Qin Zhe took the cigarette back from his sister and said angrily, your agent's professional level is too low, and her taste is also bad. She cares too much about fame and can't see deeper things. Find another one. Do you think everyone is like you? You're a big boss. How can her taste compare to yours? Qin Baobao looked at her brother and said, no, I'm used to it. Besides, I'm the boss now. An agent is not very useful. Li Yanhong recently took a group of newbies. She said that one of them has a lot of potential and wants me to meet her. If possible, she hopes that the company can put in some effort to cultivate her. She was the boss now and the whole company was serving her. The existence of an agent was indeed not important. Qin Zhe asked, which newbie? Feng Rue? Feng Rue, this little bee *tch, has been very low-key recently. My movie made her famous, but she didn't even come to offer me a cup of tea. Qin Baobao said, no, let's talk about it another day. I'll take a look first. After a while, the manager of the PR department knocked on the door and came in. A half-bald middle-aged man, not fat but thin and tall, respectfully greeted the two Qins. Qin Zhe was reading the comments on the internet. He didn't even raise his head. Sister, what do you think? Qin Baobao smiled and politely led him to his seat. Manager Zhu, have you seen the competition for albums on the internet? Manager Zhu nodded. Qin Zhe glanced at him. He did not remember the name of this public relations manager. Qin Zhe had 3 companies. All the managers added up to more than 10 people. He was only familiar with the manager of Baozi Investments. He did not have much contact with Tianfeng and Purple Crystal. Everyone in the circle knows that Royal Entertainment Company is trying to boost album sales. You can contact the Internet Water Army to expose this matter. You don't have to cover the whole world. Just show up occasionally. In a few days when the time is right you can publicize it. Qin Baobao crossed her legs and crossed her hands, looking dignified and dignified. Understood. Manager Zhu said. Qin Baobao discussed some details with him. After he left, Qin Zhe said gloomily, aren't you quite capable yourself? Do you still need me to accompany you? Qin Baobao played dumb. How can I be capable? Sister is not capable at all. You're just talking nonsense. Qin Zhe was speechless. Not capable. What's the use of having you? Throw you away. Anyway, there's nothing else. I still have something to do at Baozi. I'll go over first. Qin Zhe looked at his sister. His sister's face darkened. If I don't agree, you won't go? Qin Zhe said righteously. If sister says no, I won't go. His sister smiled. You're not allowed to go. Qin Zhe was speechless. You don't see the big picture at all. She blinked her innocent eyes. You said it yourself. If I say no, you won't go. Qin Zhe said. No, uncle is going to Baozi this afternoon. Qin Baobao frowned. A nominal position with plenty of money but no real power? That's good. Save him the trouble. But remember to inform the company's manager. Don't let him swindle the money away and squander it everywhere. Qin Zhe said, Uncle really wants to do something, so I'm going to give him a position with real power. Qin Baobao asked, what position? Qin Zhe said, go out and find a factory for me. I'll let him go wherever he wants. Qin Baobao asked, are you sure you're not setting him up? Qin Zhe said, no. Why would I? Qin Baobao said, then go. Qin Zhe contacted his uncle this morning and asked him to wait for him at Baozi at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. However, Su Guang came an hour earlier and did not inform Qin Zhe. This guy directly told the receptionist that he was Qin Zhe's uncle. His tone was even more domineering than my father is Li Gang. The receptionist was stunned and did not let her in. She did not have Qin Zhe's phone number, so she could only call Su Yu's assistant for instructions. While she was on the phone, she secretly peeked at the handsome uncle. If she looked closely, she would find that his facial features were somewhat similar to Qin Baobao's. For example, his lips were thin and beautiful. Of course, the most beautiful part of his facial features was his eyes. The corners of his eyes were long. Qin Baobao's eyes were like this. They were very charming, but in a man's eyes they were very charming. The receptionist's little heart thumped twice. Soon Suyu came out. This morning Suyu did not see Qinze coming over, so she called him and urged him. He said that he would flip her cards 3 times a week. Qinze said that Tianfang had something to deal with and told her that his uncle would come over at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He would come together at that time. Suyu walked over in high heels and was almost at the same height as Su Guang. Seeing the legendary uncle, she did not have much joy because she knew what kind of person Su Guang was from Qinze. He was a little stunning. Not only would men be stunned when they saw a beautiful woman, but women would also be stunned when they saw a handsome man. Su Guang was such a handsome man that stunned women. In the past, Qinze had thought about dressing up his uncle. He would wear a leather coat, comb his oily hair, grow a black beard, and wear a pair of small leather boots to walk on the tea stage. It would definitely cause the young women to scream, "Hello, uncle." Suyu took the initiative to shake hands. She had to be polite. After all, he was her man's uncle, so he was also her uncle. "Uncle?" Su Guang smiled and shook hands with Suyu. "You are." This girl was not bad looking. She was not worse than his niece. She was tall and had a cold temperament. Suyu did not answer. She led him to the office. When there was no one around, she smiled and introduced herself. "I'm A's girlfriend. You're Wang Zijin? My name is Suyu." "Who is Wang Zijin? I've never heard of it." Su Guang was stunned for a moment. He looked at Suyu carefully. Wasn't A's girlfriend Wang Zijin? Did she think that he was only good-looking but not smart? The reason why he knew that Qinze's girlfriend was Wang Zijin was because his sister had told him. His uncle's sister was not Qinze's sister. Qin Ma went home to visit her old mother some time ago. Her grandmother did not care much about her granddaughter, but she was worried sick about her grandson. She thought that her grandson would be 24 after the new year. How could he not be in a relationship at 24? In their era, at 24, children could climb trees to fish for eggs and go underwater to catch fish and shrimp. She took her daughter's hand and said earnestly and worriedly. Su Guang said that A's was now a big boss and there was no shortage of women around him. After that, he was slapped by his old mother. "Do you think A's is a bad seed like you?" Her grandmother scolded him like this. After all, Qinze had been sensible and obedient since he was a child. Her grandparents had a psychological shadow because of their son. They were very dissatisfied with Qin Bao, who liked to play around and make trouble with her younger brother. In addition, Qin Bao looked cute and somewhat like his uncle. They hated the house and its crow. And they loved Qinze, who was well-behaved, docile and sensible. Who gave birth to this bad seed? Su Guang was not convinced. His old mother gave him another slap. Qin Ma said that A's had a girlfriend called Wang Zijin. In this way, Su Guang knew about Wang Zijin. His uncle came in person and certainly couldn't let him wait in the conference room. Suyu took him into the office and made tea. "Suyu, are you from the company?" "I'm the vice president and A's secretary." Su Guang nodded secretly. "Mom, I'll take you to see another day. Your good grandson also plays the secretary game." Su Guang drank a few mouthfuls of tea and chatted with Suyu. After about 10 minutes he couldn't sit still. He came here in advance, of course, not to drink tea and chat with Suyu. "Can I look around?" "Okay, I'll show you around," Suyu said. Su Guang nodded and followed her out of the office. He thought that A's would definitely let him work in this company. As the uncle of the big boss, his position couldn't be low, right? How was the company's strength? How was the environment? Was there any messy intrigue? Were there any restless traders? He had to check it out. His uncle had seen a lot of patterns in online novels where one entered a big company through connections and was looked down upon by all kinds of people, and then shocked everyone with wisdom and courage. Recently, when he was idle at home, he read all kinds of books. He also read a lot of serious marketing literature. There was a saying that was very good. "I don't need money, I just need a platform. Give me a platform. Beat the pony and call it daddy." Chapter 5:10. If Su Guang had read more web novels, he would have understood that he lacked a chance to be reborn, or perhaps he lacked a heaven-defying system. He followed behind Suyu. His attention was not at all on the wonderful buttocks wrapped in the front skirt, but looking around. In elementary school it was like Granny Lu entering the city. In contrast, Su Guang turned a blind eye to Su Yu's increasingly plump buttocks. Over the years he wandered around, went to Macau to seek wealth, gambled on stones, scouted antiques, fried poor and Tibetan mastiff, and also fried orchids at sky-high prices. He lost and earned, but in the end he lost. At first, Su Yao had spent close to 10 million yuan on him for the sake of their friendship in the past. Later, seeing that he couldn't support the wall, he gave up. In fact, Su Guang knew that Su Yao was not only looking at the past. He wanted Su Guang to act as a lobbyist. His sister has loved him since he was a child. But no matter how Su Yao hinted, Su Guang pretended to be stupid. He didn't say a word about what he should say. Su Guang didn't run in vain these years. At least his eyesight was trained. People have temperament and the company has it. In the past few days, he has been in contact with local tyrants and businessmen. Those big bosses like to visit the companies of their partners. Because they go in and walk around, they know the spirit of the company. Their eyes are sharp, and they can even see the potential of the company. Just now in the office, Su Guang looked around without leaving a trace. There were a lot of books and documents on the desk, but it was not messy. The sofa was clean and there was no smell. The tea tray was brand new. At this time, looking at the employees' office area, it was much more messy. Along the way, there was no sign of people secretly playing games or chatting. The employees were all immersed in their work. The male employees in white shirts were making phone calls and looking at the index without any distractions. The female employees in high heels were walking around with documents in their hands. The company was thriving. Just like a vigorous teenager, stepping forward to meet a new future. He said in his heart, I lost to the little red guy. In those days, if I had the ability to manage and operate such a company, I wouldn't have lived like a loser dog. When Yaya graduates in the future, I will let her come to the company to gain experience. She will be a secretary for her cousin. Su Guang suddenly glanced at Su Yu. Forget it, I will not be a secretary. I will start from the bottom. Passing by Li Linfeng's office, the door was open. He was sitting inside, drinking tea and smoking, looking very relaxed. It was just lunch break, so there wasn't much to do. He could enjoy a leisurely afternoon. He had been in Baozi for more than half a year, and it was better than any other organization or company he had worked in before. President Qin was willing to give him more power, and he had approved the funds without hesitation. Li Linfeng did not disappoint Qin Zhe and Su Yu, and the profits were good. As for Li Linfeng himself, he had bought another apartment in Shanghai within half a year. It was located near the CBD and cost 68,000 yuan per square meter. It was an 80 square meter apartment. That's right, full price. When he was in Julie, he did not mix well. It was Su Yu and Qin Zhe who poached him. Li Linfeng had always been touched by the sentiment of a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. President Su, come in and have a cup of tea. Li Linfeng quickly put out the cigarette. Su Yu nodded and took Su Guang in. Before Su Yu spoke, Li Linfeng greeted Su Guang first. Hello. How should I address you? Surname Su. President Su, please sit down. Li Linfeng thought that this man should be a business partner who came to visit the company. Such people were common and he had received a lot of them. Su Guang felt that the other party knew his identity, just like Su Yu. It seemed that he was really going to work in Baozi Investment, and he was a president. The introduction of the two sides was completed. Manager Li, the company starts work at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, right? Su Guang said. Yes. Li Linfeng nodded, wondering why he asked this. According to normal logic, the other party should test the company's business, performance or something. Or talk about some things in the industry and start a conversation. You're quite free. Su Guang laughed. It's okay. Li Linfeng also laughed. Work hard and strive to contribute to the company. After all, you can't mistreat the trust of your superiors. Li Linfeng was stunned. What did he mean? The tone of a superior comforting a subordinate. I don't know where President Su works. Li Linfeng smiled awkwardly. Me? Here. Su Guang said. Li Linfeng. Are you new? Li Linfeng was even more embarrassed. Sort of. Su Guang drank tea. I'm Qin Zhe's uncle. Li Linfeng. Su Yu had been silent. She was texting Qin Zhe with her head down, urging him to come over and flirting with him. Su Yu. Your uncle is so stupid. Qinze. He's not stupid, he's a jerk. He's not very reliable. Suyu. I feel it, he's the same as Qin Bao Bao. Qinze. Don't let my sister know this, she will hit you. Suyu. Am I afraid of her? She completely forgot that when she was on the set, she was held by Qin Bao Bao by the shoulder and put to the ground effortlessly. He was veritable trash. He was even worse than dregs. Then, Suyu led him to see several other managers, and the conversation was generally like this. After greeting Su Guang. Work hard, you must live up to the expectations of your superiors. Managers. Who are you? Su Guang. I'm Qinze's uncle. It doesn't matter at all. We will be colleagues in the future. Managers. Suyu wanted to know what position Qinze was going to arrange for his uncle. Su Guang was a relative. There was no doubt about this. Qinze personally brought him here, which would damage Boss Qin's dignified image, and the managers would criticize him in their hearts. So Suyu did this for Qinze, bringing Su Guang to visit the dock and familiarize himself with the company's senior managers. It took some time for Qinze to rush over, so Suyu took Su Guang back to the office, because she knew what kind of person her uncle was, and the Su family's unbearable past. Suyu didn't ask Su Guang about the past. Qinze told her everything, just like a husband who often complains to his wife about some trivial things about his relatives and friends. Suyu listened with great interest. It seems that such a word is not appropriate, but she listened very attentively. If you like someone, you can't help but want to know everything about him, his joys and sorrows, his circle of friends, his story, his childhood. Of course, the most important thing is to explore his depth, or to estimate his length, which is human nature. The attitude a man shows to his parents and friends will affect his wife's attitude to a certain extent. Suyu doesn't like Su Guang very much. She thinks he is a bastard, causing such a big financial burden to Qinze's family. Suyu respects the old man, mostly because of Qinze's influence. Not to mention the past, her uncle didn't understand work, so Suyu said, Uncle, you are so handsome. Her uncle's whole body, probably only the skin bag, is worth praising. Su Guang also likes Suyu to praise him like this. After all, there are not many shining points on his body, and his good looks are praised the most. It's mainly because your grandmother is beautiful. When she was young, she was much better looking than the current stars. Su Guang said. However, it's useless for a man to be handsome. It mainly depends on his ability. You see, A's is very ordinary, but he is capable. But he is coquettish. Suyu added in her heart. Not only is he full of coquettish words, but he is also coquettish. Qinze is not ordinary. He is very handsome. Suyu retorted with a smile. Su Guang waved his hand and said in a tone of experience, Hey, he is the worst looking in our family. He has been dull since he was a child, like an ugly duckling. But who would have thought that one day, the ugly duckling would become a white swan? If it weren't for the last sentence, Suyu would have spat on the spot. You are the ugly duckling, your whole family is ugly duckling. It's okay to say that he is not handsome, but to slander him as an ugly duckling, it's unbearable. In fact, Su Guang really didn't slander him. What he said was true. Qinze is an ugly duckling, which is a fact highly recognized by relatives and friends. They visit relatives during the holidays. The elder sister showed her charm when she was 10 years old. She was beautiful. The younger brother has a round face, ordinary facial features, and there is no temperament that can make people's eyes shine. He is the worst looking in the whole family. That's right. When the old man was young, he was a handsome man, although the handsome was not very obvious. Qin Ma is naturally a beautiful girl from a humble family. Before Qinze was born, the title of the worst looking in the family was borne by Qin Ma. As soon as Qinze was born, it was handed over to Qinze. In fact, Qin Ma looks like Qinze's grandfather who passed away many years ago. If Qin Ma looks like her grandmother, her elder sister is unbelievably beautiful. Suyu said, Qin Bao Bao looks like my uncle. They are both very beautiful. Qin Bao Bao looks like his uncle at most. Su Guang was happy. The nephew looks like the uncle. When Suyu heard it, he said gloomily, But Qinze and my uncle don't look like each other at all. Unexpectedly, Su Guang's face changed greatly. How is it not like? It's just not obvious. So you can feel his displeasure and even a little angry. Suyu. I didn't say anything wrong. Chapter 511. Guang said seriously. Look at my expression and say it again. A's and I don't look alike. Yu's mouth twitched. Quite alike, but the resemblance is not obvious. Is there something wrong with this uncle's brain? If the nephew doesn't look like you, then he doesn't look like you. The nephew is not your son. Is there a need to have such a big reaction? Sure enough, the offline uncle has a different way of thinking from ordinary people. Guang laughed with satisfaction. Everyone says so, haha, let's not talk about this. How much money does your Bowser have now? Not running water. Yu did not hide. The funds in the company's account are about 80 billion. These are naturally not the company's assets, but the funds for the company's operations, the funds absorbed from customers, and the sum of several funds. Guang's eyes lit up. Uncle, I am very experienced in stone gambling. Is the company interested in withdrawing a part of the funds to invest in the stone gambling industry? Yu glanced at him. Uncle, the company's investment projects can only be established after careful research and inspection. Guang said. Know how to be flexible. Yu smiled, picked up the teacup and drank tea by himself. This was a bit embarrassing. The other party obviously ignored him. Fortunately, Guang was thick-skinned and made jokes. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qinzhe pushed open the office door and came in. Yu immediately raised a bright smile. Qinzhe came over and sat next to Yu, opposite Guang. Uncle, why are you here so early? Guang didn't have the arrogance or confidence of an uncle at all. He poured tea for his nephew with a smile on his face. I just came to have a look. Qinzhe sipped tea. It's okay. I set up the company at the end of last year. At that time it was just 100 million yuan in funds. Now it has increased hundreds of times. It's not just okay, he's envious. Guang was very gratified. The ugly duckling at home has become a phoenix. He, the old white goose with broken wings, should also put on wings and fly again. So, what position is A's going to put Uncle? Guang asked expectantly. So you took him around the company. Bowser has taken shape, and the business expansion is almost complete. There seems to be no vacant position for him. Can't be the vice president. What about Yu, the beautiful secretary? Yu was also curious and wanted to see how Qinzhe would arrange it. If she followed her idea, she would directly throw her uncle into any department, hang a manager with no job and eat empty salary. Qinzhe thought for a while and said, Uncle, your position is not with Bowser. Guang was taken aback. Yu also looked at him. Qinzhe continued. I plan to buy an electronic processing factory, but Yu and I are in the dark about this business, and we can't trust a professional team to deal with it. Uncle, you must have made a lot of friends after all these years. Why don't you help? This. Guang fell silent. After a while he asked, Then what position am I in? Qinzhe made up a random excuse. Market Research Manager. Purple Crystal Technologies. Purple Crystal Technology? Yes, Purple Crystal Technology is another company under my management. It's in the internet technology industry. The general manager is Wang Zijin, a good friend of mine, Qinzhe introduced. Oh, your girlfriend. Guang suddenly realized. Pff. Qinzhe spat out a mouthful of tea. Guang reacted quickly and dodged. Yu quickly pulled out a few tissues and gently wiped his mouth while looking at him with resentment. Qinzhe. Why does everyone know that Wang Zijin is my girlfriend? Didn't I hide it well? Why is my secret always worthless? Just like the fact that I have a sister complex, everyone knows it. Uncle knows it, then what about my sister? Haize King evolved salted fish Zhe. Qinzhe's legs began to soften, and he was panicking. Who told you? Qinzhe forced himself to ask. Your mother said it, Guang said. My mother said it. Qinzhe burst into tears. Mama, you promised to keep it a secret for me. Are you going to sell me out like this? Oh, I see. Qinzhe's expression was calm. Let's talk about business first. I will hire a professional team to follow you. You are responsible for the contact, but remember, don't let the team contact the manufacturer in private. I will tell you about the tricks later. He elbowed Yu. You log in to my network disk. There is a purchase detail in it. Help me print it out and give it to Uncle. Suyu sat by the computer, logged into Chinze's network disk and printed the document. The nephew and uncle sat on the big sofa a little far away. Su Guang kept winking at Chinze and glanced at Suyu. It was an expression that all men understood. Chinze glared at him fiercely and wanted to warn him, but thinking of Suyu not far away, he endured it. There were printers, photocopiers, and shredders in the office. Suyu took a few printed sheets of A4 paper and handed them to Chinze and sat aside. Chinze pushed it to his uncle. The requirements of the processing plant are here. You take it back and have a look. In addition, there are some things that need to be explained verbally. The factory should not be too big, small, or medium-sized. We will not invest in the factory that takes the high-end route. We will only buy it. Amethyst needs its own factory to manufacture the core equipment. Other spare parts can be processed by other factories. In fact, the really troublesome confidentiality measures. Once his set of VR equipment is produced, it can barely be regarded as a small step in the long road of VR. But it will definitely attract covetous eyes, especially in China where piracy is rampant. Therefore, he has to apply for patents for some core technologies. There are many troubles waiting for him. This is one of the reasons why Chinze doesn't like to deal with the industry. To paraphrase the style of a certain big boss surnamed Ma, what's yours is mine. What's mine is not yours. After talking for about half an hour, Su Guang was confused by Chinze and left complacently. Uncle, I'll send you. Chinze lifted his feet and followed. Su Guang came by taxi. Chinze certainly can't let him take a taxi back and arranged for the company's driver to send him. A dark blue business car, the driver hasn't come yet, and the nephew and uncle stood by the car. This car will follow you in the future, and it's convenient to go out. Chinze patted the roof of the dark blue business car. Su Guang was overjoyed. There is one more thing to say to uncle, Chinze said. Just say it, I'll help you. Su Guang patted his chest. It's about Wang Zijin, Chinze said. Uncle, can you keep it a secret for me? Ah. Su Guang looked at him blankly. Why did the girlfriend have to be kept a secret? Shouldn't the very capable secretary who claimed to be the girlfriend keep it a secret? Anyway, don't say it. My dad is very old-fashioned. If he knows, he will definitely scold me. Chinze made up a story. Your dad is not old-fashioned. If your dad is old-fashioned, he wouldn't have forced your mom to get pregnant. Su Guang said angrily. Chinze. Okay, I'll change the excuse. Well, actually, Wang Zijin's family doesn't agree with our relationship, so can you keep it a secret? But I don't know her family at all. Why should I keep it a secret? Chinze said angrily. Anyway, don't tell anyone. If you tell anyone, we'll break up. Su Guang. Undersure, is this kid hiding something from me? I think Suyu is good. The company's manager respects her very much. She doesn't look like a vase. How can she be willing to be your mistress? What mistress? I'm not married. But you have a girlfriend. Are you done? Su Guang muttered. So flirtatious? Could it be hereditary? What did you say? Okay, I'm too lazy to talk about your trivial matters. Su Guang said. I'm experienced in this kind of thing. Chinze was stunned. Experienced? Su Guang. I'm hiding it from you guys. Chinze. Oh. At this time the driver came down and took out the key to unlock the car. Chinze helped his uncle open the door and sent him in. After closing the door, both uncle and nephew were relieved. Chapter 5:12. As the saying goes, paper can't wrap fire. On the way back to the company, Chinze's heart was pounding like a deer, hitting him with a hard horn. He was panicking. From Qin Ma's point of view, it was normal for her to tell her mother and brother that her son had a girlfriend. After all, she had to hide it from the two parties, Wang Zijin and Suyu. If the old man was present, he would refute. Nonsense, Asa's girlfriend is obviously Suyu. Fortunately, the old man is not here, otherwise the image I painstakingly built for 24 years would collapse. Chinze had been black-bellied since he was a child. His bad ideas were no less than others, but they were all hidden in his heart. When he saw his elders, parents, and friends, he would put on his signature smile and call them uncle and aunt. This was Chinze's hypocrisy. It was also the survival rule of a little salted fish. He had lost his looks and spirituality. If he didn't have a mouth smeared with honey, wouldn't he be unloved? Sooner or later, his sister would know. It doesn't matter. I'm Hei's king. Hei's king can settle any storm. Everything is not a problem. I can solve it. Well, I can solve it. My charm is beyond my imagination. I have to be confident. Thinking of this, Qinze was suddenly not panicked. When he came to the president's office, he heard a loud voice. Hi everyone. I'm Zhe Hui. No matter how good the advertisement is. Tonight at 8 o'clock sharp. Come if you're a brother. When he pushed the door in, the sound of the advertisement disappeared. Suyu sat by the coffee table with a laptop in front of her. This advertisement is not dead yet. What are you looking at? Qinze said. There's a lot of news about your sister on the internet. I clicked on it and the advertisement came out. Suyu said. A large office with exquisite decoration, a brown leather sofa, a cold beauty in a dress suit. Everything was the treatment of a genius, so I'm long out yen. Qinze brainwashed himself. Your sister finally fell this time. Haha, I'm so happy. Suyu plunged into his arms and rubbed her head. What's there to be happy about? My sister was defeated by an outsider. Are you happy? Qinze grabbed her little earlobe and pinched it gently. Why not? Outsiders have nothing to do with me, your sister, I hate it. Suyu arched in his arms. He's a pay-to-win player. It's normal to lose, Qinze said. Brony. Young man, look, this is a pay-to-win player. Brother Ma. What's RMB? Young man, I'll send you up for free. Do you want to refresh it? Suyu asked. There's no hurry. Let's wait first, Qinze said. Putting this matter aside, Suyu said. Why don't you let your uncle stay in the company? It's good to give him a nominal position. Don't they just want money? Suyu has seen through the true face of relatives. Qinze sighed and said. My uncle is different. He can't stay idle. He's like a ship without oars. He can only wave and wave. If I leave him in the company, he'll quit in a few months at most. Then he'll be disappointed in me and find another job. What he's looking forward to just now is to become one of the most powerful people in the company so that he can manage the company. If Bowser let him manage it, tens of billions won't be enough to lose. Suyu was speechless. Why do you care about this kind of uncle? Just give him some money. Don't get me wrong. I'm not the kind of bad daughter-in-law who hates her husband's relatives. Qinze said. Every family has its own difficulties. Speaking of which, my uncle probably has an obsession to be a boss. Obsession? Well, my grandfather used to do business. He was a small boss and passed the family business to him. In a few years, he lost the family fortune. My grandfather died when my uncle failed the most, so he always felt that his father died with grievances. My uncle felt guilty in his heart. I'll set a goal for him and let him do whatever he wants. Suyu said. By the way, what is my uncle doing here? Isn't he working for Purple Crystal? Bowser has to pay for it. Bowser has the most funds, Qinze said. Bullshit. Suyu suddenly straightened up from his arms like an angry little hen. I won't give a penny. Want to take money from me again? Don't even think about it. You black-hearted little pervert. You only know how to take my money as your wife's money. Do you think I, Suyu, am made of mud? Don't make trouble. You're getting more and more disobedient. Qinze patted her little butt gently. I'm not making trouble. Wang Zijin still owes me millions. Why should she take money from me again? Wang Zijin is your girlfriend, am I not? Qinze, has your conscience been eaten by Qin Bao? *CK metaphorically my sister is. You. This little teddy my sister and Wang Zijin are true love, and Suyu and my sister are true hate. Qinze ignored her little temper and said. How much is it to buy such a factory? I haven't calculated it. Anyway, I'm too lazy to care about hundreds of millions. You can estimate it for me later. This was the advantage of the internet, entertainment and finance. There was never a shortage of funds. Industry was not good. The big bosses in industry did not have much liquid capital. For example, a big boss surnamed Wang was said to have personal assets of tens of billions of dollars. But according to his interview, hundreds of millions of cash may not be available at once. Well, the company has 500 million yuan to give you. You are my man. I have no problem. Suyu looked very wronged and stared at him. 500 million yuan and me, you choose one. Fortunately, as long as it was not I choose one with your mother, or I choose one with your sister, Qinzhe could deal with it easily. Today he started to be proud. Qinzhe's expression was serious. You are priceless. I choose 500 million yuan. The first half of the sentence made Suyu smile. She rushed over and said in a coquettish tone, Husband, you are the best. She stopped abruptly. The second half of the sentence made her angry and painful. The posture of a swallow returning to the forest changed into a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. She bit on Qinzhe's shoulder and said vaguely, Let's die together. Oh, I'm just kidding. Your tears are coming. Qinzhe helped Suyu up. Her eyes were red and there was a bag of tears. Suyu sniffed and turned away. I didn't ask you to pay for nothing. I didn't say that the factory was bought. It was under Amethyst. Baozi paid for it, and the shares he should have were not small. Don't forget, Baozi is not ours. There is also Sister Man's share. Qinzhe said. Sister Man's share is also mine. Sister Man said that she would give it to me as a dowry in the future. Suyu smiled through tears. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sister Man also loves you. It seems that my existence is superfluous? If Suyu didn't say it, Qinzhe almost forgot that Sister Man also had shares. Sister Man's sense of existence was too low. She never intervened in the company's affairs and only received money without speaking. You have such a big reaction. I'm just teasing you. Qinzhe said angrily. Can you blame me? Who told you to be biased? If you have the ability, ask Wang Zijin to give me back the money. I'm not biased. I'm not good to you. Qinzhe took out his mobile phone. Okay, I'll get it for you now. He opened the chat software and suddenly stagnated. He leaned back slightly, not letting Suyu see his mobile phone screen, and quickly changed the group notes. Hei's King's Harem group was changed to Love and Love group. Since he joined this group, it has been calm. The sisters have never shown up again. Not surprisingly, they must have restarted the war in other groups. My existence is really superfluous. Qinzhe edited the message. Qingqing Zijin, Sister Ziwei. Tianfang needs Zijin in the near future. You can return the millions. Wang Zijin. I don't have money. Get out. Qinzhe. Don't be like this. Blind crying. On the side, Suyu rolled her eyes at him. It's useless. I'll do it. No, I'll do it. If we can talk properly, don't talk nonsense. Qinzhe grabbed Suyu's mobile phone and put it in his pocket. Qinzhe. Sister Ziwei, if you really want to use money, it's only a few million. Be good, be obedient. Qingqing Zijin. Well, I'll inform the finance department. Sister Zijin was indeed able to see the big picture. She was both beautiful and intelligent. Sister Zijin was easy to talk to. Crossdresser. Well, return my money by the way. Qingqing Zijin. What money? Who owes you money? Crossdresser. Wang Zijin, when you went to the recycling company, you borrowed more than 20 million from me. The bonds have long matured. You still haven't returned the money to me. Qingqing Zijin. Oh, I'm busy. You guys talk, I'll leave first. Qinzhe. Qin Bao, why are you joining in the fun? Old Wang, don't go. Suyu said expressionlessly. Sure enough, it's useless. Qinzhe. Oh. Old Ma. Young man, you need to recharge. Recharge your ass. Between me and Long Outyen, there's a cheat system. Haha, harem group? This is the result of salted fish forcing a harem. The system sneered. Between you and Long Outyen, the difference is not the system. Don't slander me. You two are 3 words apart. The system caught Qinzhe's ridicule in his heart. What 3 words? Qinzhe asked. Long Outyen. The system said. You're called salted fish Zhe, 3 words apart from Long Outyen. Oh. Qinzhe. Can I still be saved? Qinzhe said in his heart. You can't be saved. Just wait for death. The system said. Suyu looked at him with her bright eyes. What's wrong with you? All of a sudden, Aze's face looked disheartened. Qinzhe shook his head. I need a name change card. Old Ma, take the money. In the group, Nan Man Pei, who was lurking, suddenly appeared. Lovesick Red Bean. Qinze, I'm very disappointed in your ability to manage the company. I also have shares in Tianfang. If you can't do it, I can send a professional management team over. Qinze, sister man, hurry up. Lovesick red bean. I've thought about it. I'm here to seize power. That's exactly what I want. Come quickly. Once you're here, the sister's goal will be the same. Crossdresser. No need, sister man. I can handle the company's affairs. Don't you have shares in Baoza? You can send a management team over. Let me say. Suyu grabbed Qinze's mobile phone. Sister man, you said that Baoza's shares would be my dowry. Lovesick red bean. Crossdresser. Qingqing Zijin. Crossdresser. Brother, are you going to marry sister man? Qingqing Zijin. Qinze, I'll give you a chance to withdraw. Qinze. I'm Suyu. My mobile phone was snatched away by him. Lovesick red bean. Let's talk about it after you get married. Suyu was stabbed in the heart. Qinze pinched Suyu's face. I'll help you vent your anger. Qinze. Sister man, I'm Qinze. Our relationship is so close. Why don't you give me Baoza's shares as my dowry? I have 2 girlfriends. Give me Tianfang's shares too. Crossdresser. Two girlfriends? Qingqing Zijin. Qinze. Yes, Xiaozua and Xiaoyu. Lovesick red bean. Are you making fun of me? Believe it or not, I'll sink you into the Huangpu River. Qinze. I'll sink you 3,000 miles into the water. Chapter 513. Acacia Hongdo. Are you so happy to be naughty? Qinze didn't answer, but took back his mobile phone with satisfaction, with a smug expression on his face. I'm done. Call me if you have anything in the future, and your husband will help you vent your anger. Suyu. Is this done? Where did you vent your anger? I can't understand it at all. According to Suyu's many days of learning experience, Qinze should be expressionless when she, the heroine, is wronged, but his glass-like light-colored eyes hide anger. So you can't imagine what the glass-like light-colored eyes look like, but it's described in the book. Qin domineering male protagonist A. Nanman Pei, although you are little you er's friend, I won't allow you to say that. Qin Bao domineering male protagonist A. Qin Bao Bao, although you are my sister, my girlfriend is not for you to talk about. Qin domineering male protagonist A. Wang Zijin, although you are my girlfriend, we are the matchmaker. I love little you er the most. This is Suyu's ideal style. Moreover, in the end the money was not brought back. So what are you so proud of? I seem to have fallen in love with a salted fish. Suyu puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, It's okay to pay for it, but as for how many shares, I will talk to Wang Zijin myself. Don't interfere. If she doesn't pay back the money, I will deduct it from the acquisition funds myself. Okay, I won't interfere. Qinze said. Can I interrupt? Suyu said. Deoxyribose is not delicious. Qinze. Replenish protein. Suyu smiled sweetly with shallow dimples. I want to replenish blood and calcium. Qinze couldn't meet her requirements and his face was black. Are you so happy to be naughty? The two snuggled on the sofa. Qinze frowned at his sister's album sales, and Suyu looked at his face. Unlike ordinary handsome men, Qinze's face is particularly attractive. With a beautiful fantasy, Suyu stared at his side face. In the future, when they had children, the girl had to be as beautiful as her, the boy had to be as handsome as him, and the boy had to be as capable, talented, and responsible as him. Crossing it out first, he didn't see much of a sense of responsibility at the moment. Fortunately, there was no such thing as nephews looking like aunts. Otherwise, if a daughter or son looked like Qin Bao Bao, how terrible would it be? Looking at a face that resembled Qin Bao Bao every day, so you couldn't help but beat the shit out of that person. At the thought of children, Suyu's mood was particularly surging. Hubby. She stretched out her arms and hugged Qinze's neck, her eyes watery. Qinze looked away from the computer screen and turned to look at her. Come to me tonight, you haven't touched me for a long time. Suyu's expression was shy. Forget about it at night. Let's fire the cannons now. I brought the Italian cannons. Qinze reached out and unbuttoned the 2 buttons on Suyu's chest, seeing a touch of white inside and a light blue bra. If it was changed to his sister's big breasts, he could see the deep ravine, but Suyu's was not obvious. In the office? Suyu covered her chest and looked embarrassed. It's not that they haven't driven in the office, but that's after the employees get off work. Now it's office hours. What if the assistant knocks on the door in the middle of the work? At that time, Chinze wants to stop, but she doesn't want to. It's so comfortable every time. Chinze sighed. Because this kind of thing can't be done in the morning or evening, it can only be done in the afternoon. Suyu blinked. Why? Chinze said seriously. Because something will happen sooner or later. Suyu, are you so happy? Finally, they went to the hotel. There was never a shortage of high-end hotels in the CBD area. Chinze's current identity was not suitable for him to take out his ID card to get a room. The room was opened by Suyu. After getting a room, she texted Chinze and told him the room number. Chinze went in wearing a cap and a mask. Suyu was taking off her stockings, and the black silk was rolling down from her white and slender thighs was full of temptation. Chinze was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. She felt the danger and immediately jumped away, leaning back against the window, smiling charmingly. Come and catch me. If you catch me, I'll let you have sex. They ran around the bed and Chinze stopped fiercely. If I don't play this, I always feel that I'm the silly son of the village chief, or the bully who robs women. Suyu took off her coat, put on a set of sexy underwear, and went into the bathroom. In the next few hours, the sound of rain hitting the banana leaves was urgent. The cavalry broke out the sound of swords and spears, and with you they disappeared the worries of eternity. The wind rose and the clouds flew, and Chinze's iron rod could penetrate the intestines. Suyu curled up in the quilt and took a nap. On the contrary, Chinze became braver and more energetic. He took the hotel introduction and menu to be pencil, and listed some things to pay attention to in the industry on the blank back, including management, operation, confidential technology protection measures, and so on. Then, he wrote down his connections in the government. The first one was the Wang family, and the connections that the Wang family extended to the government. Then it was Nanman Pei, and the Li family represented by Nanman Pei. The last one was Zhao Taizhu. The help that Zhao Taizhu could give him was dispensable. It didn't matter if he asked him for help on small matters, but when it came to the level of a game involving major interests, Zhao Taizhu couldn't help. He wasn't powerful himself, and he wasn't the leader of the Zhao family. For now in Shanghai, Nanman Pei was a good partner. Chinze leaned over to pick up the pants thrown on the ground, took out his mobile phone and sent a text message. Sister man, I'll take you to fly. After about 10 minutes, Nanman Pei's reply came late. Are you itching for a beating? Chinze. It's like you can beat me. Nanman Pei. If you have something to say, get out. Chinze turned Suyu's body, held her in his arms and typed, I'm going to do high-tech products. Are you interested in investing? Nanman Pei. Not interested. Chinze. There's no way to communicate. I'll send you money. Nanman Pei. What the hell do you want to do? Chinze. I'm not going to do anything to you. The next moment, Nanman Pei called and Chinze answered. Nanman Pei's voice was cold and angry. Chinze, I'm giving you face. Chinze laughed. Sister man, I'm just joking. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Your health will be bad. She muttered. Stingy. Nanman Pei raised her voice. What did you say? Chinze. Nothing, let's talk about business. I'm developing VR equipment. Are you interested in investing? Nanman Pei was silent for a moment. It's a thankless task, a waste of time and money, and there may not be a return. The research and development of VR equipment was indeed in an extremely awkward situation. This kind of high-tech product was generally developed by large capital. In terms of scientific research abroad, they were very ingenious and willing to spend and burn money. In the domestic market, craftsmanship was heavy, and they were not willing to spend energy on doing things and doing research. They paid attention to making quick money. They were not even willing to innovate and were keen on imitation and piracy. At present, the good VR equipment on the market was almost all imported from abroad, and domestic research, production, and innovation. Chinze could not explain that he had the support of a low-level system, and he was different from those flirtatious goods outside. Nanman Pei pondered. How much are you going to invest? How much is the initial investment and how many years can you get back? Send me a research report later. Chinze said. It's just a few $100 million. No need to go through so much trouble. Nanman Pei said angrily. Nonsense. Chinze rolled his eyes. It's up to you. Nanman Pei was silent for a long time. Okay. I'll give you 100 million. Chinze was stunned by the unexpected answer. Sister Man, such an evil capitalist, was so straightforward? There was no satisfactory evaluation report, no negotiation, and no long-winded persuasion. 100 million was given away just like that? It was more like giving money away than an investment, right? Sister Man, she's interested in my 18 centimeters? Chinze was going to take some time to persuade her. Chinze, I'll give you 10% of the shares at most, but don't worry, the return will be 10 times or 100 times. In addition, if I encounter trouble, I'll need your help. Nanman Pei sneered. I know you're up to no good. Is Suyu next to you? I want to talk to her. Chinze. She's sleeping. Nanman Pei. Chinze explained. We're in the hotel, you know. Nanman Pei. What do you know? Come here, I'll kick you to death. Nanman Pei said in a deep voice. Chinze, I only want 10% of the shares, and it doesn't matter even less. I don't care whether your VR equipment has a future or not, but I hope that you can give Suyu all the shares. She told me that Baozi will pay for it, right? Chinze was speechless. So, I really am unnecessary? Nanman Pei said in a puzzled tone. What do you mean? So, Sister Man, do you really love Suyu? You don't like women, do you? Chinze remembered that on Pei Ziki's birthday, he was lucky enough to enter Nanman Pei's boudoir. As a single 30-year-old woman, she didn't even have a joystick, which was unscientific. What a beautiful lily. Fragrant and beautiful branches. Fragrant and white, everyone praises Chinze. You don't have to worry about Suyu. I'll be good to her, always good to her, and we'll have children. In addition, Suyu is a woman with a very good outlook. She likes to eat tofu but doesn't like to grind tofu. Sister Man, you understand what I mean. Nanman Pei said coldly. I'll take you to the Huangpu River tonight. The phone was hung up. Under the quilt, Suyu smiled. Chapter 5:14. Chinze hung up the phone and fell asleep with Suyu in his arms. It was already 6:30 when he woke up. Sure enough, sleeping before going to bed helped him sleep. After all, he had just shipped a lot of goods and needed to rely on sleep to replenish his physical strength. Suyu woke up early, huddled in his arms, huddled in the quilt, showing her head and blinking her eyes at him. How long have you been awake? Chinze stretched in the quilt. Almost half an hour. Suyu wrinkled her nose. Are you tired recently? You snore. Of course he was tired. He slept for 3 hours last night and knelt on the keyboard until dawn. He consumed a lot of physical strength. Just now there was a big battle with gunfire. Teddy couldn't bear it. Of course this can't be said to Suyu. Suyu won't let him kneel on the keyboard, but she will call Wang Zijin. At that time there will be gunfire. Don't you know in your heart whether I'm tired or not? Chinze pinched her little buttocks. Go back and learn yoga. Suyu stared. Do you dislike my figure? Chinze shook his head. Your figure is very good, slender and perfect. It's the best I've ever seen. Suyu was satisfied and let go of the hand in the quilt. Chinze arched his buttocks back and snorted. But your hardware is good and the software is bad. You can't do all of our 108 postures. Suyu refused. Who can do all of them, so many and so difficult? Chinze disdained. My sister. Long live the People's Liberation Army. Suyu _ Chinze changed the subject. Get up, let's go home. Suyu said coquettishly. Kiss me and get up. Chinze kissed her face. She then pointed at her beautiful little mouth. Chinze kissed again. Suyu carrot. Oh, they went into the bathroom to take a bath. Chinze wanted to take a bath together, but he gave up after thinking about it. If he went in, he was afraid that he would be a beast again. When a woman takes off her clothes, men will be aroused, but wearing clothes can also achieve the same effect. Chinze witnessed the whole process of Suyu putting on clothes. She stuck out her small hips and put on the lace underwear. The bra wrapped a pair of snow-white XX. For a beauty like Suyu, it was easy to button the bra from behind. The main point is the stockings. A woman with long and straight legs is a beautiful scenery when she's wearing stockings. The main point is that I can't describe it in detail. Otherwise, I could write 3,000 words. Suyu glanced at it and stared back at the crotch cat. He said angrily, "Is this thing so energetic? How can a 24-year-old boy be so energetic?" Chinze urged. "Why don't we extend it for another 2 hours?" Suyu thought about it very seriously and said with a bitter face, "No, I can't bear it." He had only heard of heartless landlords, but had never seen heartless tenants. He really couldn't eat anymore. Suyu was distressed. During the time when they were fighting, Chinze was holding the wall for a while. Later, slowly, the more he fought, the braver he became, from a fast shooter to a machine gunner. Now Suyu can't bear him. Occasionally, he also hopes that he can be a sniper, one shot to the soul, one shot to the end. Do you want to learn yoga? Expand the warehouse and stock up on food. Otherwise, if he hands over the public grain to Wang Zijin's warehouse, he will cry to death. Back to the company to get the bag? Chinze and Suyu entered the underground parking lot and drove away. He didn't want to send Suyu home. They didn't live together. Suyu had to take a taxi to work tomorrow morning. Back home at 7:30 it was dark. Chinze carried the groceries he bought on the way and entered the house. There was a spacious hall, 2 yoga mats, and 2 beautiful women. How did Sister Ziwei learn yoga? Chinze was surprised. Could it be that the hearts of lovers are connected? Wang Zijin said. Youth and beauty rely on big tricks to maintain. Chinze felt that this was familiar. At this time, Qin Baobao changed her posture, split, with her right foot wrapped around her neck. This posture made her chest look heavier. Wang Zijin followed her, and the split was already very difficult. Her face was red, and she tried for a long time, but she couldn't wrap her foot around her neck. Qin Baobao made a disdainful sneer. At this time, Chinze decisively carried the groceries into the kitchen. A smart man should know how to seek good luck and avoid evil. If he continued to stay, the fire of war would roll to him. Sure enough, after Wang Zijin was ridiculed, she immediately turned her weak eyes to Chinze, but she only saw Chinze's back. Chinze moved like a snake and avoided Wang Zijin's big trick, Medusa's gaze. After eating, they rested in the living room for a few hours. After Qin Baobao checked Chinze's phone, she babbled and said that she was tired and wanted to take a bath. Aunt, run the bathwater for me. Wang Zijin ignored her and spread out her hands. Chinze obediently handed over his phone and let it be checked a second time. Qin Baobao saw this and glared fiercely at Chinze. She swayed her plump butt and went to take a bath. Sister Ziwei, you're not angry anymore, right? Chinze smiled flatteringly. It depends on your performance. Wang Zijin browsed through his phone, text messages, app chat, call history, browser history, and so on. It seemed that every woman had this kind of hobby. They liked to check a man's phone, and if they went overboard, they could even give a man's phone location. The company recently developed a small software. Wang Zijin smiled dignified. Chinze suddenly had a bad feeling. Well, it's a location software. Wang Zijin said. It's currently on the shelves and has a good number of downloads. I'll download one for you too. Try it out. Humph, you obviously want to give me a location. You black-hearted maggot. Chinze pretended to be surprised and said, Okay. It's the first time I've used this kind of thing. Wang Zijin nodded with satisfaction. Soon she was done and returned the phone to Chinze with satisfaction. Chinze smiled. Sister Ziwei, oh Sister Ziwei, I'm not salted fish Zay. I'm Hei's king. Hei's king was not afraid of any tricks, but don't forget who the Golden Shield antivirus software was. Then sleep together tonight? Chinze climbed up the pole. No. Wang Zijin snorted and turned her head away. Maybe it was because she was in a good mood after installing the location software. It was rare to see a proud and coquettish look on her face. You'll make me sad like this. Chinze looked at her and sang, because love doesn't make you sad easily. So we can have sex as much as we want. Wang Zijin looked back and sang, because love doesn't make you sad easily. She had a nice voice, but she was not good at singing. Her breath was disorderly and awkward. Chinze was speechless. Get lost, you fake girlfriend. Okay, you want to compete with me in singing? I'm a famous fast shooter after all. Who's afraid of you? Chinze sang. Come on, let's have fun. There's plenty of time anyway. Wang Zijin was unmoved. She opened her mouth and said, Because love doesn't make you sad easily. Qinzhe sang again. In a dream I did you in a dream. Wang Zijin's expression changed. She said valiantly, the 5-starred red flag fluttering in the wind. Qinzhe was speechless. You win, I dare not accept this. I lost. Chapter 5:15. Why aren't you singing? Wang Zijin glanced sideways with a teasing smile on her face. How about singing a song? I'll sing crabs in the sky, flowers smile at me for you. Wang Zijin. Not convinced. Qinzhe. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I've lost. Qinzhe cupped his fists and was sincerely convinced. A domineering sister is justice. Qinzhe hated the Japanese the most because they were all cis-con heretics and heretics that must be eradicated. One day he would gather 3,000 domineering sister cons, trample all over the world, set things right and reshape the glorious path. His sister went to bed after taking a bath today, and didn't seem to be in a good mood. Qinzhe asked her and she said she was fine. When taking a bath, Qinzhe looked at his phone. It was worth mentioning that this was his sister's bath water. His sister carefully prepared a bath with dried roses, essential oil, shower gel, and so on. The order Qin Bao Bao Wang Zijin Qinzhe. The order of the first two occasionally changed, or sometimes they bathed together, but the latter never changed. After all, one bath had to sprinkle half a bag of dried roses. It was too wasteful for everyone to change. In fact, this bathing method was very common in Japan. A family in Japan would take a bath. If a guest came, they would let the guest take a bath first. In Japan's bathing culture, before taking a bath, they would take a shower and wash their bodies. And when taking a bath, they wouldn't rub their bodies, let alone pee in the pool. Qinzhe and his sisters were like this. Qinzhe leaned on the side of the bath and swiped his phone for a while. The public opinion on album sales was still in full swing. After all, it was only the second day. Su Jiao's album sales were above his sister's. The ridicule of the water army, fans and onlookers became more and more intense. No wonder his sister was in a bad mood. Could it be that Royal Entertainment Company is determined to trample on my sister? Stepping on her to get to the top? According to Qinzhe's estimation, Su Jiao's album sales should have dropped slightly at this moment, but they didn't. Instead, they pulled some distance away from Qin Bao Bao. If this continued, the money spent wouldn't just be a few million. Even if Su Jiao stepped on her sister, she might not be able to reach the second tier. Was it worth it? Qinzhe couldn't figure it out. After taking a bath, he scooped up the flower petals and threw them into the trash can. Then, he turned off the water and washed the bathtub clean. That was why he was always at the bottom. He showered for a few more minutes to wash off the foam on his body. Qinzhe sneaked into Wang Zijin's room. I'm going to sleep. I didn't rest well last night. When Qinzhe lifted the quilt and got into bed, Wang Zijin glared at him but did not push him off the bed. In the end, the two of them rolled on the same bed sheet. Wang Zijin said that she didn't want to, but that was a girl's reservedness. In her heart, she was still very willing to be intimate with her boyfriend. Then you have to sleep well. Wang Zijin's hand pressed against her waist. Don't mess around. Okay. Qinzhe nodded. A man's promise was laughable, especially in bed. A few minutes later, Wang Zijin understood this sentence. Don't touch me with your hands. Give it to me. Scram. Wang Zijin glared at him. Under the dim yellow glow of the bedside lamp, her face was as gentle as jade. Although she had only had one boyfriend, as an experienced internet user, she was well aware of men's behavior in and out of bed, so she didn't really blame Qinzhe. It would be strange if he was calm and unperturbed on the bed. Moreover, she kept him hanging and maintained her bottom line, so she felt a bit guilty. She let him do whatever he wanted with her. Wang Zijin curled up and endured Qinzhe's blasphemy. An intoxicating blush surfaced on her fair face. Qinzhe couldn't control himself and said in a hoarse voice, I can't take it anymore. Wang Zijin was shocked and resisted silently. Qinzhe didn't force her. He whispered into her ear, Sister, help me. Perhaps it was because she was very nervous at the moment, but she didn't notice the abnormality in Qinzhe's words. No. Wang Zijin said in a trembling voice. You promise not to force me. Don't misunderstand. I won't let you do that. Qinzhe grabbed her hand. I mean this. Wang Zijin retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Her breathing was heavy. Sister Ziwei, you're 26, right? Nonsense, I'm only 25. We in Beijing talk about 1-year-old. Qin Zhe. We in Shanghai have little knowledge. Don't lie to me. According to 1-year-old, I'm only 22. I'm still young. That's not the point. You're already 26, but you're still illiterate. Aren't you worried? I'm not worried. Wang Zijin said coquettishly. Is that how you use idioms? We in Beijing have little knowledge. Don't lie to me. Oh. The next day, Qin Baobao woke up and found the washing machine turning loudly in the bathroom. Through the glass she saw the bedsheets being washed. There were 2 sets of pajamas in the basket at the side. Her brother and her best friend were no longer around. They must have gone for a run. Qin Baobao suddenly remembered that her bedsheets hadn't been washed for more than a week. Usually she changed them once a week. Yawning, she went back to her room to take out the bedsheets and blankets and threw them into the bathroom. Even the bedsheets of the intruder have been washed. Why is it that Ace has to wash them all instead of mine? Humph. After breakfast, Qin Zhe went to Tianfang with his sister. Qin Baobao was beaming with joy. Aren't we going to Purple Crystal today? She sat in the passenger seat and tilted her head. There's something going on in Tianfang, Qin Zhe said. He didn't say what it was. The main purpose of going to Purple Crystal was to accompany Wang Zijin. He didn't know much about the internet. Wang Zijin was also an open and above-board sister. She never closed her office door and refused to be intimate in the office. Moreover, after last night's incident, Wang Zijin still hadn't reacted this morning. To her, this was a huge step in her life, second only to turning from a girl to a woman. At this moment she was probably feeling very awkward. Qin Zhe wanted to give her time to adjust and adapt. After reaching Tianfang, Qin Zhe called his assistant to inform the manager of the Public Relations Department to come to the president's office. Qin Zhe rarely contacted his assistant. The assistant, who had always felt that he might have offended Qin Zhe, and was trembling with fear every time he came, anxiously called Manager Zhu of the Public Relations Department. His urgent tone made Manager Zhu think that it was a big deal, so he jogged over. Once he came in, Qin Zhe went straight to the point. Increase the number of paid posters. Do what I told you before in advance. Also start spamming Qin Baobao's album from today onwards, but don't do it too obviously. Contact the marketing accounts on Weibo. The bigger the account, the better. A word from them is more effective than 100 articles written by a trashy editor. Manager Zhu was stunned and nodded. Okay. This plan had been formulated long ago, so there was no need to discuss the details, public relations fees and so on. After he left, Qin Baobao was puzzled. Didn't you say you weren't going to boost sales? Qin Zhe said. Think about it. If Royal Entertainment is willing to spend money to support Su Jiao for the sake of face, then you'll lose. This time you'll be screwed. Qin Baobao bit her lip and sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. Also, didn't you say that it's not a loss to scam them in another way? Qin Zhe said angrily. I can't stand this grievance. Qin Baobao. Qin Zhe said. You're wrong. I can't let sister suffer this grievance. Qin Baobao's eyes seemed to sparkle. Actually, the suppression of album sales this time had a certain impact on her fame, but her reputation and money were also plentiful. Everyone still praised her for her singing, but she didn't know whether it was the paid posters or haters online, but they kept mocking her with this matter recently, making her very unhappy. Fame and fortune, fame and fortune. The most important thing was fame. No one could see through fame and fortune, not even saints. Saints in the common sense didn't exist. Saints in history indeed cared a lot about fame and fortune. Qin Baobao said happily. Then how do you plan to operate it? Qin Zhe. Don't you already know? Qin Baobao. How annoying. I'll pretend to be a fool, and you'll pretend to be a man. Aren't you very happy? Qin Zhe thought that it made sense. But I don't need to pretend. I'm a man. Chapter 5:16. 3 days had passed since Su Jiao's and Qin Baobao's albums hit the shelves, but the popularity online didn't decrease at all. After all, the gimmick of Qin Baobao's myth being shattered was worth watching with relish for a long time. On the day the album hit the shelves, Su Jiao beat Qin Baobao. The difference in sales between the two was about 10,000 copies. On the second day the album hit the shelves, Su Jiao still beat Qin Bao Bao. The difference in sales was more than 20,000. On the third day the album hit the shelves, which was today. The difference between the two was 40,000. So far it was 40,000. There were many fans online who were waiting for Qin Bao Bao to reverse the trend, but they anxiously discovered that it had been 3 days. Not only did she not overtake, but she was also gradually drifting away. This was a huge blow to the fans' enthusiasm and confidence. They couldn't help but wonder if Qin Bao Bao's album was really inferior to Su Jiao's. How did this Su Jiao inexplicably rise? Even the arrogance of attacking Weibo and scolding online decreased a lot. In addition, Qin Bao Bao herself basically didn't call for anything on Weibo and other official platforms. The fans felt that they were being too rash, and that the other celebrities didn't care. Gradually, the enthusiasm for boosting sales and scolding online decreased. She pulled out so many sales in 3 days. 40,000. An ordinary small-time singer's album probably only sold this much. Qin Bao Bao is powerless to reverse the situation. Look at her Weibo fans. She has a few million more than Su Jiao, but her album sales are also very average. Haha, they're all fake fans. Su Jiao is mighty. Su Jiao's album is the best. It's normal for Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe not to talk because this slap in the face is too painful. Netizens' comments were always sharp and mean, and there might even be a water army mixed in. Fans were crazy and brainless. They could start a scolding war over a trivial matter. For example, if 2 female celebrities appeared on the same variety show, and one of them had less screen time, the fans would start a scolding war. If 2 female celebrities joked with each other, the fans would start a scolding war. Celebrities weren't familiar with each other and didn't talk much to each other. In the eyes of the fans, this was a naked declaration of war. Fine, let's fight. That was the general rhythm. Qin Bao Bao had a lot of fans, so he definitely wouldn't allow others to slander his idol. Such scolding wars were everywhere on the internet. Weibo, Tieba forums, consulting apps, and so on. As long as it was a place where comments could be made, there would be scolding wars. And in these small places, Qin Bao Bao was almost completely victorious. Only on Weibo. Su Jiao's fans seemed to only gather on Weibo. The truth was that the water army made up more than half of them. Qin Bao Bao's album sales were considered normal. Within 3 days, more than 400,000 copies were sold, which was better than the sales of her first digital album. If it weren't for Su Jiao, she would have broken the record again. Although a year had passed, her elder sister's fame couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. At noon on the 4th day, the dance studio, Qin Zhe personally held up a camera. In the camera, his sister's graceful and tall figure danced gracefully, which was pleasing to the eye. In order to shoot this video, Qin Zhe specially learned how to use a camera. After all, he had no experience and had never even used a DSLR before. Little Cabbage, whom he hooked up with in college, once said, "I like a boyfriend who can use a DSLR." That day, Qin Zhe went to his sister to ask for money to buy a DSLR. His sister said with a smile, "DSLR is poor for 3 generations. Photography is ruined for a lifetime." Perhaps from then on, his newly acquired Little Cabbage had already been blacklisted by his sister. He had been eating his sister, using her, and playing with her for 3 years. Now, his wife's money was all controlled by his sister. This was retribution. In order to shoot this video, Qin Bao Bao also specially bought a dance costume with a high neckline. "Stop, stop, stop." Qin Zhe suddenly called for a stop. His sister's breasts were trembling, which was too unsightly. Qin Bao Bao stopped and crossed her long and slender legs. She was slim and elegant as she looked over. "You're your omen?" Qin Zhe gestured in front of his chest. Qin Bao Bao rolled her charming little eyes. Who wears that when wearing a dance costume? The dance costume was very tight, so if one wore an omen, it would immediately be outlined. Not only would it be tacky, but it would also lower the class. "You haven't worn it before?" "Yeah, why didn't I notice?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "Don't you know there's something called a breast patch?" Qin Bao Bao disdainfully said. "I feel like I'm losing out." Qin Zhe muttered. Qin Bao Bao giggled. "Then why don't you just not let your sister go out? Are you raising me?" "Didn't I raise you? I've always been the one raising you." Qinzhe said. Good boy, when you have a brother-in-law in the future, I'll let him raise me. You don't need to raise me anymore. Qin Baobao giggled. What the hell is a brother-in-law? Qinzhe's face darkened. Damn, who wants to be my brother-in-law? Come out, I promise I'll beat you to death. You'll beat the shit out of me. Qin Baobao seemed to be very satisfied with Qinzhe's reaction, and a series of bell-like laughter rang out. Hey, where are you going? We haven't finished filming. Qinzhe called out to his sister who was walking towards the door. Qin Baobao turned around and smiled. Change the breast patch lest some people get jealous. Breast patch? What is a breast patch? Please enlighten me. Although he didn't know what a breast patch was, the effect was better than breast patches. After his sister came back, she spun on the spot, and her chest stopped shaking. In this way, other people would at most sigh at his sister's big chest and good figure. This was the difference between trembling and not trembling. The most despicable thing in the world was Duk, such as TikTok. The most despicable thing in the world was fast, such as fast hands. After a 10-minute dance, Qin Baobao stopped and walked in front of the camera. She smiled sweetly, waved and said, Hello everyone, was my dance good? The new album has been on the shelves for 4 days. I hope my Bao fans don't mind the late meeting. Qin Baobao's fans called themselves Bao fans. Because she felt ashamed, Qin Bao rarely mentioned this title. This time, in order to increase album sales, she went all out. The sales of this album are better than the previous one, but it's not enough, far from enough. In the past year, more and more fans have joined the big family of Bao fans. I've always been grateful for your support. Thank you everyone. This dance is a return gift to everyone. Very few people have seen me dance. This is the first time I'm dancing for everyone. In the future, I will bring you even better works and even more beautiful songs. I need everyone to continue to support me and my album. She blew a kiss to the camera and made a heart on her chest. Love you all. She looked up a few centimeters at Qinzhe. Love you too. After the video was shot, Qinzhe handed it over to the technical team. Not long after, his sister returned to the office after taking a shower. She opened the drawer of the coffee table and rummaged for snacks. Eating snacks right after exercise. Aren't you afraid of becoming a fat pig? Qinzhe said. Aze, do you want to eat Mimi? Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. No, don't trick me. Qinzhe said angrily. He remembered that once he was tricked by his sister like this. At that time he was so excited that his sister turned her head and threw him a bag of Mimi shrimp chips. Damn it. Qin Baobao opened the drawer and showed him the snacks, revealing 2 small canine teeth, and smiled. You see, there's no Mimi here, so, Qinzhe said. I suddenly want to eat again. Qin Baobao laughed. Too late. Who cares? I ate shrimp chips for a long time last night. Sister Ziwei is generous. By the way, let's talk about something. Qin Baobao was eating potato chips. Say it. So you said you asked Uncle to help you find a factory? Is it reliable? Not very reliable, who knows. What about after you find it? Let Uncle manage it? I have this idea, but I won't let him hold the power. After all, he has too many criminal records and I'm worried. Then just ignore him. If he wants money, give him money. We can even support him in his old age. But we can't give him too much power and resources. People like Uncle are terrible when he squanders. Qin Baobao frowned. Have you thought about it? If he squanders, then so be it. Why does he have to go through so much trouble? Qinzhe put his arm around his sister's shoulder. She leaned on his shoulder and ate potato chips. Uncle is actually not good at gambling, nor is he lecherous. He's not keen on drinking and drinking branded cigars and so on, but he keeps going through so much trouble. He loses a lot of money. Why? Why? Qin Baobao looked up at him. Why do you want to be a boss? Qinzhe said. A son's obsession will go through many stages in a person's life, from childish to mature, from simple to deep, from snobbish to indifferent, but they will never change in front of one person, and that person is their father. Whether it's shrewd or simple, every man wants to hold his head high in front of his father, to become his father's pride, and to be recognized by his father. Qin Baobao asked, What about you? Qinzhe said, I used to think the same way. When I was young, every time Dad beat me up and made me face the wall in the study room, I secretly swore to myself that one day, I would become a man that you would look up to. I would make you regret beating me all these years. I would make you cry and beg for my forgiveness, but you would be shocked all day long. Then I really did it now. You see, how long has it been since Dad lectured me? Because he knows that my achievements have made him look up to me, and I am no longer that useless son. But Uncle didn't even have this chance and Grandpa died a long time ago. Ouch, don't hit me, Grandpa died many years ago. So Uncle can only be obsessed and not have a wish. Qin Bao Bao reached out and stroked the corner of his eyes and eyebrows, and said in a rare gentle tone, "Yes, my Ace has finally grown up. You don't have to steal your parents' pocket money to buy popsicles for your sister, and you can take care of your sister by yourself. Before touching me, don't you remember to wipe your hands first?" Qin Zhe snorted. "You can spend as much money as you want before I get married. When your sister-in-law returns, quickly return the money." Qin Bao Bao said angrily, "What the hell is a sister-in-law? Do you believe that I will hang her up and beat her? Who wants to be my sister-in-law? Come out, I will beat you to death." The assistant knocked on the door and said respectfully, "Boss Qin, the video is done. I have sent it to your email." Chapter 517. Qin Bao Bao said, "Got it." She opened her laptop, logged into her email and played the video. Qin Zhe leaned over and watched the video with her. The assistant glanced at the siblings and tactfully retreated. "How did I offend Mr. Qin? He didn't even look at me. In the future, when Mr. Qin comes to the company, I have to keep a low profile so that I won't be fired. But how did I offend him?" With deep confusion and doubt, the assistant closed the office door. The video started with a dance studio. The curtains were lowered and the warm sunlight shone on the elm floor outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. It was quiet with a hint of fairy tale-like romance. The dance studio, the train tracks, and the Ferris wheel were the most romantic scenes. Romance had three treasures: the train tracks, the Ferris wheel, and the dance studio. Men had three treasures: sausages, meatballs, and a pile of grass. Women also had three treasures: pearls, dried scallops, and mimosa. The video was edited and the lighting effects were beautified. Otherwise, it wouldn't have that fairy tale-like romantic atmosphere. Then the music started. Qin Zhe's Dusk. Any song, as long as it was accompanied by a video, would become extraordinarily sentimental. Any video, as long as there was background music, would become extraordinarily attractive. Qin Bao Bao's figure danced along with the song. She had a good figure to begin with. After the video was edited, it became even more attractive. Her dance was graceful and not vulgar. There were no seductive movements, but every movement was seductive. The video is well done. Posted on Weibo. Qin Zhe nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, right? Full marks? Qin Bao Bao smiled. Her eyes were like crescent moons. She was very beautiful. I'll give it 87. After pondering, Qin Zhe gave a score seriously. Why? Is there anything wrong? Qin Bao Bao asked nervously. She felt that she was beautiful and was a fairy. The video was okay. Qin Zhe thought to himself, because I haven't seen 13 yet. Qin Bao Bao logged into Weibo and uploaded the video. Thus, Qin Zhe's counterattack began. After the video was released, it immediately attracted the attention of the fans. They all clicked on it. A beautiful dance studio scene appeared in the video, accompanied by the background music. It was the song Dusk Yellow that had been popular recently. The music was played through the loudspeakers of countless mobile phones. In the video, Qin Bao Bao stood tall and slender, wearing a tight-fitting dance costume. Her devilish figure was once again displayed in front of her fans. She began to dance like an elf, with the warm sunlight behind her and the haloed elm floor behind her. It was picturesque. The new album has been on the shelves for 4 days. I hope the fans won't be offended by the late meeting. Ooh, the sales of this album are better than the previous one, but it's not enough, far from enough. Over the past year, more and more fans have joined the big family of Bao fans. I've always been grateful for your support. Thank you everyone. This dance is a return gift to everyone. Very few people have seen me dance, and this is the first time I'm performing a dance for everyone. In the future, I will bring you even better works and even more beautiful songs. I need everyone to continue to support me and my album. Ooh! Qin Bao Bao blew a kiss at the camera and made a heart shape in front of her chest. Love you all. Within half an hour after the video was posted, there were thousands of comments and hundreds of thousands of views. This was the terrifying traffic of a superstar. Qin Baobao's fans had reached more than 80 million. Even if they only saw 1/10 of it, it was still 8 million. In an era where traffic was king, the sudden emergence of Little Fresh Meats was the market's choice. I give Qin Baobao full marks for her figure, 666. The video is too beautiful. I really didn't chase the wrong person. Whether it's her figure or looks, Qin Baobao is one of the best. I who never watched a dance have already watched it 3 times. 3 times plus 1. 3 times plus 2. I'll always support you, I'll always support you. I'll go watch the album now. Baobao is picturesque, I love you to death. Mom, I believe in love again. Bao fans, let's go and beat Su Jiao. Wait, I saw that Baby Qin's last sentence, I love you too, was directed at the cameraman, right? Who is that? Oh my god, Qin Baobao has a boyfriend? This comment was quickly kicked up by fans. The comments below. F*CK. Now that you mention it, I realized it too. Mom, I don't believe in love again. She indeed didn't say it to the camera. Confirmation complete. Haha. Qin Zhe is going to have a brother-in-law? You're thinking too much. This was filmed in the dance studio, so Baobao should be at the company. Then the question is, who would she say this to in the company? Realization dawned on them. It must be Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe is right, it's definitely him. Qin Baobao is crazy about showing off her younger brother. They have a very good relationship. After all, Qin Baobao was made popular by Qin Zhe. He has always been her exclusive composer, so it's natural that they have a good relationship. In terms of the album, she should thank her fans and her younger brother. There's nothing wrong with that. Mom, I believe in love again. While the video was circulating and forwarding on the internet, Qin Zhe also posted on Weibo, hoping that fans would support his sister's album. Qin Zhe's fanbase could be said to be massive. From a fast shooter to an actor, he harvested batch after batch of fans with his talent, singing voice, and acting skills. When night fell, Baby Qin's album sales skyrocketed and soared like a rocket, directly surpassing Su Jiao's, reflecting the appeal that a queen of traffic should have. But when she woke up this morning, Qin Baobao happily looked at the album sales and found that she had been overtaken by Su Jiao again. She rushed out of the room with a stomach full of grievances and anger. She didn't see Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin, so she sat in the living room angrily and sulked. A's that D****** scumbag. When Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin came back from their morning run, Qin Baobao handed the phone over. Qin Zhe looked at the phone. In this case, Royal Entertainment's purpose was very obvious. They wanted to step on Qin Baobao to promote their company and artists. For this, they were willing to bear the pain and spend a lot of money. It was indeed a lot of money. It was fine if the album sales were in the hundreds of thousands, but now it was almost 1 million sales. How much money would they have to spend? And it was less than a week. How much money would they have to invest in a month? As expected, Qin Zhe said. He had his own ways. Posting a video to appeal to the fans was just the first step. Qin Baobao's album sales had shot up so quickly in just one night. It wasn't all thanks to the fans. Tianfeng's side was secretly helping Baobao boost her album sales. It was just that it wasn't obvious and wasn't as crazy as Royal Entertainment. After breakfast, he accompanied Wang Zijin to the company. 8:30 in the morning, Hongqiao Airport. Su Jiao wore a mask and sunglasses and personally carried a suitcase. She was followed by her manager and 2 assistants. After entering the departure floor, she straightened her back and tried to twist her waist to show a kind of flirtatious charm. She also had to pull the suitcase herself and couldn't be too missy. She didn't heave a sigh of relief until she entered the VIP lounge. She threw the suitcase to her assistant and curled up on the soft and comfortable single-seater sofa. She took off her mask and sunglasses and lowered her head to play with her phone. From the door to the VIP lounge, it was a distance of more than 50 meters. There were media reporters secretly filming her to capture the details of her life. Of course, they were reporters that the company contacted in advance. I, who should cooperate with you, am acting very seriously. Soon, articles like "The album war is in full swing. Su Jiao calmly runs" announcements would be pushed online to show her confidence and bearing. These days, most of the artists who were secretly filmed at the airport were self-directed and self-acted. Hundreds and thousands of fans receiving them at the airport were also self-directed and self-acted. Many people who lived in big cities and often took flights for business trips might never see fans blocking the airport in their entire lives, because this kind of hyping technique was no longer popular in recent years. The company spent a lot of money this time, right? Su Jiao looked at the album sales and smiled. Qin Baobao's fans are too crazy. They made so many sales in one night. The investment in the past few days has already exceeded the original initial estimate. The manager said. The company has done its best to cultivate you. You can't forget this kindness. Su Jiao smiled and said that she would definitely work hard for Royal Entertainment. She didn't know what she was thinking. The company and the artist had common interests. If selling albums couldn't bring benefits to the company, why would the company help her? Trampling on Qin Baobao to show the company's strength was also a kind of publicity and a push at the same time. If the advertising fees and commercial performance prices increased, wouldn't the company also profit? To put it nicely, it was mutually beneficial. To put it bluntly, they were using each other. Speaking of which, it was really difficult to trample on Qin Baobao. But one couldn't trap a wolf without sacrificing the child. The current investment was still within an acceptable range. The investment was proportional to the income. Su Jiao flew to the capital to shoot an advertisement this time, and the advertising fees had increased by 10% compared to before. The main reason was that the album sales hadn't stabilized yet. After all, the time was still short. If she could suppress Qin Baobao for a month, she would be rich. Her value would increase by at least 20%. The downside was that the company would really have to bleed a lot in this way. For a long time, the company's commission would increase from her income. Chapter 518. They were overtaken again. The cruel reality was undoubtedly a blow to Qin Baobao's fans. They put in all their enthusiasm to buy albums, but they still couldn't overtake her. Being overtaken wasn't the most despairing thing. They had clearly caught up, but they were overtaken again. They had a spurt of energy, but they were exhausted by the second. From an operational point of view, Royal Entertainment was successful. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the most successful operation this year. They probably quickly came up with a countermeasure before they fought with Qin Baobao, and used this incident to raise Su Jiao's reputation and the company's reputation to a higher level. According to this momentum, Su Jiao might really be able to break into the A-list. As a singer who pulled Qin Baobao down from her pedestal, how dazzling this crown was. The corresponding investment was equally huge. It hadn't even been a week, but they had invested millions. What about later? The operation wasn't a secret, and everyone in the industry knew about it, but the effect was really good. Some large entertainment companies even held a meeting to analyze the success of this operation case. Perhaps in the beginning, Tianfeng's Qinzhe and Qin Baobao didn't think so deeply. After all, few people would spend so much to buy albums unless they wanted to promote a newcomer. Royal Entertainment seized on this oversight and succeeded in one fell swoop. The marketing director of an entertainment company said with assurance. Then why don't we look forward to Qin Baobao's next album? His subordinate's tone was hesitant and doubtful. The same method won't work a second time. Qin Baobao and Qinzhe probably won't take the initiative to fight in the future, and after so many times, even a fool will know that it's fake and fake. Advertisers, investors, commercial performances, they won't care about you at all, the marketing director said. But this incident can give us inspiration. It's a good idea to seize the opportunity to step on Qin Baobao in the future. There's no hope in music, but what about movies? TV series? There might be a chance in these areas. Such statements and analysis were very common in the major entertainment companies. But in this atmosphere, a group of paid posters suddenly popped up on the internet. A kind of opinion spread wildly and then became a hubbub. Eris's chest is padded. Bah! Su Jiao's sales were boosted. Similar comments had already been around for a long time. From the first day the album was on the shelves, there were already people who questioned Su Jiao's ability to buy the album. However, she couldn't resist the adulation of Su Jiao's fans and water army, and was quickly drowned out by the waves of adulation. Later, Qinzhe bought a small amount of internet water army to spread comments about the album. Under the rising popularity of the album war, No one saw such articles every day. The number of times was not many, about once a day. Therefore, when the comments of Su Jiao buying albums exploded, the netizens didn't have much disgust or doubt, because it wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Su Jiao made a statement on Weibo, saying that she didn't fake sales. The public relations account of Royal Entertainment issued a statement to refute the statement of fake sales and reserved the right to pursue legal responsibility. In the office, Qin Baobao called the public relations department and said, "Let's send out the VIPs on Weibo." After receiving the order, they immediately went to carry it out. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao were waiting for Royal Entertainment Company to make a statement. If he didn't make a statement, it would seem that they were singing a two-man show. Let the slap in the face come more fiercely. Qin Zhe thought of the early layout and ideas of this public opinion war, and the later implementation was left to Qin Bao. If one wanted to work in the entertainment industry and manage such a huge entertainment company, one must be proficient in public opinion warfare. This was a compulsory course for his sister. Soon, a certain Weibo VIP posted a long article on Weibo. This is a very successful operation case, which makes most stagnant singers see the hope of breaking through themselves. If you want to succeed, you only need to do one thing. When Qin Baobao's new album hits the shelves, a wave of dogheads will be posted. Thinking that someone has finally risen or a rare divine song has appeared, they will especially worship by the album and listen to it. After listening to it, they will be stunned for a long time. That's it? Breaking Qin Baobao's album sales legend? 666. I just want to say, the special effects are heaven-defying, and the budget is burning. There was a hidden meaning in the words. Su Jiao was trying to boost album sales. Royal Entertainment Company definitely wouldn't let it go, and the fans would definitely spew out, so the flames of war spread here in an instant. Oh, I see. I finally believe it. Finally believe it. I saw through it long ago. The sales record will be refreshed just like that? Why doesn't Su Jiao ascend to the heavens? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell which of the two albums is better and which is worse. Su Jiao's behavior is clearly playing with her fans like fools. I feel like my IQ has been stimulated like never before. Shameless boosting sales so fake. Both sides were engaged in a war of words. If this VIP's Weibo post was more about starting a war of words, then the other VIP who jumped out right after was the real hammer. Not only did he post a long article, but he also attached a few pictures that revealed the truth. I've been paying attention to the album sales of both sides from beginning to end, and I found a very interesting thing. On the night the album hit the shelves, Qin Baobao's sales were leading, and Su Jiao gradually caught up. But on the second day, Qin Baobao's fans showed their strength and once again led Su Jiao's album sales. Many people might not have noticed this. Everyone can look at the first and second pictures. But soon Su Jiao's sales exploded, suppressing Qin Baobao's album. Both sides' sales suddenly exploded, but considering the number of fans, this is worth pondering. Does Su Jiao have so many die-hard fans? Last night, Qin Baobao posted on Weibo asking for help. That night, her sales exploded again, and she even pulled ahead of Su Jiao by more than 100,000 sales. There are screenshots, but this morning Su Jiao's album sales skyrocketed again in an unreasonable and unscientific way. Amazing, when did a certain someone become the #1 sister in the music industry? Can you explain where these fans come from? Royal Entertainment must have spent a lot of money on album sales. As soon as this Weibo post came out, it completely pulled the neutral onlookers into the common understanding of Su Jiao boosting sales, and pushed her popularity to the forefront of the storm again. The source of the picture was Qin Zhe, who bought it through the company's public relations department. There were many peelers in the entertainment industry. With a little money, one could buy a lot of neglected news. As a result, many online media outlets took the initiative to write articles to disclose this matter. Because of the high popularity, netizens would subconsciously click on this kind of article and earn a lot of traffic fees. Online editors were originally animals who acted on the news. As a result, the truth of Royal Entertainment and Su Jiao boosting sales became more and more popular. After the announcement, Royal Entertainment continued to buy ghostwriters to spread righteous news, but Tianfeng also bought ghostwriters to slander them. The war of words between the two sides lasted for a few days. The direction of public opinion didn't change. Instead, it seemed like the dust had settled. Just like when some celebrities were exposed to having an affair, even if they bought ghostwriters or confessed that they had secretly divorced, the reputation of having an affair was like a maggot in one's bones that couldn't be washed away. As a result, ghostwriters lost their meaning. After all, ghostwriters weren't fans. Their role was to mislead the audience. When a certain understanding was deeply rooted in people's hearts and became a consensus, ghostwriters were useless. After nearly a week of war of words and ghostwriters, Royal Entertainment was powerless to reverse the situation and gave up. The war of words gradually subsided. The negative news of Qin Bao Bao's myth being shattered also dissipated, and the lost reputation was recovered. The price was the public relations fee, which was several million yuan. Royal Entertainment stepped on Qin Bao Bao's reputation by promoting the album and buying ghostwriters. Qin Zhe also bought ghostwriters to promote the album and expose the other party. The war of public opinion in the entertainment industry was generally like this. Over the years, there had been a lot of entertainment news that had reversed the situation. For example, at the beginning, someone had attacked someone and created a wave of momentum, feeling that they would win. But the other party suddenly exposed the truth and started a war of words. Then the situation was reversed and the defeat turned into victory. There were many cases. Fame, funds, and confidence were all indispensable. If Qin Bao Bao was still at Star Art, she would probably have to swallow this loss. The major entertainment companies turned to studying the war of public opinion. In the future, when their artists are defamed or exposed, we can refer to Tianfang's counterattack. A marketing director analyzed. If they're defamed, they can collect evidence, hammer the other party, and have a war of words. This is a very good way to recover their image. And if they're hammered, the best way is to divert attention and secretly collect negative news about the other party. After all, there aren't many people in the entertainment industry who are clean. The employee asked, "Are we still learning about Royal Entertainment's operations?" Marketing director. Royal Entertainment's expenditure was several times that of Tianfang Entertainment's because they had invested a lot of money in the album. The company bore a part of the loss, and the other part fell on Su Jiao's head. It wasn't that she had to lose money, but that the company's commission would increase from her future income. This was a common tactic used by entertainment companies. Tianfang was also like this. While making an artist popular, they also increased their leeching efforts. Su Jiao threw a tantrum because of this. Of course, she only dared to throw a tantrum behind closed doors and didn't dare to do it publicly. It was customary in the entertainment industry for artists and companies to jointly admit their losses, but this was a rule set by the entertainment industry's capital. The artists themselves had no choice but to accept it. A commission increase of 10%. Then how much can I earn from doing one job? That's too much. Su Jiao waved her hand and swept the teacup onto the floor, shattering it with a paw. Keep your voice down. Hasn't it always been like this? The manager frowned and said, "If this succeeds, won't your notice fee also increase? There's no reason for you to profit, If you lose, pa. But I rejected it beforehand. I didn't want to do this. If my sales aren't as good as Qin Bao Bao's, then so be it. Which singer is more popular than her now? It's the company that insists on doing this," Su Jiao argued. The company also had no choice. Qin Bao Bao took the initiative to pick a fight, but the company passively accepted it. The manager retorted. Su Jiao was unconvinced because she knew that as long as the company didn't pay attention, this matter wouldn't have developed to this point. Now, not only did she not profit, but her reputation also suffered a huge blow. This would be a stain on her acting career. When the audience mentioned her in the future, they would say, "Isn't this the Su Jiao who boosts her sales? So shameless." To put it bluntly, it was Royal Entertainment that couldn't afford to offend Tianfang. A melodious ringtone drifted out, and Su Jiao's phone on the table rang. She picked up the phone irritably and glanced at the caller ID. Her eyes darkened slightly, but her expression was very calm as she expressionlessly said, "I'm going out to take a call. It's from home." She had a contact name for this number. Caller Qin Zhe. Speaking of which, Su Jiao had put in a lot of effort to get this number. At that time, she wanted to contact Qin Zhe alone and ask him to write a song in private. At that time, Qin Zhe hadn't acquired Tianfang yet, but he was already famous for being a fast shooter. Later on, the entire entertainment industry knew that Qinze had a hard time writing a song, so she gave up on the idea. Chapter 519. Su Jiao left the office and picked up the call. Wait a moment. She walked down the long corridor and through the office area. Instead of going into the toilet, she went past the toilet and entered the corridor. If they wanted to talk about something private, the toilet wasn't safe at all. Those secret phone calls in the toilet on TV were pure nonsense. The toilet was crowded and noisy. Even if it was temporarily empty, if someone suddenly came in while you were talking, would you continue talking or hang up? The corridor was usually empty. Only the cleaning auntie would regularly clean the trash cans along the corridor in the morning, afternoon, and evening. After Su Jiao confirmed that there was no one around, she lowered her voice. Hello. A magnetic voice came from the other end. Is it convenient now? Su Jiao gritted her teeth. You still have the nerve to call me Qinze. Her current depressing experience was all caused by this guy. Sister Jiao Jiao, we're on different sides. The person on the other end chuckled and acted very familiar. Su Jiao was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. Who's your sister? Are we close? We're enemies. What do you want? Su Jiao asked. Her heart moved slightly as she guessed Qinze's true motive. Let's talk. What do we have to talk about? If you don't want to talk to me, just hang up. Why do you need to find a secret place to talk to me privately? Privately? Do you have some misunderstanding about the term, privately? Su Jiao said in a low voice. I'll give you 5 minutes, I'm busy. Qinze went straight to the point. Come to Tianfang. I'll pay for the breach of contract, and we'll take care of the lawsuit. I promise to give you better treatment and higher commission. You're a rare good singer. At 31 years old, you're in your golden age and still have a lot of potential. If he didn't use the phrase 31 years old, Su Jiao might have said a few nice words to him. Actually, although female artists were young and beautiful like fairies, there was no harm in looking at those popular female artists. Most of them were above 30 years old. Female artists at this age were considered young and had potential. There were basically no female artists below 30 who could make it to the A-list. Su Jiao said indifferently, I'm doing pretty well in the imperial court, so why should I go to your Tianfang? A tree dies if it moves, and a person might not survive if they move as well. These days, it's common for artists who jump ship to disappear without a trace in the end. Unless there is really no future or hope, stability is more important. Qinze said. Isn't it because you have no future in dynasty? Su Jiao abruptly raised her voice. Qinze, are you mocking me? Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. Even when she was angry, her voice did not sound harsh. Instead, it was quite pleasant to the ears. Qinze said, You know the truth well in your heart. Everyone will encounter a bottleneck in their life. Some people can't break through and go downhill. Some people have good circumstances and break through the bottleneck and see a wider sky. Think about it. If there were no accidents in your acting career, dynasty would have been your peak. There'd be very little hope for you to go further. But I can give you a hand. If you come to my Tianfang, I'll produce a single album for you every year. I'll personally produce it. Every album will have at least 1 song and at most 3 songs. After a few years, your works will accumulate and ferment. It won't be difficult for you to become an A-list singer. Su Jiao was silent. She was tempted. There was no way she wouldn't be. If she was a newly debuted artist full of ambition and fearless, she might have rejected Qinze. But after so many years in the entertainment industry, she was more realistic and had a clearer understanding of herself. Qinze's olive branch was very tempting. Qinze said, If you're worried, we can meet tomorrow and sign the contract on the spot. We'll help you settle the breach of contract and lawsuit. We definitely won't wash our hands of it. Su Jiao said, Okay, what time tomorrow? Qinze said, Noon tomorrow. I'll send the address to your phone later. He hung up. Qinze winked at his sister. Done. Qin Baobao's heart thumped twice. She was electrified. What's there to be proud of? Do you often wink at other women as well? His sister rolled her eyes. Qinze, what nonsense are you talking about? I've settled Su Jiao. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to get her when we meet tomorrow. What did it have to do with flirting? Compensation and a lawsuit. Most importantly, you still want to sign the contract with her. Qin Baobao said grumpily, "What are you doing? Do you value her so much? Isn't it better for our company to nurture our own artists?" Qinze, time is too slow. The profits are slow and the effects are slow. It's already not bad if 1 in 10 can produce some results. How can it compare to the joy of poaching? Plucking the fruit was the easiest and most convenient method. Qinze wasn't interested in nurturing newcomers because the system didn't leave him much time. There was about a year left. At this rate, he could complete the mission ahead of time. The premise was that he could wield the hoe vigorously. If he nurtured his own newcomers, he'd be thankful if he could become a big shot in the entertainment industry within 5 years. Right now, he could barely be considered an upper-class capitalist in the entertainment industry. As for Qin Baobao, she was very passionate about farming literature. She hoped to rely on her own hands to achieve her own future. "What time is the appointment tomorrow?" "I'm going too," Qin Baobao said. "Of course you're going. You're the big boss." Qinze stood up and used the landline to make a call. He told his average-looking assistant to inform the legal department to prepare the contract. The next afternoon, in a small private room in a cafe on the 82nd floor of the World Financial Center, a waiter led the fully dressed Su Jiao in. Su Jiao came alone. She didn't bring her manager or assistant. She wore a mask, sunglasses, and a woman's hood. "Vanilla latte with cream." Qinze pushed the coffee to her. "My sister has always liked this. I think you girls all like this." Su Jiao took off her sunglasses, mask, and hood and said indifferently, "I like American coffee." "Oh, then I'll help you change it to American coffee." Qinze pretended to stand up and reached out to take back the coffee. Su Jiao quickly pressed his hand down and took a sip. She said grumpily, "No need. Let's talk business." As she spoke, her gaze swept past Qin Baobao, who was sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window. Qin Baobao rested her chin on one hand and stared out the window in a daze. She only turned her head to look when Su Jiao came in. Su Jiao was slightly surprised to see Qin Baobao in person for the first time. Whether it was in the movies or on the album cover, Qin Baobao was gorgeous. However, that was the result of makeup and photo editing. Many celebrities were slightly good-looking, but after some editing, they could still be as beautiful as a dream. The Qin Baobao in front of her had a perfect side profile. She had sharp cheeks, a handsome nose, fair skin, and long and curly eyelashes that seemed to be able to catch the light. Then she looked at her figure. She had graceful curves and was full of vitality. Su Jiao compared herself in her heart and felt exceptionally discouraged. She had a delicate oval face and was very pretty. Her figure was slim, and she maintained it very well. She usually worked out and persisted in yoga. As for her skin, she was a woman in her early 30s after all. She wasn't as delicate as the young girls, but she paid great attention to maintaining her skin and was fair, tender, and clean. However, compared to Qin Baobao, she realized that she lacked 30% exquisiteness and 60% elegance. She was the kind of woman who would take people's breath away at first glance and was very intelligent. It was fine if this kind of woman was married, but if she wasn't, she would definitely be a vixen. No woman would be at ease seeing her. "Take a look." Qinze took out the contract and placed it in front of her. There weren't many clauses in the contract, and one could see the sincerity at a glance. Nowadays, companies and organizations gave their employees densely packed and complicated terms and conditions. Why? 1. Bullying the other party for not knowing the law. 2. The more clauses there were, the more restrictions there were. There was a lot of room for manipulation. 3. Some slightly overbearing clauses could be easily muddled through. After all, no one would take the time to look at a contract that gave them a headache. There weren't many contents on the 3 sheets of A4 paper. They were stamped with Tianfeng's official seal and Qin Baobao's signature. Su Jiao read it very carefully. After being in the entertainment industry for close to 10 years, she was very clear about the little traps in the contract. After confirming that there were no problems, she twisted open the pen that she always carried with her and put it down. She said, "You only listed the terms of my job hopping. You won't go back on your words. Even if I lose the lawsuit, you will compensate for my losses. However, you didn't mention that you have to write songs for me every year." Qinze was taken aback. "Is this very important?" Su Jiao put down the pen and looked at him with slight annoyance. Of course it was important. If it wasn't important, why would she jump ship to Tianfang? The world was so big and there were so many companies. Qinzhe said helplessly. This clause was written in your employment contract with Tianfang, not here. The purpose of this contract is to make you feel at ease, that's all. The real labor contract is the main point. Su Jiao took out her phone and tapped on it with her slender fingers. I have to record a song, is that okay? Qinzhe. All right, I'll repeat what I said just now. He didn't have much of a relationship with Su Jiao, and this was a big matter that concerned his future. It was normal to be cautious. After recording, Su Jiao was relieved and signed the contract. All right, we can exchange Weibo accounts after this and coordinate with each other. I'll help you hire a water army to wash the floor. And we can quickly eliminate the negative impact that the album brought to you, Qinzhe said. Su Jiao was taken aback and revealed a charming smile. I look forward to working with you. This sentence made her like Qinzhe even more. She had already considered it very clearly last night. Staying at Royal Entertainment Company indeed didn't have much room for improvement. Tianfang's capital wasn't as good as Royal Entertainment Company's, but Tianfang was flirtatious. Tianfang rose suddenly in the entertainment industry. From movies to music, he achieved new heights and became a rising star in the industry. Flirtatious beyond words. As long as Qinzhe was willing to write songs for her, she would be willing even if Tianfang was a level weaker. Fast shooter Qinzhe was a golden ladder that shone in the eyes of countless female singers. He was a hot commodity in the hearts of singers. When female singers mentioned fast shooter, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Fast shooter awesome. You couldn't stand it the first time, you couldn't leave the second time, and you would be dead set on it the third time. Su Yunhan and Huang Yuting were examples. But they only had one chance. Other singers worked hard to create songs and slowly climbed up. But as long as they hooked up with Fast Shooter, they would immediately soar. Currently, Qin Baobao was the only one in the entertainment industry who could enjoy this kind of fast and refreshing experience. If nothing went wrong, she could become the second. Chapter 520. I look forward to working with you. Qinzhe extended his hand to her. Su Jiao smiled sweetly and was about to shake his hand when suddenly, a fair and tender hand grabbed hers first. Qin Baobao smiled brightly. I look forward to working with you. Su Jiao was slightly taken aback, but she immediately smiled. I look forward to working with you. She suddenly felt that Qin Baobao was quite kind and easy to get along with. She had a cold face the moment she entered, so she thought she had something against her. Maybe she was just in a daze just now? Seeing that she agreed to join Tianfang Entertainment, she immediately welcomed her with a smile. That must be it. I'm going to the washroom first. Let's go together later? Su Jiao asked. If the boss was easy to get along with, it would make her feel much more relaxed. If the boss wasn't easy to get along with, she wouldn't have a good time and might even reject Tianfang. Okay. Qinzhe nodded. After she left, Qinzhe picked up his sister's coffee. Don't have an appetite today? Qin Baobao snorted. Qinzhe took a big gulp and commented. As expected, it's still too sweet. It doesn't suit my taste. Qin Baobao sneered. Does Su Jiao suit your taste? Qinzhe laughed. Yes, I like this kind of charming woman the most. When she joins the company in the future, she'll obediently submit to everyone. Qin Baobao said angrily, you said the wrong thing. I'll give you 3 seconds to reorganize your words. She swung a knife at him. Qinzhe blocked it and said helplessly, it's fun to be mischievous, don't take it seriously. Qin Baobao put on a cold face. It wasn't all because of Su Jiao. On the way here, Qinzhe said that the price for Su Jiao joining Tianfang Entertainment was that he would produce an album for her every year. Qin Baobao instantly exploded when she heard this. He actually had to share such a quick and satisfying experience with another woman? It was said on the internet that Qinzhe was her exclusive composer. They were one in the music industry, and there was no distinction between them. Qin Baobao felt that this was very good, very good. She felt sweet in her heart. But once Qinzhe began to write songs for other women for a long time, her mentality exploded. Qinzhe comforted him. Okay. I'll reorganize my words. Qin Baobao. I don't want to listen, you bastard. Qinzhe was speechless. LF asterisk king beat you to death with one hit, you wailing freak. Staff techniques like the divine sea swamp king, who had used it before, all said that it was good. Qinzhe said, Su Jiao's fame is worth this price. Don't think that she's inferior to you. There aren't many female celebrities who are as popular as you in the music industry, and even the entire entertainment industry. Right now, Tianfang only has you as a pillar, followed by Li Wei, and the remaining 2 or 3 B-list celebrities. Compared to the industry's leading companies, there were still too few celebrities on the upper echelons of the industry. Su Jiao joining our company will greatly boost Tianfang's reputation. How many years would it take for you to produce a B-lister just by relying on your own hard work? Qin Baobao said angrily. I understand, but I just don't want to listen. Qinzhe. Do you want to be spanked again? Qin Baobao immediately glared at him. Qinzhe, what a joke. You're such a beautiful sister, I can't bear to hit you. Don't worry, I only write 1 or 2 songs for her every year. What's wrong with that? As long as you're willing, I can write songs for you every day. I'll only write songs for Su Jiao if she signs a slave contract. Sister's position in my heart can't be compared to those flirtatious B***cheese outside. Qin Baobao pursed her lips. Bah, it's all sugar-coated bullets. Wang Zijin said that I'm too gullible and often get coaxed by you like a fool. Does Sister Ziwei need to be taught a lesson? I'm too merciful to you, right? Qinzhe said righteously. Nonsense. Gullible women are the kindest. I like such a kind-hearted sister the most. Sister is Snow White, while Sister Ziwei is envious, jealous, and hateful. She's an evil empress. Don't listen to her. There was no technical difficulty in coaxing Sister. You just had to master one trick. Do it as exaggeratedly as possible, and the more mushy the better. Listen to me, everyone can give it a try. I guarantee that you'll be able to coax Sister into kissing, and Qin Baobao was so happy that she could die. She mumbled. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Qinzhe. I don't care if you believe it or not. In any case, I believe it. Qin Baobao. No, I'm a fool, I'm a fool. Qinzhe angrily rebuked. Shut up, you're not allowed to talk about my sister like that. Qin Baobao. Qinzhe. Sozi Qin Baobao took a sip of the coffee. Qinzhe had drunk it just now, so she didn't mind at all. It was just like how Qinzhe often ate food that she couldn't eat. In fact, she didn't mind, but when there was good food, she had to be the first to eat it. That way, she would feel like a little fairy who liked the feeling of being spoiled. Qin Baobao suddenly sighed. Aze, do you know why Sister doesn't let you have intimate contact with the female artists in the company? Qinzhe nodded. I know, an iron rod can be ground into a needle. Qin Baobao was stunned. No, what does it have to do with grinding an iron rod into a needle? Qinzhe guessed. You're afraid that I won't be able to find my way home if I enter too many houses? Qin Baobao said gloomily. What does that have to do with houses? She sighed and said coquettishly. Many female celebrities admire you, but you know when a woman admires you, it's only a matter of time before she likes you. It's taboo for men to become a playboy when they're in the limelight, because they'll lose the people who truly love them. Qinzhe thought to himself, isn't this still a matter of houses? Su Jiao came back and closed the door. She carefully put on her mask, sunglasses, and hood. Qinzhe and Qin Baobao also put on their equipment. They paid the bill and left the cafe. The 3 of them entered the car and took the elevator down. Before the Central Tower was built, the World Financial Center's elevator was known as the fastest elevator. It went up hundreds of floors with a whoosh. There were also specialized staff in the elevator. Qinzhe and the other 2 didn't take the passenger elevator. They turned into the corridor and took the freight elevator. The afternoon rush hour was coming to an end, but there were still quite a lot of people. It wasn't convenient for the 3 of them to squeeze in with too many people. The 3 of them all wore masks and sunglasses, which looked strange and inevitably attracted attention. Qin Baobao held onto Qinzhe's arm in the posture of a girlfriend. Su Jiao slightly distanced herself. At first, she found it novel and took a few more glances, but after thinking about it, she didn't find it strange anymore. There had always been rumors about the good relationship between the siblings. Qinzhe's gaze swept over Su Jiao and suddenly thought of a problem. But the elevator just happened to open with a ding. The 2 men in the freight elevator were talking loudly. Once the elevator door opened, Their voices died down and they turned to look with narrowed eyes. Qin Baobao frowned, a little disgusted by the car that reeked of alcohol. Su Jiao went in first, and she held onto her brother's arm and followed in. The two of them stood on the left and right, clearly separated. This feeling was like a private meeting between two lovers. They whispered sweet nothings behind closed doors, but they had to keep a distance once outside. Behind them, the two men's bloodshot eyes swept over Su Jiao's perky butt, and their eyes shone. In the scorching summer, clothes were originally bright. Su Jiao's figure couldn't compare to Qin Baobao's, but it was still graceful and voluptuous, with curves in the front and back. Qin Baobao's figure was better, but she had Qin Zhe by her side. Even if they were drunk, most people would still subconsciously avoid a fresh flower that was already taken. Moreover, Qin Zhe was 182 meters tall and looked like he was riding a horse. He quietly approached and stuck to the curve of Su Jiao's back with a natural and ambiguous posture. It was worth mentioning that this kind of thing was especially satisfying in the subway, and it was open and above board. However, the price was that you would be squeezed out of your pants and thus neglect the soft curves of the girls' bodies. Su Jiao was stunned at first, and then she took a step forward as if she had been electrocuted. She turned around and glared at the man with disdain and loathing. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and immediately bounced away when she felt someone stick to her back. Besides, drunk men were really disgusting. Fortunately, she didn't bring any bodyguards with her today. Otherwise, she would beat his head off. Su Jiao raised her head to look at the number displayed on the elevator. 3rd floor, arriving soon. So disgusting. She cursed. It would have been fine if she didn't curse, but once she did, the two men got excited and retorted with a chuckle. "Little girl, why are you wearing a mask? It's embarrassing. Your voice is quite nice. Come, take off your mask and let brother take a look." One of them reached out to take off Su Jiao's mask. Su Jiao slapped it away. Qin Zhe frowned. "Old bro, you guys drank too much. What kind of place is this? Stop fooling around." The man who was sticking to Su Jiao previously cast a sidelong glance at Qin Zhe. "What does it have to do with you?" The other person glared fiercely at Qin Zhe with bloodshot eyes that were warning and threatening. A man who had drunk too much was probably in such an excited and aggressive state. Su Jiao felt as disgusted as if she had eaten a dead rat, even though she hadn't been molested too much. Moreover, her identity was sensitive, so it wasn't convenient for her to have a catfight with others. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao were of the same mind. It was already very good that Qin Zhe could say a few words, so he definitely couldn't be expected to quarrel or reason with the other party. Fortunately, the elevator had already reached the 1st floor, and it slowly opened with a ding. Someone bumped into Qin Zhe's back. The man who was glaring at him and sticking to Su Jiao deliberately bumped into him and walked out of the elevator first. At the same time, he reached out to grope Su Jiao's butt. Su Jiao shrieked. The man let out a series of guffaws. His companion behind him gave him a shove and also walked away, afraid of causing trouble. But before he could take a step, his collar tightened and a strong force came over. His entire body was forcibly pulled back. Qin Zhe said to his sister, "Block the elevator door." Qin Bao and Su Jiao tacitly flashed out of the car and reached out to block the elevator door, not allowing it to close. Inside the car, the man staggered to steady himself and struggled a few times. Realizing that he couldn't do it, he pushed Qin Zhe's chest. "Do you want to die?" At the same time his palm pushed Qin Zhe's chest, Qin Zhe swung his hand and slapped him. The resounding slap echoed in the car, stunning him. The other man threw a punch at Qin Zhe without warning. Before his fist landed on the other party's face, he was fiercely kicked in the abdomen and slammed into the wall of the car with a bang. He clutched his stomach and slowly slumped to the ground. There was no one outside the elevator, but there were cameras in the elevator. Qin Zhe fiercely beat up the two men as fast as he could, his punches and kicks so fast that the two women at the elevator were speechless. If there was a mirror and they looked at it, they would find that their gazes were the same. Starry eyes. Sometimes violent men were hated by women, but sometimes violent and domineering men made women feel safe and even idolized them. Su Jiao felt that Qin Zhe was different from the one she knew. Even though they had just met, it didn't seem bad to follow such a boss, whether it was out of the standpoint of a man acting bravely for a just cause or the mentality of protecting his employees. Qin Bao's mental activities were much simpler. Her salted fish's occasional display of strength and dominance intoxicated her. She thought that regardless of whether she hit or was hit, she should leave a few words of courtesy. In traditional fighting culture, it wasn't good for her to stand out. Hence, she spat in an imposing manner. The country owes your dad a condom. With that said, she pressed the elevator button for the top floor and exited the elevator in a flash. The elevator door slowly closed, and the two men lay on the ground. Let's go, security will be here soon. Qinzhe pulled his sister's hand and quickly left. Chapter 521. They smoothly passed through the lobby and stepped out of the gate of the World Financial Center without encountering any security guards. Qin Baobao said, "We should call the police to arrest them." Qinzhe said, "It's not as refreshing as beating them up." Qin Baobao kissed Qinzhe's cheek through two masks and giggled. "Brother, you're awesome. Sister's kiss reward." The pair of limpid eyes under the sunglasses must have turned into beautiful crescent moons when she smiled. Qinzhe was in a trance for a moment. How long had it been since he enjoyed Sister's kiss reward? From this year onwards, Sister rarely kissed him as a reward. In the past, when Sister was intimate with him, she would find excuses such as, Sister's chest is uncomfortable, help me rub it. For example, in fact, Qinzhe had never rubbed his sister's chest. He couldn't bear to think about this kind of chicken dinner. Then after Qinzhe helped Sister rub, Sister would reward him with a kiss. After all, it was open and aboveboard. Other siblings didn't kiss all day long. Qin Baobao and Qinzhe couldn't get over the hurdle in their hearts, but with the excuse of reward, it was easy for both parties to accept it. Later, their relationship was like a runaway wild dog, running further and further away from the European continent. They didn't need to find reasons or excuses for kissing anymore. "Qinzhe, thank you." Su Jiao stood beside the siblings with a smile on her lips, her eyes overflowing with light. Qinzhe nodded and said seriously, "And remember to work hard to make money for me." Su Jiao: "I was so touched just now for nothing. Don't you know how to speak? No wonder you don't have a girlfriend with your net worth." According to the gossip in the entertainment circle, although Qinzhe claimed to have a girlfriend and was photographed strolling in the rain with a mysterious woman, there were paparazzi squatting outside Royal View Mansion 24/7. They had never seen Qinzhe go out with a strange woman other than Qin Bao. Of course, paparazzi were not surveillance cameras and couldn't stick the camera on Qinzhe. They recognized the license plate number, and when Qinzhe accompanied Wang Zijin to work, he drove Qin Bao's little red pony. "Anyway, thank you. Please take care of me in the future." Su Jiao reached out her hand to Qinzhe again. "Let's take care of each other." Qinzhe shook hands with her. Su Jiao withdrew her hand and entered a very low-key small Audi. She started the car and waited for a moment at the intersection before merging into the traffic. Through the rearview mirror, she saw that Qinzhe waved at the car from afar. He was a very interesting man. Su Jiao laughed briskly. The best way for an ordinary person to deal with a conflict in the elevator was to call the police. But her identity was different. She would rather endure it than call the police and expose it. Many female celebrities, even if they were protected by bodyguards, would inevitably be taken advantage of when attending events. They were even more unsafe than ordinary women. If she encountered someone she couldn't afford to provoke, she would endure it. If she encountered fans, she would also endure it. At most, she would turn around and scold the bodyguards. She didn't expect that Qinzhe would hit people. A man of his net worth should be high and mighty, arrogant, and refined on the surface. He definitely wouldn't have a conflict with a few salted fish. Otherwise, if he fought with people in the elevator, his reputation would be swept to the ground, and it would be very degrading. Who would have thought that he would be so valiant? Even if the two big men were drunk and not so drunk that they couldn't stand properly, he still KO'd them with just a few punches and kicks. Was this still a Sanda practitioner? Was he so fierce? "Sis, you drive." Qinzhe went around to the other side of the car and sat in the front passenger seat. "Oh." Sister got into the driver's seat, took off her high heels and threw them to Qinzhe. She, who hadn't driven for a long time, threw them very naturally. Qinzhe, who hadn't been his sister's shoe boy for a long time, also caught them very naturally. Low-class system, are you there? Come out. Qinzhe fastened his seatbelt, closed his eyes, and summoned the system in his mind. The system ignored him. System, great sir, system, are you there? Please answer if you receive. Qinzhe continued to summon. Call me great sir again, and I'll answer you. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Speaking of this voice, it was said to be some kind of infrasonic sound. Other than Qinzhe, other humans couldn't hear it. You're so happy to be mischievous? Qinzhe said helplessly. Great sir, system. Anyway, I'm also a salted fish and I can reach out. The system was satisfied. Speak. Qinzhe. I suddenly thought of something today. How does one become a big boss in the entertainment industry? There has to be a standard, right? I have a bunch of celebrities under me, and my company has tens of billions of assets. I can also be considered a big boss. In terms of earning money, star art can't even compare to our Tianfang. In terms of scale, as long as I'm willing, I can take funds from Purple Crystal and Baoze, and I can become one of the top capitalists in the entertainment industry in the country. The assets of the three companies added together was an unimaginable amount of wealth. It was enough for Qinzhe to enter the top 3 of China's Young Rich list and the top 20 of China's Forbes Rich list. Take a look at these rankings. How many tycoons are in the entertainment industry? The system. Didn't I tell you the standard? Qinzhe was confused. When did you tell me the standard? You have to be responsible for your words. The system. Oh, then pretend you didn't. Qinzhe spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Baobao said angrily, You're disgusting, aren't you? Wipe the saliva off the windshield. Qinzhe quickly took out a tissue and wiped his saliva. Ying, you're being unreasonable. If you're disgusted, why would you eat my saliva? The low-life system finally had some integrity. When the mission was first triggered, there were no detailed rules. Because your level was too low then, you could only see the mission but not the details. Now you can announce it. Qinzhe asked suspiciously. You really didn't forget? The system. Of course not. Qinzhe. I've played online games for so many years, and I've never seen a mission that only triggered the name of the mission. I graduated with a bachelor's degree. Can't you at least respect my IQ? The system. You talk too much. Here's the mission, accept it. A 3D projection popped up in front of Qinzhe's eyes. It was similar to a game's personal homepage. Name Qinzhe. Gender male, age 23. It showed his age. There were 2 rows of words on the left. Point store and mission. Clicking on the point store allowed him to listen to songs, watch movies, and criticize Japanese educational films from the parallel world. In fact, Qinzhe could see anything in the point store, but he could not transfer it to reality in any way. For example, if he sang a song on a whim, it was fine, but if someone heard it, 30 points would be deducted automatically. It was a pain in the ass function. It was even more of a pain in the ass than when 3G had just entered the market. After redeeming the VR design blueprint, he only had 1,000 points left. There were 2 missions in the mission list. Become a big shot in the entertainment industry within 2 years. Create a new type of VR equipment within 1 year. Below both missions there was a time display that moved like an electronic watch. The mission to become a big shot in the entertainment industry had been running for more than half a year. In half a year, he went from a stinky salted fish to Hei's king. Qinzhe clicked on the first mission, and as expected, a detailed description popped up. 1. Company funds reach 30 billion. 230-plus artists. A-list 1 person. B-list 5 people. C-list 9 people. I'm so stupid. The criteria to become a big shot are money and people. A pile of cash and a basket of followers. Isn't that a big shot? After seeing the criteria, Qinzhe was excited. The 2 conditions were not difficult. He had 30 billion and he could recharge it to Tencent. Bah! Recharge it to Tianfang Entertainment. As for stars, he could just poach them. As long as he could complete this mission, Hei's king would be able to pass the next tribulation without any worries. Even if the VR equipment mission failed, he would not have to die. It did not seem to be death. After the points were reset to 0, the lowly system would use the talent skill it was proud of, leave him and find a new host. At that time, Qinzhe's body was weak and could not withstand the system's energy extraction. Now it was no problem. At most, he would be beaten back to his original state. Oh, you think the mission is easy? The system said. Look carefully, there is a time limit. Qinze immediately glanced at the mission details. Oh, maintain the above status. 1 month. What was this? It was not difficult at all. This girl, it's awesome. Qinze held excitedly. Which girl? Qin Baobao's tone was cold. There was a murderous aura in the car. Qinze hurriedly explained. No, this is a song. Qin Baobao sneered. What song? Why haven't I heard of it? The song was called. What was it called again? Qinze hurriedly went to listen to the song record. He suddenly found that his points were not reduced at all. Huh? What does it mean? Clearly sang it. Why weren't my points deducted? Did the system change the rules? Qinze was dumbfounded. What was the song called again? The lyrics were, This girl, it's awesome. That's how it was sung, right? In order to deal with the situation of writing songs that could occur anytime and anywhere, he had been trying to listen to the songs in the point store. When he listened to too many songs, sometimes he would forget the name of the song. Qinze looked at his sister. This girl, it's awesome. That's right, the lyrics are definitely like that. It doesn't fit the situation. I believe that when the original lyricist wrote the song, it should be like me now. Qin Baobao snorted. Forget it. If I give you 5 more minutes, you can already come up with the lyrics and the tune. Who doesn't know you're a fast shooter? Sister, you're hurting my heart. When others say that I'm a fast shooter, I'll bear with it. You also say that I'm a fast shooter. The last Teddy who teased me like that was crying and singing about being conquered. Qin Baobao restrained her anger and said sweetly, Brother, did you hook up with a little cabbage? Qinze started coaxing his sister. Stop talking nonsense. Don't kiss me. Which cabbage out there is prettier than you? If I don't meet a woman as beautiful as you, I won't hook up with her. His sister sneered. I'm not a cabbage. Cabbages are naturally green. Whoever is stupid is a cabbage. Qinze. He was suddenly speechless. Why did his sister suddenly become so flirtatious? Qinze could no longer look straight at the word cabbage. If he went to Beijing another day, what if Father Wang said, The cabbage that I've been raising for 26 years was taken by this pig? Qinze would spit at him and say, Your cabbage is naturally green. Qin Baobao smiled seductively. Tell me, I'll help you check. Qinze gave her a sidelong glance. Then you'll say, Hubby, is this the flirtatious that you've been messing around with outside? Qin Baobao laughed 3 times. I'll hang her up and beat her up. Qinze. I can't be bothered to talk to you. His OCD was acting up. What went wrong? Why didn't his points get deducted? He asked the system in his mind. The system ignored him. Qin Baobao freed a hand and chopped his head. Damn it, are you trying to drag me down with you? Qinze said. Watch where you're going. I'll tell you slowly and you can listen. Qin Baobao said in a low voice. Go on. Qinze. Don't worry about me hooking up with this and that. Let me tell you a story. A golden key was inserted into a lock. It couldn't be opened no matter how hard you tried. Then an iron key came in and opened it easily. The iron key said proudly, Do you know why you opened it? It's because I'm the first wife. No matter how rich you are, you won't be able to win her heart. The golden key said, Are you crazy? I'm just poking it for fun. Why would I want her heart? Qin Baobao was stunned. She felt that it made sense and asked doubtfully, So what are you trying to say? I'm saying this so you don't have to worry. Qinze smiled. I'm just poking it for fun. Chapter 522. Qinze was just joking with his sister, but he didn't expect her to take it seriously. The car kept changing lanes. Regardless of the surveillance and weather points would be deducted, the female driver, Qin Baobao, showed her superb lane-changing skills. She didn't even care about the number of cars and directly stopped by the side of the road. The car was silent, and the noise outside was blocked. Qin Baobao turned sideways and stared at Qinze without saying a word. In the silent stare, the little red guy was scared. Sister, dear sister, we were just joking, Qinze said in a weak voice. As he spoke, he stared at his sister's expression, like a primary school student who raised his timid face in front of an angry teacher. Is it funny? Qin Baobao said coldly. I think it's funny. Actually, it's not funny really. Qinzhe said. When did you become so flirtatious? Qin Baobao said in a low voice. I've always been like this. Maybe I've been a little naughty recently? Qinzhe said something that didn't mean. When they were fooling around, Qinzhe could kill a whimper with a punch. But when it really came down to it, he would surrender unconditionally just like now. Although he didn't know what was wrong with his sister that made her have such a big reaction, it was right to admit defeat. If he admitted defeat, there was still hope. He could use the tricks that he had practiced for 20 years to coax his sister to make her happy, and then have sex with her at night to save his lost face. Silence again. Qin Baobao suddenly said in a sweet and charming manner, "Oh, I was just joking with you. Look how scared you are." Qinzhe glanced at her, turned his head to look out of the window and said softly, "Oh, it's okay." Qinzhe looked out of the window in a daze. He couldn't remember which philosopher had said, "Feelings are above sexual desire, but feelings are always no match for sexual desire." Note: this sentence came from the Life Coach newspaper seller. Piracy must be investigated. Qinzhe felt that he had done it just like the Life Coach above. Tianfeng Entertainment was filled with beauties. Outside, there were countless coquettish B***cheese who wanted to sleep with him. But he wasn't like those big shots and directors who slept with female celebrities everywhere. At present, the only woman he has had in-depth communication with is Suyu. When he is with Suyu, his feelings are better than ***. Therefore he could never be Long Outyen. And most he could only be Wei Xiaobao. At least Wei Xiaobao could talk about emotions, but Long Outyen was different. Long Outyen was the most warm-hearted, chivalrous person in the world. When he saw injustice on the road, he would shout, and when it was time to pull out his spear, he would pull out his spear. Qin Baobao focused on driving, and his face was a little gloomy. Qinzhe. "Sis, I still want to poach more people." Qin Baobao said. "Go back and do it yourself. I can't be bothered with these things." Was this the gesture of declining to chat? Qinzhe also fell silent. Qin Baobao looked at him and said softly, "Do whatever you want. I won't stop you. Since we were young, when didn't I go along with you?" Qinzhe was stunned for a moment. Thinking back to the past, it seemed that apart from some small and insignificant quarrels, whenever Qinzhe showed an extreme desire for something or other, as his big sister, she would always follow him. Except for the 3 years of cohabitation in university, his sister was arbitrary and domineering. Take his wife as an example. He kept saying that he would return the money, but in fact he was just saying it. He didn't really want her to return the money. If Qinzhe had slapped her and said sternly and angrily, "Qin Baobao, you ***king return the money to me. If I did that, I might be killed." He felt that what his sister said was right, but there was something wrong with it. Qin Baobao said, "Work hard. If the young man is strong, China will be strong." Qinzhe subconsciously replied, "If the young woman is strong, the young man will lean against the wall. If the young man is strong, the young woman will lie flat." Qin Baobao. Qinzhe. "Sister, I'm wrong. I'll try my best to control my mouth." Qin Baobao looked at him silently. Had her brother been bored for too long that he became a man? What should she do as his sister? Waiting online urgent. Qin Baobao snorted and said, "Since we're siblings, I'll hold down Lin Zexu's coffin for you." Qinzhe was stunned for a moment, then he sneered and said, "Since we're siblings, I'll hold down your language teacher's coffin for you." Her language was average since she was young, sigh. She was only lacking in language. Otherwise, she could have gone to Peking University and continued to be deskmates with Wang Zijin for a few more years. She was clearly a woman, but her science results were excellent. Qinzhe was clearly a man, but his liberal arts results were good. Qin Baobao. There was nothing wrong with what I said just now. That afternoon, Qinzhe posted on Weibo, "Your voice is worth having. I'm very happy to be your personal composer. Please take care of me. Su Jiao." The netizens who saw this Weibo post were dumbfounded. They were all in Chinese and could read, but they couldn't understand when they were strung together. What was Qinzhe trying to say? Shake hands and make peace? What did personal composer mean? What's going on? Am I seeing things? Is this a gesture of goodwill? What does he mean by only we can have your voice? I have a premonition that something big is going to happen. I'm afraid there's some PY deal. The person above is brainless. There should be a molten iron deal. Beep deeply stuck. Beep old pervert card. The people above are a bunch of idiots. Didn't Su Jiao and Qin Baobao just end their duel? Su Jiao has been scolded badly recently. What does Qin Zhe mean by posting this? Yeah, my Jiao Jiao's image is greatly damaged. What does he mean? I don't understand. As a popular little fresh meat with tens of millions of fans, Qin Zhe posted such a controversial and bizarre Weibo post, which naturally attracted the attention of many online media and entertainment industry gossipers. They were all guessing what was going on. Qin Zhe and Su Jiao had buried the hatchet, and Tianfeng Entertainment and Dynasty had made peace? And he was even Su Jiao's personal composer? Personal composer was an exaggeration. It was how Qin Zhe expressed his close relationship. Not long after, Su Jiao reposted Qin Zhe's Weibo. Boss, please take care of me in the future. Soon after, Qin Zhe reposted her Weibo. This is our company's new employee. Please take care of me as well. Su Jiao reposted his Weibo again without saying anything. She added a series of dog head emoticons. This time it was lively. Weibo was the first place to explode. Su Jiao's Weibo and Qin Zhe's Weibo were flooded with countless fans and onlookers within half an hour. There were fans from both sides. Su Jiao was going to jump ship to Tianfeng Entertainment. Everyone was aware of this fact. A few days ago they were still fighting fiercely, but in the blink of an eye they were fooling around together. Even TV plots didn't have such an exaggerated reversal. The onlookers were excited and felt that there was a big show to watch. Su Jiao's fans were even more excited. Previously, they were scolding Qin Bao and Tianfeng Entertainment with all their might. In the blink of an eye, the fans had joined Tianfeng Entertainment. After a brief moment of confusion, many fans almost screamed. Personal composer Qin Zhe, who didn't know the great name of a fast shooter, who wasn't jealous of Qin Bao's quick and refreshing speed of promotion. And now their idol was able to enjoy the same benefits. After the album sales battle, Su Jiao once again dominated the trending searches and headlines. This was inevitable. The internet media would definitely not miss such a big piece of news. It wouldn't be long before pieces of gossip articles would be pushed to the internet and mobile phones. A large number of singers liked it, including Su Yunhan, Huang Yuting and Ge Ling. Actually, there was another word in their hearts. Envy. But it wasn't good to say this out loud, as it would cause their own entertainment company to have second thoughts. While the internet was abuzz with discussions, Royal Entertainment, Su Jiao handed in her resignation letter and unilaterally tore up the contract. The company's higher-ups were furious. They rejected Su Jiao's resignation letter and said that if she insisted on going her own way, not only would she have to pay for the breach of contract, but she would also have to face a lawsuit. Su Jiao's manager, Sister Zhang, was the first to take the lead and persuade her in the office. How did it end up like this? How did it end up like this? There was a steaming cup of tea in front of her. Sister Zhang clapped her hands with a pained expression. Sister Zhang, this is my decision. Su Jiao sat opposite her with a faint smile. Jiao Jiao, have you lost your mind? How is our royal entertainment inferior to Tianfeng? What benefits can Qin Zhe bring you by poaching you? Yes, the company's decision to increase the commission makes you uncomfortable, but the entertainment industry is like this. If it's Tianfeng Entertainment, it'll be the same. Sister Zhang said loudly. Qin Zhe can bring me opportunities. Sister Zhang, I've been stuck here for many years. You know very well that my acting career has reached a bottleneck, and I want to break through. Qin Zhe can give me opportunities, but Royal Entertainment can't. Su Jiao said in a low voice. Trees die when people move. Sister Zhang persuaded earnestly. Jiao Jiao, I brought you from a young singer to where you are today, and Royal Entertainment has nurtured you for so many years. If you jump ship to Tianfeng now, don't you want your reputation? Su Jiao frowned. Whether I want my reputation or not is my own business. Besides, it's not a big stain. There are many artists who jump ship during the contract period. And I'm not the only one. What negative impact can it bring to me? Maybe it won't be as negative as hiring the internet water army to flood the album. Her tone was slightly heavy when she said the last sentence. Sister Zhang looked at her deeply. Those artists, there are indeed some who can become famous, but there aren't many. Do you think you can be like them? Sister Zhang taught you before that stability is the most important. As long as you can stabilize sooner or later, you'll have a hard time. It's too risky to jump ship. You have to think carefully. Su Jiao smiled and took a sip of tea. She said in an exaggerated tone, Qinze, a fast shooter. Sister Zhang, do you know what a fast shooter is? With him writing songs for me, why should I worry about not becoming famous? She changed to a worshipful tone. I'm too greedy. 2 songs a year is enough. That way, I can step into the ranks of A-list singers before I turn 35. As long as I step into that rank, the shelf life of a singer will be extended for many years, and I'll be remembered by the audience. Even if I'm old and weak, I'll still be a famous senior in the music industry. I won't be like other singers who used to be popular but lost their youth. After they left the peak, their value plummeted. Sister Zhang said with a straight face, think about how to get through this first. The company won't agree. The taste of a lawsuit isn't good. You're a veteran, so you should know. Su Jiao faintly smiled. Qinze will help me. Sister Zhang sneered. Which poacher doesn't say that? How many celebrities were abandoned after losing a lawsuit? Do you believe him? I believe him. Su Jiao nodded, a sly glint in her eyes. I have a contract and a recording. In the office, there was also a female assistant who stood silently not far away, watching the 2 big shots' conversation. Su Jiao said, Sister Zhang, the tea is cold. Sister Zhang ignored her. She couldn't be bothered and looked at her assistant. Although I'm destined to be unhappy with the company, I'm still an artist of dynasty. Don't just stand there, help me pack my things. The assistant looked at Sister Zhang cautiously. Sister Zhang's face was dark and she didn't say anything. Su Jiao shrugged. Do it yourself. She packed her personal belongings as if no one else was around. Her persuasion failed. Su Jiao was determined to leave. Sister Zhang left with a dark face.